And now, our feature presentation.
That was a test.
That lasted like 5 seconds.
That is shortest podcast we've ever
There we
done.
go. See you later. Bye.
All right, that's podcast, everybody. Goodbye. Bye.
Cool.
Have a great time.
Guys, that was nice. That was a really good discussion we had there. Really good.
I know.
Nice seeing you guys again.
Let's use this as the intro.
Yeah. Welcome back to the Workshopping Humanity podcast, ladies and gentlemen. It is your host, Brett. So, a couple things since I've been away. One, this was kind of tagged as a special features podcast. This is just going to be the Workshopping Humanity podcast. Our interview show is going to be the special features. I'm just making that adjustment because that makes more sense in retrospect. So, there you go. That doesn't matter. This is what matters. Last episode, we teased that we're going to have a big TIFF reaction podcast, and we have delivered. So today we have our co-host. We got George Arrett. Say hey, George.
Everyone, clean up your room. That's
And
that's a Jordan Peterson impression.
It sounds like a very sick Kermit that really needs help.
Well, that's what Jordan Peterson sounds like.
Fair enough. And we got Jared Roper.
Hey everyone. What's up?
And now we have a bunch of people that went to the Toronto International Film Festival. We've got Tristan French. Say hello, Tristan.
Hello.
We got Eden Prosser. Say hello. Is that how you pronounce your last name?
That is how you pronounce it.
Heck
Hi,
yeah,
everyone.
nailed
Oh,
it.
I've been saying Proser. I need to change that.
We got the bad news bear himself, Tyler Banner.
Hello, everybody. I'm so happy to finally be on the Workshop of Humanity, and I'm ready to talk TIFF.
Yeah, absolutely. And then we've got Hunter Friesen.
I'm good. I didn't even put my last name there. I was actually curious if you'd remember it. I was like, and you aced it right there. You literally did.
Nice.
Yeah, you did. And I'm happy to be continuing my
Because I
festival
fucked up
streak.
really hard the first time.
We might have some other guests popping in to this podcast. We'll introduce them as they come in. But today we're going to do a dissection of everything. So essentially, we're going to have two podcasts that release throughout this week. One of them is going to be kind of our experience at TIFF, and then the other one's going to be George's podcast where we're discussing the awards angle of TIFF and Venice. So we'll keep that to a minimum talk today, just because we're having an entire discussion about it.
Yeah.
Potentially tomorrow. So that's a whole other
We
thing.
got to talk about 4 things.
Yeah, of course.
Guys, we have a
So
new
not-
friend.
We did not
Yo.
Am I
What's
allowed to
up?
speak?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Eden's there.
Hi, Eden.
It's Evangeline. She did not attend TIFF to the podcasters. I'm sorry.
Hi, Evangeline.
Everyone confused. John is here. Say hello,
Oh,
John.
hi.
John, what's your last name?
John Barnes, like Barnes and Noble.
Okay, sweet. And we all went to TIFF this year.
Yes.
We're gonna
Are you
discuss
recording
it.
right now?
We're recording right now. You just,
Oh,
yeah.
I'm sorry to the Apple Podcast and Spotify audience. I'm happy to be here. Brett was a real one. He helped me film interviews with Finn Wolfhard and Alexander Payne. So thank you, Brett.
Yeah, no problem. That's still surreal that we even did that. I'm not gonna lie.
Yes, I really loved Finn's answer. Oh wait, I didn't mean that sarcastically. He was actually really nice.
Yeah, absolutely. Yo,
Okay, I'll
apparently
stop
he's just
talking,
like
I'm
the
sorry.
chillest dude.
He is very chill. He's kind of actually a lot like Mike in Stranger Things, more than I expected, at least from like the director Q&A and stuff.
Yeah, I can see that. So let's start with our TIFF discussion with day one, I guess. Ground zero. It's really hard to determine what we should start here with, but
I have my list of movies. If you guys, I name a movie, you guys talk about it. It's up to you guys.
let's do that.
We should start.
Yeah, I got my whole list up
and
here
talk
too.
about our mini golfing adventures.
So, night zero, we went mini golfing. Trissa and I posed with Brian from Family Guy.
And John demolished everybody at mini golf. Secret
Yeah.
I
talent.
don't. Okay, actually, I have a primary source right here. Evangeline, have I ever been good at mini golf, like in hometown? Like I'm bad at mini golf.
You're kind of mid.
Yeah, I'm usually pretty mid, but I kept getting hole in ones. I don't know why. and I never met any of you, and I kept just doing an Australian accent in response to Jacob, which is so rude. Like, imagine if you introduced yourself to Jacob and you responded in with like a nice bro, like American accent. Like, I don't know. I just like had to respond with the Aussie accent, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
Nice.
So where do we start?
I mean,
Are we
may as well
going in
start
order?
day one, right? May as well start
Day one,
yeah.
yeah.
Day one. Let's all go over. So here's what we'll do. I'll go over my day one, and then I'll be like, anyone else have any movies that they saw on day one that they haven't gone over? And then someone will be like, me, I have one.
And then,
Me, I
like, while
have
you're
one.
talking about the specific movie, other people can chime in with their thoughts on it.
Yeah,
Question.
exactly.
Okay.
Okay.
What if there's something like The Critic, which I saw on day one, but which Hunter saw on like day 6 or something?
So what will happen is like, so for instance, I'm going to start because the first movie I saw at TIFF was Zone of Interest. And after that, I'll go Floor and Sun. And then we all saw Floor and Sun, but I think like
I didn't.
you didn't see it.
Nope.
But let's say someone saw it on day 6, they can chime in on that, and then we don't have to talk about it on day 6. So by the time we get to like day 8 or whatever,
Yeah.
we won't be talking about many movies.
Okay. Because I know,
Didn't
I think
like 5 of us see Zone of Interest on day 1?
I think
Yeah,
so.
that was
Yeah.
fun. What a way to start off the festival.
So that was
Such an
one.
uplifting movie to see, you know?
My very first TIFF movie ever, The Zone of Interest. So let's do scene setting. 8 in the morning, I'm up, walking over to the Scotiabank Theater.
Wait, we got
Waiting in
breakfast
line.
first.
Well, we went to the breakfast first. That's right. I didn't even. do
That
the
was
food.
not at 8 in the morning. So at like 10.
So like 10 in the morning.
semantics, Tristan, semantics.
After an awards, well, it's not even an awards breakfast. This is a disaster, guys. We got So after this awards breakfast, we go and we see Zone of Interest. It's my very first movie of TIFF ever. And I'm in the P&I line, the press and industry line, and I'm looking down in the front of the road. There's the film Drunk, and I'm like, hey, look, I know that guy. We've talked before. And I look over to my right, and there's David Sims from The Atlantic. And I look over to my left, and there's Ralph the Movie Maker. And I'm like, what am I in right now? Am I in this YouTube right now? Is this like physical YouTube that I'm just like in right now? And then I see our friend Maddie towards the front of the line. I'm like, I don't even know what's going on right now. And I'm just like messaging Tristan this whole time, like, dude, like
It's the
everyone's at
Avengers.
the screening. Like everyone is at the screening.
It's the Avengers.
It is the Avengers of like YouTube personalities. Because I see Brother Bro and Oscar Extra walk up the same line, and I'm just like, this is wild. So, anyways, we all go and we sit in this theater, and Tristan's sitting directly behind Ralph the Movie Maker, and my seat's kind of broken, and I accidentally run into some guy's legs.
Oh yeah, you did have and then Darren took the broken seat, right?
Yeah.
I took it and then we kept swapping it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, so then we saw Zone of Interest. I think Tristan, you'd seen this before at Cannes, right? So this was your second time seeing it.
Yeah, Eden, Hunter, and I all saw it at Cannes. So this was my second time.
I don't understand why you saw it again. I like woke up and you and Eden were both like, "Oh, yeah, we didn't really like it," and then you were like, "I'm gonna see it again." And I was like, "Okay," and then you both recommended not seeing it, so I was like, "Okay," and so I decided not to go, but then I sprinted.
I took my own advice and didn't see it again, but I'm glad y'all liked it.
Hunter had such a glowing review. I'm like, you know what? I gotta watch it again and see.
He was a real friend for that one. You're a real friend for that one.
Yeah.
So, in my opinion, the Zone of Interest is I'm gonna also just like make it a curated list of all the movies. So right now, Zone of Interest is my number one on the fest because it's obviously my start of the fest. It's not going to move much throughout the rest of the fest. Spoiler, because it was one of my favorite movies I saw the entire festival. I think this movie's fantastic, but I totally like understand why this is going to be like the most divisive movie ever made potentially. Because like walking out of the theater, the buzz was just like, what on earth did we just watch? Like, when was that? I think Jonathan Glazer has proven himself to be one of our most interesting and diverse voices working in film right now. And this film was total proof of that. I mean, it is just a slice of life story about Nazis, which is incredibly weird to say out loud, but that's essentially what it is. You're just seeing these Nazis, planting flowers in their garden, talking about the news and the radio, picking like playing with their kids in the backyard as horrors are going on right by them. And it's not trying to even scream to you what it's about or what it's trying to say, as much as it's just sitting you in with this family and letting you understand that like they are physically not phased by the horrors that are going on around them, which I thought was so wholly effective. And it really stayed with me. It was one of the ones that stayed with me throughout the entire fest because I've never seen anything quite like it. And I think the biggest takeaway from this movie for me that I think should get nominated and probably won't is this sound design. And that's what a lot of people were saying. That it's incredible that the sound in this movie becomes a character within the film and a storytelling device. The movie would not work if it wasn't for what the sound does in the film. And there's a sequence that I won't spoil exactly the setup, but let's just say that you cannot tell if the screaming is coming from children playing on the playground or in the Holocaust. And it's one of the most haunting things I've ever seen in a movie. And it was like hair stand up on my back when I think about it. It's just like, it's haunting. It's an incredibly heavy movie. It's not like when we're like, oh, it's a Sunday brunch, let's go watch The Zone of Interest. But like, I was pretty shooken up
It's not
by
Book
it,
Club 2.
and it's one of my favorites of the festival. But also I came out of the film, and whenever we're all talking about it, it's definitely the one that's the most enthusiastic about it. So I'll pass it on to everyone else.
I have to head off probably, but can I tell my bad comedic relief about this movie?
Yeah, sure.
Don't see it.
And he cut out.
It was like, peace out, guys.
And then I was the only person who like left that movie. I thought everyone thought I left the movie for real. I was like so embarrassed. So like when I was coming back up the stairs, I couldn't find my seat. And then some person had like waved me down, like, this is your row. And I was like, wow, I'm really doing this during a Holocaust movie. Like, this is so bad. I just didn't want to fall asleep because I thought that was rude and I was liking the movie,
That's fair.
I don't know. Oh my God, I hope I don't get canceled for that. This is like a public podcast. I like the movie.
I mean, it's fair. It is a very slow and methodical film.
Yeah, it's just a slow beginning.
I mean, I think the whole movie kind of is. And the ending also got punched. Ending is a slap in the face. Goodness gracious.
Oh man.
Oops, frozen the elevator. That was a dumb thought. I am sorry.
All good, John. No need to apologize.
So thoughts on Zone of
Well, like I already talked about Zone of Interest a lot on the Can podcast. So I'm gonna like kind of throw it to other people because like my opinion unfortunately hasn't really changed too much. It's definitely one that I like appreciate more than I actually like myself. But yeah, I don't know, Hunter, you want to add anything? Because you like the movie a lot.
Yeah, it's still like I think number 2 or 3 on my list of like best of the year. I still love it. And I was firmly debating with myself, should I watch it again or see something for like I saw the Royal Hotel at the same time as Zone of Interest, and it was 50-50 between do I watch the Royal Hotel for the first time or do I watch Zone of Interest again because I really want to see that movie again. And I'll just watch it again when it comes out in theaters and be the sicko of the people are like, I'm gonna go watch the Holocaust movie again. But not for the wrong reason, but just because it's a really good movie. So it's a movie that has stuck with me ever since I watched it can, and it's the one bummer of going there where I have to wait 6 months to see it again, even though it's a movie that I pretty much thought about every day. and the score and everything about it. Just I really, I don't want to say enjoyed myself watching it, but I just was so
Yeah, I
enthralled
was
by
gonna
it.
say.
It's one of those things I can't say enjoyed, but I
Yeah.
really loved watching that movie.
Yeah, I'm excited to check it out because I've heard some things. Sounds I don't want to say it sounds like a David Lynch film because I think that's a very different type of weird, but it does sound like something that I would enjoy more than most people.
It's
Well,
closer than people
enjoy
anticipate.
in
Yeah.
quotes.
It's
Yes.
definitely closer
Like,
than you anticipate it being.
In the same way that you say like, well, I enjoy Schindler's List. It's like, okay, you don't really enjoy that movie.
Hmm.
Yeah.
You like it for what it is, though.
Yeah, like there's some catharsis in watching it, but you
Mhm.
can't really say you enjoy it. It's hard to explain.
You're more
Yeah, yeah.
moved by it.
Yeah,
Moved, yeah.
Yeah, that's the way to describe it.
it's important, but yeah, it's
Mhm.
And it is because you guys saw, not to jump the shark, Anatomy of Fall the same day, but two Sandra Hüller movies the same day. So
Hey,
this
finally
one's a
someone
very
who
different
pronounces her
performance.
name right too.
Yeah.
Mm.
So this performance is very much, well, barely a performance because there's really not really acting in that movie in Zone of Interest. It's kind of more just, I don't even know, characters or just people that are there, just regular people, which is the scarier part of it.
Yeah, that's the thing that I appreciated. I heard some people out of the movie have a take that like I would just like to dissect and think is incorrect. A lot of people are saying that they thought that the film humanized Nazis. And I was like, no, I think the entire point of the film is saying that evil exists within all of us. And it's this idea of like, evil isn't just going out and doing evil things all the time. It's people who live among us and who talk with us, and they don't live much differently than we do, but they have this one thing, which is a huge thing, which is like they're disregarding the murder of, all these innocent people right next to them. It's an awful thing.
Mhm.
But I think the entire point of the movie is a showcase of like, hey, look, these people, like whenever we picture and imagine like Nazis in our brain, we think of like these like big aggressive like people who are like whipping down people in concentration camps. But like this is showing us like, oh, these are people who like worked a 9 to 5 and that's all they considered it. And I think that makes it all the more haunting because it's just like, oh, these are just like people and they're performing atrocities and thinking of it like a 9 to 5 at Kroger's or something like that. And that's, I think, why the movie's so effective.
Mhm. It even got to me because there's like a domestic struggle they have in the movie between Sandra Hüller and Christian Friedel, and it was even getting to me where I was getting enwrapped and I was like, oh, wait a minute, these are Nazis, I can't be getting into this.
Yeah, exactly.
And that it's
Yeah.
literally part of the movie.
Mm-hmm. Even like man, not to like spoil the scene, it's hard, but like the sequence with the kids playing with the toys in his bedroom, what I'm talking about?
Mhm.
Where
Oh,
it's
yes.
just like, oh, like because it's just like he doesn't know, and it's
Nor does he care either.
yeah, nor does he care. Nor does he care. But he's been conditioned to not care, Like that's just what he's like. That's what he sees as normal. It's not that he sees it as an atrocity. And I mean, that's the stuff that'll like just have you continuing to think about this movie for a long time. I mean, I think it's a really effective film. We're not going to get into Oscar prospects too much because obviously there's another podcast for that. But like, I think
Happening
this is
tomorrow,
just a
buddy.
director play, and that's it. But regardless,
David Lynch, Mulholland Drive.
yes, that's
and
literally-
international
that's literally the
feature.
vibe. And international.
Well, that's assuming it gets submitted.
I think it will
would.
for
I think it
sure.
would. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there's some release date fuckery that's happening.
Interesting.
Like, I guess to explain this very, very briefly, the Oscars cutoff date for international feature, like the international submission has to be released in the film's home country before October 31st. And Zone of Interest currently does not have a release date in the United Kingdom. and the release date in Poland, the other country that could maybe submit it, is after that date, as far as I'm aware.
Interesting.
So I don't know what A24 is doing.
Tyler, did you get a chance to see Zone of Interest or?
I did not, unfortunately. I was really hoping to see it, but I spent my opening day seeing the other Sandra Hüller film, Anatomy of a Fall.
Okay.
Cool.
Which
Cool.
can I segue into that, or we still got some more thoughts on Zone of Interest?
I think we're good on Zone of Interest, but real quick,
Okay.
before Anatomy of a Fall, if we go through my schedule, I don't know why we're basing it off my schedule. I apologize, but right
You're the
after
host.
Zone of Interest, I saw Flora and Son, which is the newest John Carney movie, and it's just kind of adorable, and that's about it.
I mean, after Zone of Interest, I think that's what you need. Something
Yeah, no.
adorable.
It's the interesting thing because like it's my second film at TIFF. You know, it was and it is absolutely everything that Zone of Interest isn't. It is by the numbers. It is formulaic. It is pleasant. It is simple. It's adorable, and it made me feel really good, and I enjoyed it.
I mean, it's exactly what you'd expect from John Carney. It's no Sing Street, but it's precisely, a feel-good movie about outcasts falling in love with music. I think I described it on Letterboxd as a warm hug. Sorry for like jumping in and just starting to talk about it.
Go for it. Yeah.
I was at the screening with Brett and Tristan. And yeah, it's undoubtedly going to be one of those films that becomes a comfort film, like Begin Again is for me, like I know Sing Street is for a bunch of you. John Carney is great, and sure, it's a little derivative of what he's done before, but he's filling such a niche in the cinematic sphere that you really can't help but love it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was also at the screening, and I'm a huge John Carney fan. Like a lot of his movies, especially Sing Street, have had a huge impact on me, and that movie was kind of my graduation film. So it's one that I watched many times, and I feel like was one of like part of my own coming of age story. So that like I've been eagerly awaiting his next movie. And I don't really think that this lived up to what I was anticipating, unfortunately. I think it's cute, but I think John Carney has kind of gotten too comfortable with this formula. And with Sing Street, it felt a lot more genuine, and it felt from a music standpoint and from like a narrative standpoint, he was trying something a little different from his previous films. Whereas this just feels like a retread of a lot of what he's done in Once and Begin Again and Sing Street. And I don't feel like there's any new ideas here. And also I feel like some of the plot points just kind of like resolve way too easily. But that being said, from a music standpoint, I mean, there's some great songs on the soundtrack. And I really like Joseph Gordon-Levitt. I mean, he's one of my favorite actors. I'm a huge fan, but I really like him in this movie. I thought he played a really interesting character, and I like his the songs that he does with the lead.
Eve Houston.
Yeah, Eve Houston's really good in it too. It's cute, but it just, to me, it doesn't hold a candle to his previous work.
Something I find interesting about it is like I thought it was surprisingly R-rated.
Yeah.
Yeah, in a way those movies haven't been before. And I wonder how it's going to find its audience, because it could have filled the soccer mom era really well, but they're going to turn it off after the first 10, 15 minutes.
I mean, it's R-rated because of language, not for anything like violence or...
Yeah.
So...
And it has some kind of crude humor.
Yes, it's very crude.
That
it's
is
really
true.
crude.
Yeah.
Like extremely crude.
Yeah. And it's this idea of like, I'm just wondering like, because I think Sing Street and Once and Begin Again definitely filled the soccer mom void, or
Begin Again's R though.
Yeah, I was just about to say I watched that recently, but I never felt the language was like something like, I don't know, The Morning Show or something like that, where it just F-bombs every other word. I was gonna say, I'm super hyped for this film. They put one song called High Life out early before even it premiered at TIFF, and like the opening lyric is like an F-bomb. I'm like, okay, this is something different. And there's just like language in that entire song. So I'm like, okay, there with the R rating and whatnot, this is gonna be different. But to me it's this weird contrast of how is he gonna balance the R language tough, like I think it's set in Dublin, kind of culture with this story. Everyone says it's heartwarming and a warm hug and all that jazz. I'm still super excited to see it. But it's like what Tristan said, that it's formulaic because I've heard that this movie's a ode to his relationship with his mother. So that could have been such like a really personal story to dig deep into and really make his own, especially with like the music. But we'll see when it comes to Apple. Kind of, it sounds like it very hits that formula of Coda and Cha Cha Real Smooth of Sundance crowd pleasers. If you make a home at Apple.
Yeah,
100%.
Jared, you will love this movie. This is a very Jared core film.
I probably will. I probably will.
It's good. It's good.
Hunter and Tyler, did you guys see this?
I did not see Florence Son, and I've kind of been debating on whether or not I should see it, just because that's the thing I've been hearing about John Carney films is like if you've seen one of them, you've seen all of them, and I've heard some people say that that's a good thing, but part of me is like I don't know if I'd want that, but I'm still gonna check it out when it comes on Apple TV Plus.
Have you seen Sing Street, Tyler?
I have seen Sing Street. I love that. I thought it was very good. The only one from movies I saw was Once. That was okay, but I still enjoyed it to some extent.
Yeah, I think Sing Streets is like by far and away his best movie for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
It's not even close. Hunter, did you see Florence Son?
I did not see this movie, nor have I seen a John Carney film, so I'm kind of slacking on that department.
No.
Hunter.
Yes.
Hunter.
You can't see everything, not right away at least.
I guess so. It's
He's got a
okay
point.
because we'll talk about evil does not exist later.
There we go. See, I'll come around. You see, this is zone of interest. Evil does not exist. European pretentiousness. This is what I'm here for. I guess, well, Japanese as well, for evil does not exist.
So after Florence Son, I ran to my first ever TIFF premiere and screening where I got to clap to the Bovary ad and ARG at the piracy. I was so thrown off at that. I'm not gonna lie. The first time it happened, I was like, "What is happening right now?"
Yeah, it threw me off last year too when I sat down for Weird the Yankovic Story because that was the first movie I saw at TIFF last year, and yeah, it was same thing.
You got the Midnight Madness version, and that's the triple power version of it.
True,
That's crazy.
True, yeah. Hunter's got a point there. Yeah.
How was like because I didn't see it. How was Styx Musicals crowd opening night? Was that wild?
Yeah, I'd say it was. Yeah,
it was wild.
Mhm. Yeah.
Sewer Rats,
That's such a weird
Sewer
movie.
boys.
Once we talk about dicks, we have to get John back on.
Yeah, John's asked me to call him back in for, hold up, Gonza Girl, Dix, Boy in the Heron, Next Goal Wins, and Rustin. So let me know when you guys are going to start those, and I will text him and bring him back in.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
So Anatomy of a Fall is
yes.
So this had a lot of buzz on it because it won Cannes.
Palme d'Or.
And, it's now kind of favored as like a big Oscar potential. It's bought by
Been
Neon.
saying it since June, baby. It's been saying it since June.
Sandra Hüller,
Sandra
Hüller, given that performance. It's interesting. This movie starts and it starts with a 50 Pump song, and I'm like, what is happening right now?
50 Pump, what?
It's
50 Cent.
50 Cent, you dumbass.
50 freaking Cent. Do not disrespect the name of Curtis Jackson.
Even I know that. 50 Cent.
Why did I say 50 Pump?
50 Pump?
50
Lil
Cent.
Pump and 50 Cent?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I'm recovering from COVID right now, so
You need to clean up your room, Brad.
yeah, I do.
You confuse Little Pump and 50 Cent.
Anyways, it's weird. I was kind of thrown off by the beginning of this film until the incident happens, and I was like, oh, okay. So I think how that is effective in the film is that the character's memory of the event is fuzzy in the way that like my memory of the event was fuzzy, to be honest. And it created this weird disorienting feeling that I think was pretty effective. I liked this movie. I wasn't head over heels for this movie. I thought it was pretty good. I think Sandra Hüller was incredible and definitely the highlight of the film. I think the little boy is also very good and should be getting award recognition. I think he's great. Though he does do something to an animal in this movie that it's pretty unforgivable. That's all I'll say. Absolutely insane. But overall, this movie is a lot of courtroom scenes, and there's not much non-diegetic score or anything like that. It's just a lot of dense courtroom scenes of people talking, and it's interesting and it's nice. I guess hearing all of the buzz from this movie, I was expecting it to do a little more than it did. That being said, I still thought it was really interesting and that it was a good film. But that's about what I think about it, is like, yeah, you know what? It was good, but like it's not going to be something that stays with me in the same way that like Zone did. And that's just kind of where I am with it right now. So yeah. Do we have any other thoughts on Zone of Interest?
Anatomy of a Fall.
Brent warmed himself again.
It's okay. They both star same actress, so.
I guess I'll chime in. So Anatomy of a Fall for me, it was my first movie the whole festival, and wow, I feel like it started off with a massive bang. Or talk about starting a festival off with a huge bang. I think Anatomy of a Fall
much
was
like
that
The Husband's
me.
Head, you know what I'm saying? I'm sorry.
Head.
Hey, it was teed up.
Yeah, I think Anatomy of a Fall was absolutely fantastic. It pulled me. It was a movie that had me invested right away. Right as they started playing 50 Cent's PIMP, I thought it was, I knew I was in for a treat. I mean, I loved everything. How like the first half of the movie is literally just like it's like a Fincher mystery, and the second half is all courtroom drama. And I agree that Sandra Hüller is not only did she give, I think, one of the best points of the whole festival, she's like my number one lead actress of the whole year right now. And I do agree that Milo Machado Grainer, who I believe plays the kid, he's also fantastic here. Another actor I think that did a really good job was I believe his name was Antoine Reynolds, who played the prosecutor in the trial. I thought he was really good. I think the other main thing that stood out for me with this movie was honestly how well they did the courtroom scenes. Because like there's that one, because they have Daniel's first testimony, and I loved how you had the prosecutor and Sandra's lawyer, they're going back and forth, but yet the camera stays on Daniel. I thought that was really fascinating. But even though like the camera kept moving back and forth between the two lawyers, I thought that was really cool. And then of course, the argument scene later on, where it was Sandra and her husband. I mean, I think I can speak for everyone who says like, we could all, after the recording was over, like I think we all like could hear a pin drop. Like we were all like shocked as to like, by the ending of it.
That was easily the best scene in the film for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But for me, Anatomy of a Fall, I mean, I definitely see why it won Palme d'Or at Cannes this year. And I'm really happy that I saw it, and I got to see, its greatness. And I love Anatomy of a Fall, and I'm glad that I started it off with that.
Nice. Anyone else thoughts on Anatomy of a Fall?
Well, I guess Eden, Hunter, and I all saw it at Cannes.
Yeah.
I did not
Mhm.
double this, like I didn't see it like I saw Zone of Interest.
You didn't
in it.
double dip, yeah.
Yeah, because I feel like I got everything I wanted out of it the first time around. I really love it, or liked it a lot. I thought that it was a really compelling, kind of Hitchcockian courtroom drama, and I think Sandra Hüller gives one of the greatest performances of the year. And I'm very much on the Sandra Hüller train, so I'd love to see her get that nomination and maybe the win as well.
She's getting the nomination. I think she's still
Yeah.
second.
For
second
me,
place to
and she's
Emma Stone.
second. She's second for me. For Tiana Taylor would be number one for 1001. Still, I'm still holding that. Yeah, I'm still
Still
holding
ride
that
the
for
train.
me.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a gender neutral category this year because I decided to go woke, but go woke, go broke. Yeah, she's somewhere on my list for lead
Yeah.
performance.
Really amazing.
I do want to just give my little outsider's perspective. I do find it interesting that everyone says like, oh yeah, it's a lot of a courtroom drama, but the trailer Neon made shows a lot that is not courtroom. I think they only showed 2 shots of the courtroom, so I don't know if I know this isn't going to appeal to the audience that watches Avatar: Way of Water, like a mainstream audience, but whether I don't know if people
Neon
are gonna
is
be
really
like,
good at cutting their trailers, you know.
yeah, but you might not
Yeah.
expect to get majority of courtroom drama by that trailer.
I would
Yeah,
say
but
it's
it-
like 70 courtroom drama, 39.
Yeah.
Yeah. But also
Yeah.
the courtroom drama, like it's not like your typical courtroom drama. It's more like
Yeah.
analyzing like relationships and I don't want to go too into it, but
It's a character study, basically.
Yeah, it's more
Yeah.
of a
Yeah,
character
exactly.
study
It's
than
not so
exactly.
much about the mystery. It's just about, you know, the character, the woman,
Yes.
Sandra Hüller.
And I also think
It's-
that it's going to be
yeah.
something that is difficult for people with this movie, is that it is so not about what happened. That's all I'll
Yeah.
say.
Oh,
That's
no.
all I'll say.
Yeah.
It's more about it's about putting someone on a podium and getting to the core of who they are and
It's
the
kind of
mistakes
about
they've
how
made. And
when you're on
Yeah.
trial, it's not just you're on trial about what happened, but you're on trial about everything that you're about.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
And Oppenheimer touched on those topics as well. So that's the
Yeah.
year.
Yeah. I'm very excited for Anatomy of a Fall. I'm maybe more excited. It's like here. I think it's in my top 3 most anticipated behind The Boy and The Heron and Poor Things. And Saltburn's in that mix as well. So, you know.
Woo.
But yeah, very, very excited for it.
It's
Yeah.
good.
Me-
I don't
me and
want my
George-
muted response to be like I hated it. Like it's very good.
No,
It's
I
just-
understand.
It's not exactly what
I
you
mean-
think it's gonna be. That's all I'll say.
Well, I've heard about this. I've read reviews about this movie for months. I think I know what to expect going into it. I will say this: Justine Triet, I did not like the other film of hers that I've seen, Sibyl. Well, I shouldn't say I didn't like it. I think it's okay. But this one sounds like I might really like this one. Although I will say I thought I was gonna really like Triangle when I wasn't huge on the Square, and I gave Triangle a 7. So you know,
Triangle was so good. I love that movie.
it's
I like this movie
good.
more than Triangle.
It's good, but I don't know if it's Palme d'Or good.
Yeah.
I gave them
Me and
both a
George will be
7
here.
if that means anything.
Triangle, I
Decision-
gave a 9. I give this.
Oh
Decision
my
to Leave
goodness,
should have won.
man.
Decision to Leave should have
Triangle
won Palme d'Or.
rocks. No, it
Decision
should
to Leave.
not. Triangle's
Yes, it
better.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
No, it's
Decision
not.
to Leave definitely should have.
Decision to Leave. Thank you, Hunter. Decision to Leave should have won Palme d'Or.
I also agree that Decision to Leave should have won.
Yeah. But I got nothing against Triangle. I like Triangle a lot. So that one's for the TIFF People's Choice went to Cannes that year.
Yeah.
It worked out.
Hunter, what are your thoughts on Anatomy? Because you saw it at Cannes, right?
Yes, yeah, and I liked it then, and I would like to see it again when it's in theaters here, because I liked it, but there was like, it was the same. Well, not the same. Zone of Interest has that like there's something that just leapt out of the screen towards me. In Anatomy of Fall, I just felt like I was watching a movie the whole time, which I know I was, but like there's usually just an extra feeling you get when you're watching something great that everyone else is responding to, and I was like, this is really good, but I'm just not feeling it. So I would like to see it again, just to see if that was a one thing, because it was like my 5th movie on the second day, so like 10 movies in less than 48 hours at Cannes when I was watching it, so that could have done it. So
Here's what I'll
Yeah.
also say about Zone of Interest. I had a raging headache the whole movie because I had eaten that day and I'd watched 2 movies. So it probably does deserve a rewatch in that regard as well. Because like
Yeah.
it was a tough set for a different reason
Mhm.
outside of the movie.
And that's usually festivals as well. Where I watched Zone of Interest, and it was like my 7th movie, and I was like, okay, time to go to the next one. I was like, this is a movie I really should be sitting down and thinking about, but I just legitimately do not have the time for that.
Yeah.
And the same with Anatomy of Fall, where I was like, it was so tiring and everything, and you give it a little disservice to some stuff, but that's just the price you pay for seeing it all together.
So yeah, that was my day one. So does anyone else have movies on day one that I didn't see that we should discuss?
Well, I alluded to that I watched The Royal Hotel instead of Zone of Interest, which is very nice because everybody was lining up for Zone of Interest, so I could just come in. Just I didn't have to line up that early for Royal Hotel, and that was a movie I think respected but didn't really like. I definitely liked parts of it, but I feel like it's like an hour and a half, which is nice, but I think after 45 minutes, there's really nothing new to the movie. Even though I like the first 45 minutes and I'm okay with the continuing, I would like something. I would like it better if something else were to happen. So, and I think Kitty Green I have not seen her first film, The Assistant, but I think she is an amazing talent as a director. This movie has impeccable directing of tension and suspense and mood and everything. I just wished it would be used to a little bit better of a script, I think, for the most part.
Can
And
I
I did really
interject?
love. Yes, please.
Yeah, Ian and I both saw it too.
And then
Yeah.
I know you guys are much higher on it, which
I loved
made me
it.
feel bad when I was not liking it during the movie. It's like, damn it, this is what Tristan felt, or this is what I feel for Zone of Interest. I should like this more.
I feel like I'm somewhere in the middle of the two of you because I didn't love it as much
Mhm.
as Tristan did, but I think liked it a little more than you did. I'm really interested to see a female reception come out of this movie because I have
Mhm.
only talked to guys about how they feel about the movie.
Yeah,
And I've either heard
that's totally true.
I've only heard one of two things, which is either I was underwhelmed and, it kind of gets derivative after the first half, which Hunter, you're not the only one who I've talked to who said that, or,
A lot
oh
of
my
people
God,
say
this is
that.
brilliant. I love this. This is
Mhm.
fantastic. And I just felt, oh my God, this is one of the most authentic movies I've ever seen. I am
Mhm.
deeply unsettled and people need to see this. I don't know. The way that they captured the different reactions that women have to male attention and the ways in which even like the nice guys can still pose a threat. And the expectation of reciprocity for, people being nice. It's things that I've thought about. It's things that I've worried about. It's as much a cautionary tale as it is just a depiction of what real life is for a woman in their mid-20s, mid-30s. And yeah, I was I was deeply moved by it, and I think it's a very tough watch, especially if, that fear for your safety is something that you've ever grappled with. But I also think it's a movie that needs to be seen because we need to recognize and confront and renounce the kinds of actions that are happening within the second and third acts of the movie. So
Mhm.
powerful piece, not an easy watch in my opinion.
Mm-mm.
But I think it's important for people to see.
Yeah, very much agree. I wasn't crazy about Kitty Green's first movie, The Assistant, because I
Sorry,
felt
it's
that.
just Zoom call.
Oh, hey Alex, what's up? We're talking about the Royal Hotel, so you can pipe in if you want to
Alex
talk about it.
Helmer
Bro,
from
I love
the
this
head
car,
of
man.
Witness
This
Cinephiles
the
has jumped into
seatbelt
the chat.
tightens and everything.
I think he's watching a different movie right now.
Probably, yeah.
We're gonna go home first.
But yeah, The Assistant, I wasn't crazy about. I
Sorry.
thought that.
Oh yeah, 4642. Bro, what the fuck? Where did you come from? Alex, you're not muted. I'm so sorry. I forgot I wasn't muted.
No problem.
All good.
Delete that from the final recording, Tristan.
I will, or Brett will.
I kind of just want to keep it in, but
Yeah.
All right, Tristan, continue.
Yeah, I wasn't crazy about The Assistant. I think that at the time it came out, like it was very important to because I think it was one of the first like Me Too films where it was exploring workplace dynamics and gender roles in the workplace. But I felt that it kind of tiptoed around it and it didn't really explore those issues in depth. And I don't know. This one just hits a lot harder. I feel like she took a lot of the. I mean, a lot of people loved The Assistant, but it was super understated. Whereas this, I think, strikes a nice balance. And what I love about it is that I think, like Eden was saying, there are so many different characters in the film, and like the audience kind of like grows to trust some of them, but it's like each and every man in the film has their own agenda, and it's a cautionary tale. It's really scary, and I thought it was really powerful, and I also love that it was set in Australia, in like the middle of this deserted town in the middle of the outback, because it just creates this this feeling of isolation and this tension, that I think is really effective for the film. And yeah, I thought it was great. I really was impressed by it, and I thought that Kitty Green improved a lot as a filmmaker. So I can't wait to see what she comes out with next. And while I don't think this is an Oscar contender, I think with a bit more budget, I think she could definitely make something that enters the race next year, especially with like Julia Garner, because it seems like the two really love working together. And like Julia Garner is starting to have a narrative where like she won a bunch of Emmys and people want to see her transition more into film. So we'll see what happens.
Nice,
Yeah.
nice. I'll check it out sometime. I missed it.
Comes out in October, I think.
Sweet.
Mhm.
Yeah. it'll
Also
be out soon.
Neon, so
Yeah.
And so, what other films did you guys see day one that you want to talk about that we haven't talked about yet?
Eden, you saw The Critic.
I did see The Critic, and I know Hunter also saw it, but on a different day. So I guess we can both.
Yeah,
talk
like
about it now.
like you said, I think it was like day 5 or whatever. It was late.
Yeah.
They premiered that one.
So you guys were all in Zone of Interest, and I was like, well, I've already seen this and I didn't like it, so I'm going to check out the next thing that appeals to me. And not going to lie, I saw it 90% because Ben Barnes is in it, and I am a very big Ben Barnes stan. Suffice to say, he was great. The movie, somewhere down the middle.
Yeah.
I'm definitely a big historical fiction period piece fan, so it was always going to appeal to me, at least to a small degree. I also really liked the critique it had of the theater world and what it means to be a critic. I felt very called out as a member of the press and, you know, an avid Letterboxd user. I was like, ooh, this is how my reviews are going to be perceived. Obviously not.
We're much better than Ian McKellen, though.
Oh, yeah.
at least him in this movie.
We're at least a little nicer than he is.
Yeah.
I don't know. Ian McKellen is fantastic. My biggest problem with the film was that it felt like there were so many half-baked ideas that weren't entirely fleshed out. There's an entire subplot dedicated to McKellen and his relationship that feels timely and important, and they just kind of leave it at surface level instead of delving into it with the depth that it deserves. But aside from that, I think it's Gemma Arterton. Her character is unbelievable. I absolutely loved what they did with her in her arc. Ian McKellen, again, is fantastic. Ben Barnes is always a delight. And if you're looking for something that's a little angsty, a little twisted, and toes the line between drama and thriller, it's a really great period piece for you to check out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think like writer is Patrick Marru, who did like Notes on a Scandal, which is just airport trash of a movie, but like the fun version of that, where it's Judi Dench and Cate Blanchett just having so much fun. And then you have now here Ian McKellen just biting the material. I just think the director was not having as much fun as everyone else should have. It's a good looking movie, I think it is, and well done, but I just don't think just doesn't get to that extra oomph that it needs. So it's definitely one I'm like, if it comes out next spring opposite whatever Marvel movie, is like perfect counter programming right there. Just, you know, you can watch that instead and it'll be a good time.
It's also really dark, like
That's
thematically,
true.
but also visually. A lot of the shots
Visually.
are night shots.
Very, nighttime.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, so check out The Critic when that comes out to your local indie scene.
Mhm.
Okay, cool.
I got 2 more technically, but I know only Tyler can speak to this one. I saw Reptile day 1 as well, the Netflix movie with Benicio del Toro.
Yeah.
Which I thought was much stranger than I thought it was going to be, but not strange enough, kind of. It's got some just really weird moments at really weird times for just being a regular procedural police drama. and it'll throw in something just really odd every 10 minutes. Like there's this one moment where Benicio Del Toro gets like fixated on a touchless sink for like a couple minutes in the middle of this like
Yeah.
murder trial, and it's really funny. But then you're just like, oh, wait, what was that all about? And it's because the regular movie, the regular stuff is like whatever. It's just usual courtroom or not police procedural stuff, and then it'll do that. So I think for run of the mill Netflix kind of sort of prestige content filler, it's okay. So I think it comes out in like 2 weeks or whatever.
Cool.
Yeah, it comes out I think first weekend of October, and yeah, I thought same as Hunter. I thought it was okay. I thought Benicio del Toro was surprisingly very one note. Justin Timberlake I thought was kind of good. He was kind of the reason why I saw it, just to make my mom jealous. But yeah, no, I agree. I think there was a lot going on with the film, and it's which I would go as far as say like it was trying to do too much, and mainly more specifically like the editing and sound design of that film was kind of odd. I mean, it was I think it worked well towards the end, but for most of it, it was kind of shaky. But yeah, I'd say Reptile was okay.
Nice. A mild recommendation for Rep when that comes out.
Sure.
I guess. Yeah.
That's on Netflix, right? Pretty soon.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Netflix
yeah.
October 6th. Yeah.
There you go.
Mhm.
Oh, I forgot. I saw North Star that night. Don't worry. The movie sucks. Darren's not here, so he can't support it. Don't worry. Not every actor should be given a directorial debut. Sorry, Chris and Scott Thomas. This is not a good movie.
That seemed to be a theme at TIFF, to be honest. Except Anna Kendrick's movie, which did pretty okay, but
yeah.
Cool Man, that's another 2-hour podcast. Is that movie? Wow. The reaction.
Yeah, we'll dedicate. I'll let you guys talk about Pool Man, of course.
Yeah.
But like, North Star doesn't deserve it because it's just such a nothing bad movie. So move on. Like I don't even know if it'll ever come out, or if it will, but like if anyone will notice when it come out.
Also, when Darren actively dislikes a movie, you know that it's a rough time.
Oh no, he liked this movie. He liked it.
I'm talking
quite a bit.
about Pool Man.
Oh, okay, yes, okay, yeah, yeah.
Do we really need to talk about Pool Man?
Did you see
anyone-
Darren?
Save me for Pool Man. That's why I'm here exclusively to
Yeah,
talk
literally.
about that movie.
You gotta talk about Pool Man. You gotta talk about it.
Right,
just
did
get
you
North
see?
Star out of the way.
Speaking of Darren, did you see? Give it holdovers 3.5.
Wait, really?
What?
Yeah.
Means he gave North Star a better review
wasn't in
than
his
the
top
whole
10 of
North
the festival.
Star's terrible.
It wasn't in
Yeah.
his top 10. Yeah, I was very sad.
Oh,
Yeah.
He was very
wow.
quiet about it though. All of us were saying like best movie ever, and then he was there with like a 3.5. Nobody knew. So.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I didn't
Until
even know
now,
that.
yeah.
And I literally saw it with them and asked what he thought afterwards. All right, good on him though for being respectful. Because I think I said first, spoiler, that was my favorite of the festival. I think he just shut up right after that.
Extra shocking considering the Fablemans. He was like a huge supporter of that last year. So this
Yeah.
year he didn't
Yeah.
repeat.
Crazy.
Wow.
All right, well
I
we can
mean,
move on. Sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna say we will get to the holdovers and Pool Man.
Yes.
Any other movies day one people saw?
I saw a couple more.
Oh, okay.
Did anybody else see anything other than Dicks? Okay.
I'm gonna. Sorry, I saw Boy and the Heron, but we'll leave it till tomorrow, the next day, because that's whenever I saw it. So we'll just leave it then.
Cool. Okay, so the one that I saw before Dicks was I joined my family to see a soccer documentary called Copa 71. It is a documentary about the 1971 Women's World Cup, which was the first time that the female soccer teams ever played each other in a World Cup. It was funded and approved by FIFA and then almost immediately pulled back and completely buried by history for about 50 years. This is the first time that any word of it or any news of it has ever come to light. And women's soccer wouldn't come back into the forefront of the playing field for another 20 years after that event. So it was unbelievably timely, especially in the wake of, the whole craze of the Women's World Cup from this year. It's a very insightful documentary. I have no idea. I don't think it's been picked up for distribution yet. If it has, I don't believe it has a release date. But when it comes out, definitely keep it on your radar. It's an inspiring story, and it's something that I think any sport fan should definitely keep an eye on.
Sweet.
Yes.
And then after that,
I hadn't even heard of that. I didn't even realize you saw that.
Yeah.
There's so many movies that got like good reviews that I didn't even realize played TIFF until like afterwards.
I
Like
forgot
the
about
festival.
Reptile until like 5 minutes ago. Like,
Yeah.
Well, you don't really need to remember that.
Yeah, you don't even know that
It's
one.
fine.
I didn't even know His Three Daughters was playing the festival until the last day, and that movie got like great reviews. So there's so many films
Yeah.
where I'm like, what is this? Yeah.
For everyone's favorite movie, Mother Couch.
oh gosh,
Yikes.
Yeah.
what a
That's
movie.
So bad.
I have to support Taylor Russell though, so I'm gonna.
Mother
the best
Couch is
part.
weirdly enough kind of like, remember that movie The Humans?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
It's kind of similar.
That great movie.
like the type of movies
I
where
love The
color
Humans.
brown, then you'll love it.
Yeah, basically.
Me and
Yeah.
Stephen Cram are best friends, remember?
Yeah,
Oh,
true.
yeah.
Patted me on the
Guys.
back.
If you love couches, you're gonna love this movie.
Yeah, there's a lot of talk about furniture.
Okay,
I
we'll
love
get to
furniture. Oh, okay.
Oh yeah.
Just get
So
really
the-
passionate about furniture.
The last one that we all saw that day was Dick's, right? You gotta
Yeah.
call John.
I just texted
Unfortunately.
him.
Okay, hopefully he comes back.
John, come on.
So I didn't see Dick's. I decided to get sleep instead.
Good.
Apparently-
You made the right choice.
I don't
I'm not
know if
sure
I
whether
did
to
or
say
not,
you're
though,
missing
'cause,
out.
Like everyone's I've never seen like a more divided reaction to a movie than this
Mhm.
movie.
You would not
Either
have liked it,
people are
Brett.
like,
And
Yeah.
yet it
Yeah.
won
beautiful,
Midnight Madness.
it's a beautiful film.
It
And
won
some people
Midnight
are like, it's the
Madness.
worst thing I've ever seen. It's so interesting.
Yeah, it must have done well because A24 moved it to like a limited release and a wide release. It's going wide with Killers of the Flower Moon now.
Oh
So
jeez.
yeah,
No, I was
What
It
counter
won-
programming?
It won Midnight Critics. Won Midnight.
Midnight Madness
choice.
competition this year is either that or a bunch of kids for Hell of a Summer. So it's like, it's like
Yeah.
what were people like? People hated Boy Kills World. Like nobody had anything to good.
Or aggro
Wasn't
drip.
Dream
Or
Scenario
Aggro
Midnight
Drift like
Madness,
might have
though?
won like.
No, Dream Scenario was not Midnight Madness.
Oh, it wasn't? Oh,
beat
okay, so that's why it
platform.
didn't win.
There
That's
was
why it
that-
didn't
Dream
win,
Scenario was Midnight Madness. It would have won no issue, no problem.
Yeah.
People love that thing.
Yeah.
There was that movie about the
Peter
desert.
did a presentation for it, but it premiered at like 5 p.m. So
I wonder why they didn't put it. Was Dream Scenario like over 2 hours?
I think
No, it was like an
right
hour
there.
40.
145, I think.
I think it's
Oh,
just so
weird.
they could have Nicolas Cage. I
and
don't
what
know
was
if
that-
yeah.
it's gonna
It
be-
was
was that
never
Midnight
billed
Mad-
as a horror.
They had that Midnight Madness movie that was like close to 2 hours, right? The one with the like the woman in the car or whatever it was.
Oh, Naga?
Naga?
Is that
That
one?
one-
The
Yeah.
desert one, yeah. That one I think like I heard the best things about out of the
Yeah, I
any of the
heard good
movies.
things.
Yeah, that and the one that played the Saturday night.
I had
like the
a
final.
ticket for it and I skipped it to eat French onions.
Honestly,
I mean,
worth it.
Once we get to day 5, it's kind of business
Keep in
as
mind
usual
that
at that
this
point.
place is not an establishment that usually sells French onion soup. So the fact that someone
No,
purchased it at the establishment was quite the shocker to the
think
kitchen.
of
staff, I imagine.
trendy Gen Z dance area bar, but Brett goes to the French onion soup.
Iconic, honestly.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it was. I literally did it for the bit. I did not eat much of that soup.
It was also like 1 a.m., so I
Dude,
guess
yeah,
it was
the
fine.
bread
Yeah.
was gone, and there was still like an entire pot of soup there.
That was just absolutely wild.
But yes. No, but waking up the next morning, day 2, and just seeing my letterbox, it was only Dick's the Musical posters, but I think I had every star rating from like 1 to 4 was available.
Oh,
I
I
think it was
had
like
some
1
fives on
star,
mine.
3 star, 2 star, 2.5, half, 4.5. I was like, okay.
I can
So,
say one of those 2 stars was mine.
I think it was because I think it was just everybody here's review was on there, plus whoever else was there that night.
I think I gave it a 1. I hated it.
You
Yeah.
I was a 1.5.
Okay, so
I
none of the
bumped it
good
up
ones.
half a star after seeing Finest Kind, but we'll get to
Yeah,
that.
well, that's true. I think I know Darren was the 4 star, so I know. I mean, surprise, surprise. So
It's an enigma. I mean, I was totally on board with it for the first half hour or so. It was like so bad it was good for a while. I really liked the musical parody aspects, and then they delved into the parents and the sewer boys, and it just went off the rails for me. And I know that's what it hooked a lot of people in, but it lost me completely.
The Sewer Boys was the only thing I liked because it was so outlandish. I'm like, you know what? I respect it.
But the
I only
look
gave
of
half a star
them.
back
that involve
because
ham?
I laughed a couple times, but other than that, I would have given it would have been it was a 1 star from the start. 1 star from the
Yeah,
start.
same. I'm with you, Tyler. I almost gave it a half star, and then the Super Boys gave it like, you know what?
For some reason, the story is more complicated than like Borat, which Larry
Yeah.
also did. I agree with Eden. The parent stuff I really didn't like. I also thought the two main guys were very miscast. I didn't particularly understand what they were going for thematically there. And then I mentioned this when after we got out of the theater, and I usually don't mention this because it's kind of smaller, but the production design really got on my nerves because there's only like 3
Yeah.
locations in the film, and they all look really. It looks like a commercial, like a Sun or a Hyundai commercial or something. Like it's really distracting and really bad. But that's a smaller thing, but it does kind of wear on you after a while.
Also, the
I
ending
heard
is
we're
terrible.
talking about dicks.
Yes, John, share your opinion.
Yeah.
Wait, I guess I did interrupt. Do you want me to speak?
Yeah.
Yeah,
We
yeah,
all
you
we all
can speak
talked
now.
about dicks except you.
Yeah.
Okay, well, certain people just didn't get it. And I'm not saying I like fully understand the purpose of Dix the Musical, but oh, you can't hear background now? Okay, it's fine. Anyway, it's like the thing is, it's meant to be seen at midnight. It's meant to be seen with a fun crowd. Like, would I enjoy this movie alone on my laptop? Probably not. But it was just such like a unique experience to have as a human being, to see a bunch of people flash mob and stand up to sing a song about God being a slur, that like I don't know. I just feel like I've never experienced anything like that in my life, and it's so unique that I was just kind of enthralled the whole time.
Nice.
Hmm.
I will say,
Did you hear
10
the
out of
background
10,
noise, or did these cancel them out?
Not for the most part.
Okay.
You're good.
Did you air out any drama publicly just now? Okay, good. If anyone listens to this chat, I think they could hear like not the words, but like the. I'm sorry. I really liked it though, so I didn't really like it. I had a good time. I'm too scared to have an opinion about this movie at this point.
Guys, Bo and Yang, 10 out of 10. The song at the end, 0 out of 10.
I was
We'll
gonna
just leave it
say
at
I've
that.
I
heard about
hated
the
this
ending
song.
song and like, oh my gosh,
Yeah.
if like Fox News or something gets a whiff of this movie, it's gonna be absolutely hell online.
I just
He's
feel like they're
gonna-
not even going to.
Ben Shapiro is gonna is gonna speak a censored version.
I would like to
Aye.
retract some of my statements because actually I did think I'm not just saying this because of you. The one thing I did say was the ending in the last 10 minutes goes completely haywire in a direction I would never have expected. So I was a little bit uncomfy throughout that
Yes.
part. But I just really liked like all the musical numbers in the first half. Like they really like sold me, I guess, is why I was just kind of like, it's midnight, I'm here, you know.
Yeah, so dicks.
They won.
I'm so,
Woo!
I'm so shocked.
Oh gosh.
Wait, did anyone see Gonzo Girl Night 1 besides me?
No, but you can talk about it.
I didn't know it got mixed reviews. I guess I went into it like knowing literally nothing about it because I just decided to see it like super last minute, and I like Willem Dafoe and Patricia Arquette. And since I literally knew not even like the basic plot of this movie, like I just walked into the theater, I was like blown away by both Willem Dafoe and it's Camila Monroe, right? Or Monroe. Her performance was really good, especially because I've only seen her in Daisy Jones and the Six, where I feel like she's not given a lot of like work to really like have an in-depth character. So just like it's kind of just like a character study film, but like just to see it progressively get more tense is just I don't know. I was like entertained the whole time. And a lot of people said that Patricia Arquette's direction was like lazy or something, but I mean, I just didn't get a sense of that. I mean, it was pretty like, standard direction to me. But I mean, yeah, I think Willem Dafoe's performance is the main highlight in the film. And I also have nothing to compare it to though for context, because I know there's been other actors who portrayed this Hunter S. Thompson character. But I just had like a really good time. I thought all the comedy and the drama like was really well balanced. And I didn't expect to laugh so much about like kind of like a dark topic, because he's basically just doing drugs the whole movie. So I had a good time.
Nice.
I recommend it. It was probably one of my top 5 from the festival.
It's
Well,
high praise.
go see Gonzo Girl, based off of the Muppets, That's what I thought the whole time. I was like,
Do you work at like a Muppet ride or something? I had no idea. Like, is this
Yeah.
connected to That was a really bad joke. Sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm sure I told you this, but like,
Do you feel like you have to see it now?
yeah, of course, because it's a
Because
Muppet.
like you have an emotional and work related connection to the Muppets.
Yes. Therefore, I have
Okay.
to see everything that's revolved around the Muppets, even if it just has the name of a character. But when Fozzie Boy comes out, I gotta see that too.
I have one more annoying thing to say. It's not annoying, but even if you don't like Patricia Arquette's like actual directing style, if that makes sense, she does seem to be like a really good, just like on set director. Like this is so random, but she said it was like filmed in 20 days. She helped with a lot of the practical effects for the drug sequences. Like she would like hold up things, like to make the pasta look like it was moving, and she also like did the laundry for the cast. I just had never like heard stories of like that, and I thought it was kind of insane considering she's a pretty high profile actress, and they also gave her like no funding. So I mean, at least she was committed, even if you don't like the movie.
It's called
that's
budget
cool.
filmmaking, my friend.
Yeah, which is nice. I mean, it's better than paying and not doing anything for your crew, like a lot of productions, you know.
James Cameron.
For sure, she seemed to like actually know who she was working with. I know that's like the bare minimum, but like a lot of the people we've seen at the festival seemed a little bit disconnected from their cast or crew. I guess I don't know.
Yeah, I feel that. I feel that. So was that the end of day one for us?
Yeah.
Or-
Oh
It
my
was a long day.
dude.
Long day, guys.
Yeah.
Holy cow.
We were pretty spread out though.
Yeah. I feel like after that, like I think we watched a lot of the same movies.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Day two, a lot of us were doing trivia.
Yeah,
Yep.
but I did see a movie before trivia called The Boy and the Heron. So this is crazy because I had my ticket pull for Boy and the Heron the next day at 3. And I was like, I heard all of the big buzz. And I went, you know what? I'm going to need to see this twice. I'm just going to hit the P&I screening as well. So I woke up early and I got into the P&I line. And I was like, there, chilling. And it just kind of hit me where I was like, I'm about to see the next Studio Ghibli movie at a press screening. What is my life right now? It's crazy. And so we got in. They handed us these press notes. Look at this. Look how cool this is.
Whoa, you got that?
Oh,
We got press notes. Look at
That's
this.
sick.
You were in the same screening. How did you not get that?
No, I went to the one the day
Oh,
after with
dude.
Alex and Tyler.
Oh,
I was at the
okay.
damn premiere. They didn't give me anything. They said you're lucky
Oh,
to be here.
wow.
Shut up.
I got press
All
notes.
right.
But you at least you got to hear Del Toro speak about it. That's sick.
No, I was at the other one. Unfortunately, I
Oh.
wasn't the one with Del Toro. So I really got boned. Is what you're telling me.
You got fucked. You got morbed.
I was
Yeah.
in the goddamn top left balcony corner, which was not a bad seat, but I was like, wow, they really just did not care for me.
Wow. It's
Yeah.
wild.
Oh well. Cry for me. I'm so sad. I saw the premiere of a Ghibli film. Everyone should feel sad for me.
Get morbed.
I'm-
Me and George
Yeah.
over here, like we have
Yeah,
to wait till
very-
December. So
Yeah. Cry me
Yeah.
a river.
So anyways.
Unless Studio Ghibli leaks it.
Look, okay. This has been maybe the most divisive reaction to a Hayao Miyazaki movie I've ever seen at this point. But it's perfect. If you dislike it, you're incorrect. Okay, so I'm kidding. Kind of.
Kind of.
Kind of kidding. This movie's great though. When I watched it, I was like, "There's no way anything's gonna beat this. This is my favorite movie of the fest." And I saw The Holdovers, but we'll get to that later. But
You should probably stop saying that, my guy.
I like movies. I like being excited. Anyways, this movie has like a very deliberately slow setup. Yeah, I think I was talking to Hunter after I saw the movie. I was like, it kind of reminded me of like a Hamaguchi movie, and within the first like 30 to 40 minutes, it's like this kid kind of like processing his grief, walking around, talking to these old ladies in this like little cat, like this little boarding house, and then eventually you start to get swept into the magical world that Hayao Miyazaki can create. But what was interesting is like he grounded the movie so much beforehand to where it felt like everything seemed so germane to the story. in a lot of ways, he was able to ground this movie a lot more than something like A Spirited Away or Princess Mononoke. But I also think that's a reason why it's going to be harder for some people, because it's not just immediately taking you into what the movie's about. It's really taking its time. And it is Miyazaki not pandering to any audience whatsoever. This is definitely, as far as storytelling, his most art house movie, and this movie that takes the most time, and the movie that is definitely the most cerebral. This is a movie that's going to be hard to explain to people what actually even happens within the last third, because they're going for a lot. And it's incredibly ambitious. It's incredibly audacious. It's gorgeous. The score from the goat himself, Johai Shari. I can't pronounce things, but
Hisaishi.
Hisaishi, yeah. Hisaishi. Anyways, it's another stellar Studio Ghibli score. I mean, and the animation is obviously just breathtaking, and just there's so many sequences where it's just I had chills all over my body because I was like, I can't believe someone can make something that looks this good. Still, and it's another crying big swing at a tour cinema and hand-drawn animation that is also for an older audience, because this movie is tackling a lot and is dark and is in some parts even gruesome. And I loved it. I'm still thinking about it. I still need to see it again because it's so dense that even with 2 viewings, there's a lot to take in this movie. But I mean, I think it's one of the year's best films. Hot take, I like it more than Spider-Verse. It's my favorite animated movie of the year as well. So,
Oh boy.
Yeah, but
I'm joining you there.
Yeah. Anyone else's thoughts on this? Because I know we got some opinions here.
Yeah, I have some opinions. I love Hayao Miyazaki. I love Studio Ghibli. Like, I grew up with their films, and The Wind Rises 10 years ago. That to me was like a perfect swan song for me, Miyazaki, and it's my favorite Miyazaki film. And what I found so amazing about that, and a lot of his other films, is like he does explore a lot of like fantasy based elements, but I feel like a lot of the magic comes from the more slice of life elements. And with The Wind Rises, it was, outside of the odd dream sequence, there wasn't that many fantasy based elements. It was more grounded. And then this film comes along, and it does start off more slice of life, but it goes more into the surreal type imagery and that sort of thing. And I just wasn't as sucked in by the story or the themes as I was with his previous work. It's definitely like beautifully animated, and I love the score, but for me it feels a lot colder, and there's not as much to latch on to emotionally, I found. I don't know. I definitely want to see it again, but it didn't really strike me as something that I'm going to come back to a whole lot, and it's certainly like not one of my favorite Miyazaki films. Tyler, you're kind of on board, right? Like same.
Yeah. So for context, I am not an anime guy whatsoever. But I did enjoy The Boy and the Heron quite a bit. I've heard some people say that that The Boy and the Heron is like, it's Hayao Miyazaki at his most Hayao Miyazaki. But from what I've seen, from the little filmography I've seen from Studio Ghibli and from Miyazaki, I didn't pick up on any of that whatsoever. And what I enjoyed most by was because I don't mean to brag, but I got to sit like in the very front row, very center of it. So I thought that was fantastic. But Boy and the Heron, yeah, I agree. Like it's, I think it's a beautifully animated film. I think the score was also absolutely fantastic, too. I heard some people say that like it took them a little while to like get like invested into it. I was invested into the movie right away. Right as like, they had the opening scene with the hospital burning down and like, Mahit, what was the main character's name? Like Mahito or something like that, or Mahito, yeah. And he's like running down the street trying to get to the hospital. Like I was hooked. And I was hooked for like, the whole film. I will say I'm at an 8 out of 10 with it. My only concern with it is that there were some plot points towards the end where it made me scratch my head a little bit. Given like certain relationships between some of the characters. But other than that, I think Boy and the Heron is my second favorite anime movie of the whole year for me. The only one being it is Across the Spider-Verse.
Yeah, and most people are gonna agree with that too.
I've only seen
it's a
2
great
animated
film,
movies
but-
this year with so technically it's
I think that's exactly me too, and that's probably what it'll be. I'm not seeing Trolls World Tour. Don't worry.
yeah.
Has anyone seen
Despite the
Elemental?
trailers playing.
I did see Elemental.
Yeah.
I'm still Team Elemental. I know that's super
Well, yeah.
awesome.
What?
You have to
I'm
be.
Tristan.
You have
I'm
to be.
What?
Tristan. I'm with you too. I'm a 4 out. I'm still like at least a 4-star on that movie. But I know you're really big. You're probably more of a defender about it
Love
than me.
it.
But I still enjoyed it. But I still enjoyed the movie. I think it's too much hate.
To be
Elemental's
fair,
so
like
good.
Pete Doctor was like right behind me when I was watching it. So I'm like,
Yeah.
There's a
I was-
factor in 10 there.
yeah.
With Con.
And
I got it.
and
I
then-
got it.
And just the story of like it had very poor box office and then kind of rose and rose and rose. It's a success story in this day and age. So good for them and that team.
But Tristan, you were right.
One
behind
comment I
Rocket
forgot
Movie
to add
Maker for
about-
Zone of Interest. Why didn't that have a second?
That's
Yeah.
true.
You sat outside for 3 hours and all that, but no.
One comment I forgot to add about Boy and the Heron is that we were talking about this before we started, that I've only seen 3 movies before, 3 movies after TIFF, and 2 of them are Studio Ghibli films. Yesterday I had a Studio Ghibli double feature with Kiki's Delivery Service and Princess Mononoke. So
Nice.
I will say that that movie did do that. Boy and the Heron did do that for me.
Settle
So
down.
I will say that.
Two perfect films.
Real quickly, I'll say my thoughts on Boy and the Heron before we move on. Sorry, I don't want to keep everyone, but I think I'm more in Tristan Tyler camp where I liked it. I didn't love it. I thought that the main character obviously is supposed to be a bit cold, and I just didn't feel too much of the development, particularly towards the 3rd act, where my thoughts changed on the character and I kind of felt more for him. By the end, I kind of felt the same as I did at the beginning with him. And I hated the Heron. But other than that,
Yeah,
I liked
same.
the movie. And it's gorgeous as always. And hopefully Miyazaki, this isn't his swan song. He has another film or 2 left in him, because I feel like he can, despite the fact that I like it, I feel like he can go out on a kind of a better film.
Do you think that the Heron should be voiced by Danny DeVito in the English dub?
Yes, but I do hate the Heron. I found
No,
him
I think
annoying.
Willem Dafoe would be a better fit.
I can see that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was hearing a lot of DeVito, but I think Willem Dafoe might actually be better for the dub. The main kid's going to be Timothy Chalamet. Quote me right now on that.
Very curious what this
Look
English
up,
voice
It's going
has
to be Timothy Chalamet for sure. It makes too much sense. And then Hunter, what were your thoughts on Boy and the Heron?
I really liked it. My 2 animated films of the year, it's my favorite one. But the thing I love about movies, especially anime movies, for how few I watch, is the question of what's going to happen next. And obviously with an animated movies, anything can happen next. But then even you can go another level when you do go to a Miyazaki movie, because there's a lot of stuff that happens in this movie that I was like, I did not see that coming, and I really don't know what I'm watching, but I'm really enjoying discovering what's happening next and enjoying what I'm watching in terms of just production and everything about it. So that was the one thing I really walked away from, that I was like, I had seen something totally unique, and I don't know who or if anyone will ever do the same thing. Which, when you see a lot of movies in a quick time and some of them are really bad, this is one that this sticks out in you.
100%. Especially because it's this interesting programming for TIFF in general. They usually do have like a foreign animated film, don't get me wrong, like in their lineups every year. But this is like definitely the most high profile animated feature they've probably ever had. And in competition, you can definitely tell it's why it plays too. Like,
oh yeah,
played all the time, high profile director, and everyone like at least liked it, So Yeah. But yeah, it was like, so I forgot to keep up with my rankings right now, where we're at right now. Boy and Heron, Zone of Interest, Anatomy of a Fall, Floor and Sun. This would be kind of like where they're ranked right now for me. So yeah. But I mean, day two was a kind of less busy for all of us because of the league stuff. But I also saw Perfect Days that day, that night, which is new Wim Wenders movie.
Vin Vendors.
Yeah. So, and what was kind of a bummer is like apparently the day before he was just like kind of walking around talking to people, and he was gone by the time I went to the screening, and I was like, oh, it sucks, but whatever. Back in Scotiabank, the entire theater was so packed. And that was cool because I was like, this is a sold out showing to Perfect Days. Like, when are you gonna see that anywhere else? It's the People's Film Festival right here. Dang it. But Perfect Days, what's interesting is I guess I really didn't look too much into this movie. I just knew it was a new one, Wenders. I was like, yeah, I'm sold on that alone. Kind of crazy because like it's a Japanese film, and they were talking before the movie how Wim Wenders does not speak Japanese, but he directed this movie anyways, which is kind of based really cool.
He's a big Japanophile.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, like they talked about because like essentially what happened was they discussed that the writers of this movie were pitching a movie that was almost like an ad for a toilet company. And then essentially it turned into like, well, what if this guy just like cleans toilets and he's just like vibing and having a good time? They wrote this movie and then contacted Wim Wenders, like, you want to direct this? And he was like, yeah, sure, I'll do that. It's like moved to Japan for a little bit and helped them like direct this movie. And the final result is, and I should probably rewatch Wings of Desire in Paris, Texas. I love both of those films. It might be my favorite movie of his, which is saying a lot.
Oh, man.
But it reminds me of the way that I felt watching Petite Maman a few years ago. It is so incredibly wholesome. It is so cute. This movie is so cute. I just want to hug it. I just want to wrap it in a warm blanket and tell it's going to be okay. It is essentially about 2 hours of a man cleaning toilets and vibing. And it's about the different relationships he just kind of makes casually on an everyday basis. It's a very quiet movie. It's a very slow movie, and it is so cathartic in so many ways. It's, if you've ever had a job that's a regular 9 to 5, it is going to be healing in a lot of ways, because it's not a movie. It's interesting because it could have easily been a movie that was like a combination of capitalism in the way of like, oh look, it's like taking his life away because like he has this like mundane job and it's like taking him away from things. But instead it's kind of like a rallying cry to be like, I am living my life despite having this mundane, boring job, and it's not taking away who I am. And I thought that was a really interesting and optimistic way to approach the material that was different and interesting. The main actor he's so good. He should be up for best actor, but it's never gonna happen. But just so much of the film is just his face, like he's very quiet, but you feel every emotion that he's going through, and it's so beautiful. And there's so many wonderful just little sequences that make me all warm and fuzzy. So I loved it. It's top 3 of the fest for me. It's just right below Boy and the Heron, but it's right above Zone on my list. I loved it. So did anyone else see Perfect Days?
I think Tristan, Eden, did you see it back at camp with us? No,
I didn't. I slept in that morning.
Which was honestly a little smart too. I mean, I really like
It's like 8:30 in the morning, right?
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
8 a.m. like the last day, so we had like already seen 11 movies by then. I was like, yeah, it's probably a good call. Even though I really like that movie too. It's along with Zone of Interest, I think it's the movie I thought about the most since I've seen it, in terms of like, wow, I actually really like that movie. Because like 20 minutes in, you're like, really, this movie's all about cleaning toilets? And then 40 minutes in, you're like, yeah, this movie's all about cleaning toilets, and that's amazing. That's what makes it so good. And then like kind of like I say in quotes plot kicks in. I'm like, no, go back to toilets. That's the good part of the movie. So yeah, I think it is.
I like the plots that end up developing though, because it feels like very naturalistic to the story. It doesn't feel like you're just
Yes.
having to like throw something in, you know?
Yes. Yeah, no, that was one of my biggest surprises of the year. I really liked this movie. And I think I've only seen Wings of Desire. That's the only other Wim Wenders movie I've seen. So I was like another entryway into this film, even though I was initially very hesitant because I was like, well, I don't want to be disrespectful, but I don't think he's made a good movie in a while. And then once I heard this was really good, I immediately jumped to see it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And I
I know
think-
he's made like documentaries that people
Yeah.
really like recently, but this is like
Yes.
his first
Yeah.
feature in a long time.
Yes. Yeah, I was thinking
Mhm.
like narrative form. I was like, I don't think he's made a good narrative in a while. So,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
I was like, obviously, if you make, Paris, Texas, and Wings of Desire, it's like you still got it somewhere in you, and thankfully he got it. He got it this time.
Most
Wim
people are
Wenders is one of
agreeing
my
it's like
favorite directors. Yeah.
Yeah, most people are saying it's like his best movie in years. That's the
Oh, yeah.
buzz around.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And it got submitted by Japan for Academy
Mhm.
Awards, so I think
Which
probably
is
get in
great.
there.
Misses,
Yeah,
I would
you
hope
will
so.
see a
Again, yeah.
meltdown from me. If it misses, I'm going to absolutely break.
Yeah.
We're bound for one of those. That's the problem. Somebody's gonna get taken out.
Hopefully it's Green Border. I could. Apparently that movie's good, but I don't know.
I'd like to see it.
You played at TIFF. Did
Yeah,
anyone see
well.
it?
It's only so much you can see. Yeah.
Which one?
Green Border.
No, I wanted to, but
Okay.
it didn't play very. I played like once or something like that.
But Brett, I don't know if having not seen the movie, I don't know if it's gonna be better than Paris, Texas and Wings of Desire. Those movies are like perfect.
Yeah, no, and I agree, and I don't think most people will agree with that statement. I just how how much I like my cozy Paddington type movies. That's always something for me, and this is definitely feels that void of like, oh,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. And Hunter and I talked about like we had a discussion. Like we wish there was more movies where like just nothing happened in them, which is people vibing.
Oh, don't worry. We got another healthy dose of that later.
It's gonna be a great discussion.
Oh, yes. But I think Perfect Days is like the perfect Sunday afternoon movie. Like make some tea, watch this movie, you'll have a great time.
Yes, absolutely. I need the Criterion right now.
Oh, I would
need it
definitely buy
right
that.
now. Absolutely.
Hey, Neon has it, so maybe.
That's
Yeah.
true. I predict that to happen soon.
Yeah.
Like within the next year or so.
Ananda Fall is definitely getting a Criterion at some point.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I mean, they already made it for
So-
Triangle of Sadness, so yeah.
The Zone of Interest will happen too.
Kind
Yeah.
of surprised Teton doesn't have one.
Yeah, that's interesting. I feel like that'll happen at some point. If Del Toro's Pinocchio is getting on Criterion, I'm sure it's a ton.
Mhm.
Yeah. Anyways, that was my day too. So, does anyone else have anything they watched day two?
I
Eden
wasn't
saw a
part of
lot.
trivia this year, yeah. So I
That's
had
true.
a full day of movies.
Nice.
You weren't
I-
slacking like the rest of us.
Honestly, but your day sounded so much fun. So yeah, I'm not sure if I saw anything great, but I started my morning with a press screening of this movie called Days of Happiness, which all that I knew was that it was a French movie, filmed out of Quebec. Get this, it's about a female conductor, her fraught relationship with her cellist girlfriend, the ways in which she bonds with the cellist's kid, and the struggles that she goes through as she tries to conduct an orchestra playing Mahler.
Didn't I already see
Familiar.
this movie?
Tar.
I've already seen this movie.
Exactly.
I think I've seen this film before.
Yeah, unfortunately, didn't like the ending of this one.
Yeah.
Tar
Wait,
comparisons are
Very good.
gonna happen. Unfortunately, Sophie de Marais, who plays the lead, is no Kate Blanchett. Very few actresses are, and Days of Happiness is undoubtedly not Tar. They're similar, but the similarities only serve to make you long for Tar's potential. It feels like in Days of Happiness, every character is either meek or one-dimensional, and the lead is just abused by everybody around her. It makes for such a tough watch. The stakes are very personal, but that means that you can't really connect to the story as a whole. And yeah, honestly, the conducting sequences are amazing. Shot similarly to those in Tar. the sound design is beautiful, but I just kept thinking of what has been and what could have been. So definitely some missed potential there. And I don't think coming out right on the heels of such a critically acclaimed conductor movie did it any favors.
It's like they watched it, like based on what you're describing, it's like they watched it and was like, yeah, let's just do that again.
This honestly, it kind of reminds me of how The Wild came out right after Madagascar, and it's like, oh man, how do you compare?
The Wild, or how Land came out of came after Nomadland.
True,
To be
yeah.
fair, they're completely different movies. Like, this is very much about, what it means to have a toxic relationship with your parent and your manager, and how that manifests. And it just so happens that the setting is in the conducting world. But you can't not compare one to the other when
but
each
like,
of the
yeah,
details.
it almost sounds like that they tried to be like, let's tell Tar from the story of Krista,
Yeah, at least make her girlfriend a cellist. I mean, a flautist rather than a cellist.
Yeah.
From there, I went to a movie which I believe everyone else saw on a later day, but if you want to chime in here, go right ahead. And that's Anna Kendrick's directing debut, Woman of the Hour. I have a very unpopular opinion about it, which is that I was actually more disturbed than I was blown away. Again, I don't know if that's because of my lived perspective and how so much of it really rang true to the fears and the nightmares that I've had in my own life. But to anybody listening to this or watching this, please make sure that you know the trigger warnings before seeing this. Woman of the Hour from the promotional pictures. There's no trailer out yet, but it's a lot of flashy, bright colors. It very much leans into the groovy 1970s vibe. There's a lot of pink, there's a lot of orange, and it's almost played as if it should be a dark comedy. It is not. It is absolutely a thriller. It is a serial killer story. There are murders, there is sexual assault. Not all of it's graphic on screen, but you can very much tell what's going on. So make sure you're in an okay frame of mind before you watch this movie. I wasn't prepared for it, and I came out of it feeling very shaken. That said, Anna Kendrick shows a lot of promise as a director. It's absolutely brilliantly written. The lead performances are both, Zotero, who plays the serial killer, is absolutely terrifying. He completely disappears into the role, and there's a non-linear narrative that generates a lot of fear and a lot of intrigue, and I thought really added to the film. So from a craft standpoint, very well done. From a movie standpoint, just know what you're getting yourself into. That's the one warning that I'd give to anyone.
Would you say you found it like a bit exploitative?
It's tough. In the description, it bills itself as being a serial killer movie that doesn't focus on the murders, but more so focuses on the woman's lives before they were attacked. And that is true, but there are absolutely graphic moments. There's trigger warning. There's a very graphic strangulation scene. There are attacks where they slam people's heads into the floor. There is quite a bit of blood, and there are chase sequences that are very reminiscent of the kinds of stories that happen on the news in real life. And just knowing that this is a true story and seeing how easy it is for someone to take advantage brings up a lot of really negative and scary feelings. So I don't know, not explicitly exploitative, but under the surface, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I saw Woman of the Hour. I didn't intend to see it. But then I got tickets after I think you and Darren and so many other people had such visceral reactions about it, because it was the talk of the festival for a long time, especially those first couple days where there wasn't too much coming out. And then obviously it was bought by Netflix for $11 million, even like while in the middle of the first weekend, right? And it's and I don't know. I guess it's my kind of cinema in the sense that I like kind of feeling thrilled, uncomfortable at the same time. I don't know. It feels like Mindhunter, the TV show by David Fincher, if any of y'all have seen that, in the sense that it's very methodical, the way it goes about kind of displaying such gruesome kind of content. But I thought the real hero here, although the performances are great, Anna Kendrick's direction for me was mind-blowing for me. This being her first time, and especially seeing so many other actor directors throughout the festival, some succeeding, some not so much. She was completely the standout for me. And going back to the exploitative point, I felt it could have been even more exploitative in the hands of a wrong director. But the fact that she was able to pull back, there were so many different choices that she made. I'm like, wow, just the level of wit, the level of kind of experience that a lot of other directors need in order to display that. She does it in her first time. Like the way the camera pulls back in certain scenes, the way you see things through certain kind of through the frame in certain ways. For some of the murders, it's really, really well done. Specifically, there's a parking lot scene that will like leave you like, there was even one scene like a bird's eye from the top, like a woman staring up. I won't say the context, but I actually had to cover my eyes, which is really kind of, that should say something as someone who watches a lot of these kinds of movies. Yeah, and I'm really glad for her, and I'm glad that the movie seemed to be a rousing success at the festival. Yeah.
Interesting that this is coming from the woman who started the Pitch Perfect movies.
Yeah, definitely
Yeah.
not what you would have expected from Anna Kendrick, and especially if you like. I don't know. I watch a lot of interviews with her. I never would have expected her to go like more into the horror lane.
In a way, it sort of makes sense that someone can like appear to be like very different from the films they tend to make. I think a good example of this is who's a good example of this?
Like Jordan Peele, maybe. Like
a little bit Jordan Peele. I mean, I think his films have a lot of strokes of his comedy in it, especially Get Out. Maybe a little bit. I was gonna say David Lynch, but I don't know if David Lynch is a good comparison.
Anna Kendrick is the new David Lynch, guys.
Let's make that the quote of the day.
I can't wait to see her Twin Peaks. I mean, I don't know. I've definitely seen directors who are. I guess Scorsese could be one, because Scorsese seems a lot more like optimistic and like kind of, well, maybe not optimistic, a lot more cheery than the tone of most of his films. Maybe my perception is warped because of what his daughter posts of him on social media. So I don't know.
Yeah,
But yeah.
no, I know what you mean. I also think that David Lynch kind of has this like it almost feels like Mr. Rogers type of like look and feel, even though he like
I mean, David Lynch, like as a mood, like he has like his is like higher than most of his films, but at the same time, like you can definitely tell he's an interesting dude.
Yeah. I saw Woman of the Hour with Alex and Tyler. We all saw it together.
I got you tickets, Brett.
You did. Oh, I still have to pay you back for that too.
No, you're good. Don't worry about it. You didn't like it, so I won't make.
Yeah, this spoil it. I didn't like it. So I'm definitely on the minority on this movie for sure. So let me put that aside. I know. I think this movie is a structural mess. I think this movie has really no aim. I think Anna Kendrick is promising as a director. The sequence that people have been talking about already in the parking lot is so well done, so assured. There's a sequence at like a dinner afterwards too. So great, so tense, so just like the rest of the movie to me feels so theatrical that none of it felt real to me. I always felt like I was in a movie theater watching someone present this story. The movie kind of has this non-linear approach where it'll cut to like a situation that happens with the serial killer and then the game show and then a situation with the serial killer, and then one of those kind of comes back later, but some of them just don't. You just see random murders for no reason. It felt like a weird way to pad the runtime to me and kind of be flashy for no particular reason. And it took away to the game show aspect, which I thought was fun, but kind of lacked something. I really think if you spent more time and the actual game show portion and kind of built that out, you could have had something that was really intriguing and really even thought provoking in a way. But for me, everything just felt a little too rushed and theatrical for me to really buy any part of it. Again, outside of the parking lot scene, which just feels like it was from a different movie, in my opinion. So overall, it was like my first disappointment of the fest, to be completely honest. But it is what it is. Most people have liked it, so you know. But I know
Yeah.
Tyler, you saw it too, so
I did. Yeah. I'm with Alex on this one. I enjoyed Woman of the Hour. I could definitely, there were some parts where I could tell, this is a directorial debut, but at the same time, there were a lot of moments where it went into a direction that I did not think it was going into, and it was because of his directorial debut. I think Anna Kendrick is phenomenal, both in front of and behind the camera. I think I would honestly, I think the safe way she would have gone with telling the story is by showing all of Ronnie's kills first and then cutting to the game show. I found it very interesting to go back and forth between his killings and game show. I think that like adds up to like how dangerous of a man Ronnie Alcala is, and like what Alex said, I think the real MVP here is Daniel Zavato, who plays Rodney Alcala, the killer. I think he's fantastic. His performance is truly terrifying, and I would even go as far as say it's definitely one of the best performances I've seen throughout the whole festival. If I had to nitpick Woman Hour on one thing, I would say that it wasn't long enough. It was too short. It clocks in about 90 minutes. I kind of wish it was a little bit longer. But yeah, I mean, I don't have much to complain other than that.
yeah.
Woman of the Hour is a lot of fun, and so it was a big nice surprise.
Real quickly, I totally understand why you wouldn't like it. I actually, when I was sitting next to Brett, I knew he wouldn't like it. I think I've gotten to the point, Brett, where I know you, where I know certain movies you'll like and won't like.
Yeah.
But the nonlinear structure worked for me. But I would say for the first half, and I think a lot of what we're talking about in terms of positive scenes in the film were in the second half. The first half, I really wasn't too into it. And I felt there was one, because again, when you're doing nonlinear, all of them have to work in order for the entire product to come out as satisfying. And there's one with the cops that I feel like is so derivative of other movies. And I think we talked about this afterwards, and it just like the place it goes is very predictable, and the entire thing just feels kind of shoehorned in, like you said, to fill the runtime.
Well, to me, it just felt like, because I'm completely fine with nonlinear structure in film, obviously. I think it can be really effective. But for me, what it felt like is you'd be building up momentum for a scene, and it would just stop and go to the next scene. You start building up momentum for a scene, and it would stop and go to the next scene. It never really felt like it just kept like there was rising action, and there was never a climax, up until a certain point. And so after a while, it's just like, well, I'm unengaged in this because I haven't gotten anything from it yet. Yeah, so that's just me. And then Eden, was there anything else you saw day 2?
The last thing I saw was American Fiction, which I was with Tristan at, and
Which won the award.
We should talk a lot about that one because it is
Exactly,
our
yeah.
choice winner.
So jealous.
Yeah.
I'm
Who
so
else?
angry.
Hunter, did you see American Fiction?
No, it proves that you can watch 30 movies and still miss the People's Choice winner.
Wait, did you see Woman of the Hour?
I did on the final day because my choices were Pool Man, Wildcat, or Woman of the Hour, and I was like, well,
Yikes.
it's a pretty easy
Okay.
choice now.
What did you
Yeah.
think of Woman of the Hour?
I am probably somewhere in the middle of all you guys. I think all of Brett's, I don't want to say complaints, but like what your notes is what I was thinking, but just to a lesser degree to it. I think it is a very impressive directorial debut considering the other debuts we saw, or actor directors we saw there. And when I saw it got bought by Netflix, I was like, oh, that's nice. And then I saw the movie. I was like, actually, this is the perfect like Netflix movie that they bought. Where a lot of times where I see Netflix buy something like Hitman, not to spoil, I'm like, oh no, but this is one I actually think is going to do really well on Netflix. I think it fits that market and is actually a really better film than most Netflix movies that are fitting that market right now. And I think it's a movie a lot of people should be seeing. So,
and there's a huge like draw for like true crime type films and television shows on Netflix in particular. So I feel like it fills that niche and like it could actually become a hit.
Yeah, and this
100%.
yeah, like most of them are exploitive or just crap, and this one's actually pretty good and not exploitive. So I was like, okay, good. This is a quality movie that is going to the right market. So
Mhm.
it's happy endings there.
American Fiction. Whoa, I
Yeah,
can't believe it
take it
won.
away.
That's weird. That's really weird that it won. I
Yeah.
think
Yeah, that
Alex,
surprised me.
like a few days before the fest, Alex, you were like putting what would be everyone's favorite movie, and you put American Fiction. I don't know if it was like a joke or something like that, but it wasn't my favorite, but then it ended up winning. So definitely I don't know, surprised by that. But yeah, I don't know. Eden, do you want to go first?
Sure. I mean, our audience was absolutely eating it up. We were at the world premiere, and so tons of laughter, tons of clapping, lots of like outrageous applause. I wasn't the biggest fan of it.
Yeah, me neither.
Rewind. Okay, so American Fiction is a social satire about a guy who is fed up with the fact that so many Black stories on shelves are exploitative or falling into racial stereotypes. But his book, which is about his personal experience, is not selling. So he decides to make up a fake persona and craft a book that basically runs into every single one of those stereotypes and finds immediate success. And so it's a critique of, the what we call inclusivity and how it's really disingenuous and how it can be more inclusive in media, in film, in publishing, and all those spheres. I thought that discussion was absolutely brilliant, and it's actually such a great satire, such an important message. The problem is there's a family subplot that runs alongside that, and that is where the film falters. It's never really fleshed out. It runs into some decisions that I was a little baffled with. And then it goes for a shock ending, kind of in the vein of Weird Al last year, that completely upends the entire film and dampened my enjoyment of it just a little. So from a theme perspective, I think it's brilliant. I can absolutely see why so many audience members latched onto it. I think it's quite satirical that, it's a predominantly white audience voted this People's Choice. I think that's playing into exactly what Cord Jefferson wanted. Jared looked like he had something to say.
I told Brett this earlier, but I also find it funny that a Canadian Film Festival gave the People's Choice to a movie called American Fiction too. So there's just irony. Yeah.
I think there's a really interesting discussion that can be pulled out of that. And I'm looking forward to seeing, what how larger audiences connect to this film, because I think it could have a really strong audience appeal, and I'm really interested to see, how it plays in the awards season now. But yeah, Jeffrey Wright's fantastic. Sterling K. Brown's the standout. And Tristan, I'm really interested to see what you say about this.
American Fiction, yeah. So I went into this movie thinking it was a biopic on Thelonious Monk, the jazz musician, because that's what the character's name is. I think everyone did, and it's not what this movie is at all. It's completely different. It is a social satire. It's somewhat of a crowd pleaser, although not the type that typically wins People's Choice. I feel like it's a lot darker, and the main character, while he is lovable, he's a complete cynic, and that's not the kind of characters that often front films that win People's Choice. So it was really interesting that this won. Especially over The Holdovers, which I feel like is such a more cohesive film and one that has broader appeal. But American Fiction brings up some really interesting points that I don't think have been fully explored in this way in a lot of films. And I definitely think Cord Jefferson, I mean, he's worked on shows like Succession and Watchmen. He's definitely successful in the TV landscape, but I feel like he definitely has a future in film. But it does feel like two separate movies. This family subplot takes up a large portion of the film, and it's a lot more dramatic leaning than the main story, but that dark comedy is infused into it, and it's not funny. Like, the jokes don't land there, and it's completely separate to the main plot. Like, they don't even try to tie it in. So it does feel like two separate movies. It feels very sloppy from a structure standpoint. And honestly, like, the film, while it does bring up these ideas, I feel like it feels more like a thesis statement than like an actual narrative feature. it's just like a handful of good ideas that don't really fully come together. But Jeffrey Wright, I mean, he's always fantastic, and I think this is a really meaty role for him. And I also Sterling K. Brown, now that the film is in the awards conversation, he's the kind of actor who I feel like should have an Oscar nomination by this point. I mean, especially for Waves. So I feel like this could be his opportunity, but we'll see. But I liked it. I didn't love the film. I think it's a bit of a mess, but it's very interesting that it won People's Choice. I did not expect that whatsoever.
Oh man, as a This Is Us fan, I'm happy Sterling K. Brown gained some talks, gained some mentions, and then I won't spoil it by writing a review on what his character's arc is. I'm so excited for that to see what he does with that. Yeah. And then Jeffrey Wright, I don't know if anyone else has seen Angels in America. He was great in that in 2003, and even his small role in Asteroid City, he's definitely one of my favorite actors. And to have now he has this like leading actor role, I'm super excited. The only sad thing about all this is now MGM is probably not going to value Saltburn a lot more this award season. This was probably the last, the bullet that probably killed it. So we're sad about that, but whatever. Maybe I'll make up somewhere.
It's a different like team, right? Because I think Saltburn's under the Amazon umbrella, whereas like MGM is specifically like.
I think
but they're both
now
MGM. I don't know.
I think now the campaigns are under one banner.
Oh, are they?
I think
because I think it's the same
announced
for your
recently,
consideration site.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought Saltburn was exclusively Amazon. Like it was gonna.
Well,
It's-
it has
it's
the
MGM.
MGM logo in the trailer, so. I
Oh,
don't know.
okay, interesting.
I will say this anecdotally, speaking to the TIFF People's Choice thing. I know I what you and Brett have said, where it's like, I didn't hear that many people talking about it at the festival, and I'm not going to dispute that because that's your experience. I'm not going to dispute anybody's experience. But I know Maddie, a friend of the show and the Golden Horses show. He saw a press and industry screening of the movie, and he said that he had never seen a press and industry screening go that crazy for a movie at Toronto. So I think, and I definitely did hear people talking about it even before the movie premiered, like, this might be really good, guys. You know, this movie might be really fucking good. So in retrospect, I guess I'm not that surprised. I am curious though, how much of a surprise was it when Room won People's Choice back in 2015?
It was a pretty big surprise. Although that movie was
Okay.
Canadian, so I feel like
I mean,
it was
Canadian, whatever, you know, like it kind of feels like that a little bit.
I remember
Because,
everyone thought
yeah.
Spotlight was gonna win. That was my first year. Spotlight or The Martian were the two, and then Room kind of came out of nowhere.
I see. That's kind of like what people compare it to with Room.
Yeah.
I'm very interested to see the movie because I mean, I think it sounds very interesting, and it's, you know, I'm saying this as a white person who is you know, going to probably play into many of these tropes as that the movie is critiquing, you know, in regards to, you know, white people's reception of black art. I think though, I have heard some people of color who are artists, filmmakers and authors, whatever, talk about something like the themes that people talk about. I've heard like artists of color talk about something very similar. To give an example, I'm an occasional reader, and I read among a few novels of the same author a book called Little Fires Everywhere, which turned into a miniseries with Reese Witherspoon that sucks, but the book is great, by an author named Celeste Ng. And I've listened to interviews where she talks about like, everyone compares me to these other Asian American writers, but I am writing something that is not specific to my experience, specifically with Little Fires Everywhere. I'm not talking about her other books. And I don't want to misrepresent what she said, but something to the effect of like, I don't want to always be compared to other Asian writers. I like to be compared to other writers, just in general, right? I feel like that's kind of, maybe I'm misconstruing it a little bit, but I feel like that's kind of something that sounds similar to what this movie is trying to talk about.
No, definitely. That's I think you hit the nail on the head. That's exactly what this film is going for.
And I think like it could end up being a interesting diversion for like an Academy movie to be kind of this broad social satire comedy that's not Adam McKay.
Yeah,
to
exactly.
get in and do stuff, So I don't know. I think it could be an interesting thing for them to. It's a unexpected award season contender for sure. Which
Yeah, does
that-
not feel like one, so it's interesting.
And honestly, like awards prognoses aside, I think it's a conversation that needs to be had, and I'm really glad that this movie exists. Cord Jefferson, in his Q&A was really passionate. He said it's experiences that he's gone through, and I think it's really fantastic that these kinds of conversations are being brought to the forefront, especially now with the movie as the People's Choice winner in the cultural conversation. So really interested to see how this impacts filmmaking and really media going forward, because I think it could have some really profound impact on the kinds of stories that we create from here on out.
Yeah, totally. Well, cool. And was that the end of day 2?
Oh,
I can't believe we're only okay. We have to speed up a bit.
Yeah.
One more, no.
Well, I do agree. We don't have to speed it up, but we have to devote time to
It's
the
true.
worst movie we saw at TIFF.
Not you.
Which is-
No. Be careful with that.
Well, okay, sorry. The worst movie I saw at TIFF, because you really saw some other ones. Finest Kind. What a not even the best, the most mediocre movie of 1993 in 2023 is what it is. I mean, Brian Helgeland at the Q&A, or not even before the movie started, he said he wrote this movie 30 years ago and he finally got the courage to make it now. And I'm like, I bet he wrote this 30 years ago and never touched it since, because it feels like it's a 90s movie and not even a good one. I'm gonna, and Jenna Ortega said ask for this part, and I am pretty sure she had a gun to her head when she was asking for it, because this is a terrible character she's playing. I don't know what she was asking for. It's the usual thankless girlfriend role that does absolutely nothing, and I only because it's Jenna Ortega do you even resemble a person. So yeah. Alex, you can go. You probably got more as well. This is how we bond sometimes. You gotta watch some crap.
That was a good experience, especially seeing you write down things in your notebook whenever something really stupid happens in the movie, and being.
I was getting my. This is the only.
I know exactly what he's writing about.
This is the only movie I wrote more than one page of notes on, and it's for the wrong reasons, because I was like, "Holy shit, that was bad! Oh my god, that was bad."
Oh my gosh, this movie is unintentionally hilarious. The music choices, it's everything. Carter Burwell does the score as well, and it's almost like 3 different scores at the same time. It goes from like country to like Boston crime thriller to like Hallmark movie. And that's not even talking about like the third party music they use. That's just the score. Jen Ortega's terrible. The role gives her no favors. It's like she's like having sex with her boyfriend while like asking him about like a community college essay. That's actually like something that happens. Like that actually happens.
And that's her independent moment in the movie where she is like her own character, and she's like,
no, literally the only like her only motivation is, oh, I need to go to community college, but I also don't want to go to community college. What should I do? And then
she needs her boyfriend's approval to go. Not approval,
I know,
but like his like she's like, should I go? And I was like, I thought you were an independent woman. You just said that a scene ago. Why are you asking this man?
It's like, and again, it's
stupid man too.
It's that 90s thing like, where the main kid who it's the same guy in Royal Hotel. The dude who connects with what's her name? Julia Garner's character. So it's that guy. He's actually Australian in real life, which I didn't know. But he's really bad too. His entire arc as well, very 90s esque, like we mentioned, is basically him like deciding whether or not to go to law school. And his dad's like, "Oh, why are you a fisherman? You got to go to law school." Like, and they mention like specifically Boston University Law School. It like to a point where you think it's an advert for Boston University Law School. And like I've been in their campus. It's a really nice campus, but come on, guys, let's settle down here.
Yeah.
And the
I think
only
this was
bright
made
spot-
after Goodwill Hunting.
Yeah.
This is Goodwill
Yeah.
Hunting, the bad version.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Only bright spot is Tommy Lee Jones.
Yeah, I guess.
Who's like an 80-year-old man, and you realize like more than halfway through, you're like, wait a second, I want a movie about this 80-year-old man more than anyone else, any of these youngsters in this movie. There's even like a Fast and Furious section of the movie. There's an end scene where you think they go like I won't spoil it, but it turns into a Fast and Furious movie at points. And then it made it even worse because Brian Hedgeland was there, Oscar winner for one of my favorite movies ever, LA Confidential. There was a huge Paramount section making a ton of noise in the audience as well. And as the movie went on, I'm like, hey, where's the noise, guys? Come on, where's the clap? Make more noise.
Well, there was
you were so
there was a
happy
few
before the movie started.
Yeah, there was a few moments where people laughed, and I was like, I don't think we're supposed to laugh at this. Actually, like there's a few lines that are like, wow, that was bad. So, yeah.
But yeah, a disaster.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll chime in on here too because I also saw Finest Kind. Yeah, I was not a fan of it either. I do agree. Like the script does feel very aged. Like you could tell this was written 30 years ago. I personally didn't mind Jenna Ortega. I thought she and Tommy Lee Jones were like basically like the only good things about this movie. But other than that, you could tell like its heart was not in the right place, and especially I feel like the first half was like a straight up drama, and then like halfway through it's suddenly like a flip switch and it turned to some crime thriller, and I felt like that was I felt like that was a little bit unnecessary. But yeah, I'm with Alex and Hunter. I was not a fan of Finest Kind, and like they saw it before I did, and they were like, Tyler, what are you doing? Do not see this movie. And
yeah.
But we said the same thing for Pool Man too.
Yeah, you did that.
You didn't take our advice after Finest Kind.
Yeah.
You saw Pool Man after.
We all saw
Okay, well,
fingernails.
Okay, I'll say my thoughts for Pool Man when we get around to it. But you'll see. I'll say my case.
Also, if you don't know what the word finest kind means, don't worry, because the movie will literally explain it like 50,000 times. So don't worry.
Yeah. The best scene is when they the change between drama and we'll say crime. That scene is probably my favorite scene of the festival because it was so bad. It's so funny. So yeah, at Paramount Plus original, people. This is what Taylor Sheridan's funding, guys.
Yeah. As he should, you know, as he should.
I'm sure.
Is there? Do you think it'll be a hit with boomers though?
I don't know. I mean, there is some kind of crappy macho message to it, but sure, they could eat it up. I mean, you know, they can have it autoplay after episodes of Yellowstone, and it'll probably break viewer records. Honestly, at that point, it'll be like Netflix. So like, it's our most popular movie. It's like, yeah, sure, whatever, because it's the only one. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the only movie on Paramount Plus.
Yeah.
What do you mean? You haven't heard of At Midnight starring Monica Barbero?
Oh no.
Dude, you just said word salad right there. I have no idea what you said.
That movie Infinite with Mark Wahlberg that came out last
Oh,
Yeah.
well,
The
Good Burger
iCarly.
2.
The iCarly reboot.
Yeah, the iCarly.
well, that's a show. That's a show. That one
Well,
gets a
not the movie.
pass.
I actually was watching iCarly Victorious yesterday, so don't watch
Wow.
Finest
Nice.
Kind. It's real. Let's go back to the glory days.
Yeah, honestly.
So now are we getting
Move
the big
on now.
three?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Move on.
Saturday.
Move on.
Let's go.
Woo! Yeah, we're on Saturday.
How long this is
We could speed it up. Don't worry.
Okay.
Yeah.
We just had to talk about that crap though.
Like,
I
too
haven't
many
even
good
gotten
movies.
to my 5 movie days yet.
I don't
Yeah.
think Eden and I have that much to say about Montero, a Little Nas X story, so we can skip
Oh,
some
I'm
of this.
surprised that you don't. So that Monday I saw Boy and the Heron again. We already talked about it. Cool. Still great. After that, I saw a movie called Dream Scenario. So what was interesting about this is when I got the ticket, it wasn't like a huge ticket to get. Like they're like, yeah, we still have stuff available for Dream Scenario, and I was like, weird. It's Nicolas Cage. It's A24. I feel like this will be a thing, you know. But gradually the buzz on this movie kind of got bigger as the night approached, because like Nicolas Cage was in attendance, and people were like, yeah, you know what? This could be like, you know, people were talking about like, is this like the next like being John Malkovich or something like that? And like, okay, I mean, it's the interesting thing I think about a festival circuit is like, this is the premiere of this movie. Like, none of us knew what this movie was. Like, the trailer just came out today, you know. So like, what's the Dream Scenario? Nicolas Cage, and it winds up being a really wonderful little movie. This is probably the best utilization of Nicolas Cage on film in years. I wrote on my letterbox log that this is what I wanted the Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent to be, because it fully utilizes Nicolas Cage's persona, but in an interesting way. He's absolutely fantastic in it. He's got such great moments. The movie's incredibly funny in a very smart way, but also very creative. I believe that the director has a huge, huge career ahead of him. It is so well helmed. I mean, and it's smartly edited, shot, written. I mean, hysterical, but also I think has a very timely message about, I mean, when I say it's about cancel culture or whatever, it feels false because it's a little deeper than that. But it does feel like the idea of like your reputation or your image being written kind of out of your control, and kind of how people can pretty much rewrite your future from just their perception of something that is completely out of your control. And I thought that the way that it approached that was it could have been very heavy handed, could have been very, it didn't ring true, but it was actually, there was a lot of authenticity to that as well that I thought was incredibly interesting. Q&A, someone said that it reminded them of SpongeBob. That was really weird, but other than that, the movie was great, really great.
I completely agree with everything Brett said. This was the first and only movie I've rushed at TIFF, and thank God
Same.
I can, because I don't know what I would have done with my life if I didn't get to see this movie at TIFF. Sorry if any of you didn't see the movie. I don't mean to make you feel bad. But yeah, what a great movie. This is probably the most fun movie I saw at TIFF this year. The crowd is reacting to it wonderfully. Some of the imagery to this day, I saw it more than a week ago, is still in my mind. I can literally, I can still see some of it in my head. And then I saw the trailer. I'm like, oh, now it's back in my head again. It's just, and it, like Brett said, it's such a good utilization of Nicolas Cage. He talked about it in the Q&A about kind of as someone of great fame being in a role like this, where he was kind of able to connect to the character a lot. Yeah, I agree with everything you said about the director. I think the writing is great. It's really funny, but in a really unique way. It is a unique sense of humor. And I think it fully utilizes the kind of concept. It doesn't feel like a Black Mirror episode. It could eat, like, for example, Fingernails, which I'm sure we'll talk about later, almost felt like an extended one of those. But this movie kind of felt like its own thing, you know? And like I said, it'll stay in your mind, which is, you know, the best, you know, thing you can say about a movie.
Yeah, absolutely. I think like when we're all getting out of it, you said it was like, oh, it's my favorite of the fest so far, and I was like, base. But you know, that changes the next day, but we'll get there. We'll get there. Did anyone else see Dream Scenario here?
I'm sorry.
I didn't get a chance to. I was seeing the
I-
Pedro Almodovar talk at the same
Oh
time.
yeah.
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 I also saw a Dream Scenario. Like Alex, I also hopped in the rush line for it. And it was one of those things where like it was my first time doing the rush line, and I thought, okay, if I get in, great. If not, not the end of the world. And we got in, to my surprise. And yeah, I had a good time with it too. I probably need to rewatch this to, you know, fully appreciate it, because it seems like everyone seems to be more appreciative about it than I am. But I still had a good time with it. I mean, having Nicolas Cage, who I think the MC called the most interesting man in the world. But I think it was a great choice, and I do think it's probably up there with as one of my favorite Nick Cage performances. And I love how Ari Aster attached as a producer, and you can definitely tell that this is an Ari Aster attached this movie, not just like the way it was produced, but like the tone of the film as well. You can definitely tell, especially after seeing Beau's Afraid, like a few months after that. Because like I think those movies, like at certain points, Dream Scenario has the same tone as Beau's Afraid. But yeah, Dream Scenario was a good film, and I can't wait to see it again when it comes out in November.
Yeah. And then did anyone else see Dream Scenario?
I think I saw it 2 or 3 days later, based on my schedule, and I was always planning to see it, but once you guys really liked it, I was very excited to see it, and I liked it quite a bit. I think it is definitely the funniest Nick Cage has been, I guess, unironically, where he's actually trying to be funny, because there's times where he's funny where he's not trying to be, but this is, I think, his best utilization and performance in a long time, and it's pretty basic on cancel culture, but I think with a concept this kind of zany, with the Nick Cage performance this heightened, I think it's fine, and it's just really fun. It was just really a really fun time to watch this movie and feel like finally someone is using this actor for the right purposes to tell a decent story.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that entire aspect of it is more nuanced than people are giving it credit for, because of in presentation. I mean, it's really tough to not spoil what happens to get to that entire side of the story, but I thought it was thought provoking. I thought it was really interesting. But yeah, I would definitely recommend seeing it. Dream Scenario is great.
Another thing go ahead, Rhett.
Sorry. No, you're good.
I was gonna say, one thing I think I should point out is that during the Q&A, Nick Cage said that there's like 5 movies he's done his whole career that like he read the script and he knew from the get-go that he wanted to do it, and this was one of them. And he said some of the other films were like Raising Arizona, Vampire's Kiss, I'm trying to think what else he said.
Leaving
Las Vegas, and then what was the other one?
Adaptation.
Yep. And I thought that was really, I think that said a lot to how much he enjoyed making this movie.
Yeah, absolutely. And then he made a side note. It was like, I also love Wild at Heart, but like it wasn't exactly on the page. I was like, that's interesting. They added that, but yeah. I saw Woman of the Hour that night. We already talked about that. So did you guys see anything else for day 3?
Boy World
that was it for me.
night.
What was that?
Oh, I guess I can talk about it in like 2 sentences. Boy Kills World. A lot of action and some weird stuff happens. 6 out of 10.
Nice. Cool.
Was that the Mortal Kombat movie?
Everybody hated it.
Yeah.
Like everyone, I think all the everyone under 20 years old hated it. But if you've seen kung fu movies, I think you'd appreciate some of it. It's just very obtuse.
That was interesting. I was on the rush line for that, did not make it, ran into Tristan, and then we threw Axis until 2 a.m.
Yeah. Eden, Brennan, and I just like went to a Paramount after party, which was interesting.
Yeah, I got an invite to a Paramount Plus after party.
For Finest Kind?
No,
Yeah.
for a series called The Burial. Which
Okay.
I have not seen yet, but which comes out next month. So shameless plug for the after party we went to. We all got
There you
cookies
go.
and we got to see Tanner Z, who used to do the Cineplex pre-show. It's kind
It
of
was
cool.
very random.
Yeah.
I saw a bunch of movies on Saturday. Super quick reviews. I started with Swan Song, which is a documentary about the National Ballet of Canada and the retirement of Karen Kane, who's the artistic director, in addition to the way in which the ballet essentially revolutionized Swan Lake by being the first company to run their production without tights, thus allowing the dancers to show the color of their skin. So super eye-opening. I've been a patron of the National Ballet for ages, so it was really cool to see this place that I've been to a billion times portrayed in such a light. It was also the first red carpet I did. I got to speak to one of the dancers as well as Chelsea McMullen, the director, and they were unbelievably passionate and unbelievably kind. So super cool experience. 8 out of 10 documentary, 10 out of 10 day. After that, Tristan and John and I met up for Lee, which is Kate Winslet's biopic about the war photographer Lee Miller. Which, again, I was saying, I'm such a historical fiction girl, especially when it comes to forgotten women during wartime, that it was always going to be kind of up my alley. I don't think it really escapes the conventional biopic trappings until the final moments, which really blow it out of the water. But it's incredibly well done. Kate Winslet gives a hell of a performance. You can really tell that this is her passion project. And the story that's unearthed is so fantastic and thought-provoking. There's a lot of really distinct imagery that sticks with you long past the film's runtime. So really impressed by that one as well.
I didn't know you guys were at there.
Oh.
Yeah, we all ended up getting last minute tickets to see the premiere.
There you go. Yes.
Another movie I forgot existed until now.
Well,
it's actually not bad. I liked it
it's
a lot.
okay. Yeah.
I don't know. It's Ellen Kuras who is the cinematographer for Eternal Sunshine. And I think she's done some other pretty great movies too. But I definitely, like, from her, I think I expected a bit more of a visual flair, which I don't think this movie had. But it did have like a European feel to it that I really liked. That I think separated it from a lot of other biopics in the same vein. Kate Winslet was really great. It's just it's a really fascinating story about this woman who becomes she's initially a model and a little promiscuous. Definitely doesn't go, like, kind of lives to the beat of her own drum, and then becomes really passionate about photography and ends up becoming the first, like, one of the most important photographers in wartime. And I thought it was really good, and the ending definitely, I think, changed my perception of the film, and it has a really nice twist. So yeah, I liked it. I thought it was solid. It's not fantastic. It does kind of fall into the conventional biopic trappings, but it's a really good story.
Yeah, I think it was. I saw a lot of famous actors in it, but I only saw one character, which was Kate Winslet's. I think, and anybody who's not a historical fan, which I very much am, will be kind of turned off by it. So I don't know. It was very much I think my not most anticipated, but like of all the movies we hadn't seen a trailer for or anything for, I was the most interested in this movie, and I was kind of let down by just how kind of sameness I felt by it. So yeah, but I think you talk about I don't call it the twist of the movie, but that whole storyline I thought could be completely cut out of the movie until it resolves itself and tells itself what it actually is. Literally the whole movie I was complaining about until it actually did what it was supposed to do. So, which was actually pretty nice.
Yeah, you're right. Like it feels completely useless until the end. Of like, what is this? Why are we using this narrative framing device? But it makes sense in the end. But yeah, no, you're right.
Yeah.
What else did we see?
I guess after that was Montero.
Which, I mean, how do you even talk about it?
Yeah, it was kind of like, at first I thought it was 50-50 documentary and concert film, and now thinking about it, I think it's more 40-60, so less documentary than it is concert film. And I think I was kind of hoping that it would be the other way around. I think Lil Nas X is really such a revolutionary figure in the music industry, and I would have loved to see more about his rise to fame and his thoughts on, what he's gone through and how his star has kind of exploded over the past couple of years. And instead, we just got a whole bunch of full song clips of his concert tour. I will say I was already a fan beforehand. It definitely made me want to see his concert. And if he does come back to North America, I'll probably check it out. But as a documentary, I do wish it had delved a little bit deeper.
Yeah, I think as a concert film, like, I think it captures the magnitude of his shows. But it doesn't really portray him as like he's such an interesting artist, and especially like how he's been able to market his career, but it just portrays him as like a silly guy. Like there's not really much to him, and I'm sure there is in real life, but in the film he's just, I don't know, it's very one note. It's not a great documentary whatsoever. it was fun. He was there. He did a Q&A and everyone was just asking him if they could be his friend. It was like the worst Q&A ever.
Even worse than fingernails.
So we,
Oh,
we
no,
got some
that
real,
was so
real
cringe.
crazies this year in terms of stuff. That next goal wins. There was a lot of
Yeah.
crazies.
Yeah.
The fingernails one is iconic though.
Oh yeah.
In the worst ways.
Guys, I'm a 20-year-old and I think I've maybe been in love.
20-year-old little girl, Eden. That's what she said.
Yeah.
She was right behind you,
So
wasn't
cringe.
she?
And
Yeah,
meanwhile,
she's-
she has pigtails. I'm like, this is so
No, she looked like Peyton List. You know, like exactly like Holly Hills from Diary of a Wimpy Kid.
Oh.
I quote, Tristan texted us, guys, I'm sitting next to Holly Hills.
I knew you were sitting there because I
I
think you
remember
said
that,
picture reason. I'm like, is Tristan
Yeah.
like right there? Like, is he like hiding right now? Trying not to be
I sunk into my chair. I'm like, I can't do this.
Oh man.
Something I watched. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good. You're good.
Oh, okay. Something I watched also, World War II British, was One Life, the Anthony Hopkins movie, which for the first 90 minutes is mostly the most dry cracker, stale kind of British period piece you think of. And then a fourth quarter switch happens, just the tear ducts go. This is about a true story about a man who rescued about like 600 kids out of Prague before the Nazis came, and anybody who wasn't saved from that city was pretty much gone because of the Nazis. So this man literally saved 600 lives / the thousands that came after this. And then that fourth quarter switch of the movie, like an hour and 20 minutes, it like puts that all in perspective. And there's just a moment in the movie, and when you see it, you'll know it, that just brings you to tears. I mean, you could literally hear the tears of the whole theater. I mean, you think like the pandemic had just gone through how many sniffles there was and everything. I was like, if this movie should at least get the runners-up position for People's Choice Award. I really thought it was a threat to do it. So yeah.
On Saturday, it was like at the same time, it was like Dream Scenario, Lee, Ezra, and One Life. So I think everyone had kind of their own stories. Obviously, for the One Life premiere, people were talking about how life-changing it was due to something that happens in the audience that
Yes.
actually happened. I wasn't there, but from what I was told
That's
from
true.
others, it was a huge deal. Ezra, on the other hand, I heard nothing from, so I don't.
Yeah. Who even
Yes,
saw
they-
that from our group? Did anyone?
I think Lucky Boy
Darren
and
did.
Darren saw it.
Darren.
Yeah.
Of course, Darren
That's
saw it.
They for the One Life thing, they brought in one of the kids that he saved in real life.
Wow.
And after the movie had finished and everyone was already an emotional wreck, when they like did that another twist, they're like, okay, would the person he saved stand up? It was like 100-year-old woman. That was like another just like holy shit moment. Like, this is, you don't get this at a theater. Like, when I go see this in theaters, it'll be with like 4 other people on a Sunday. And then when you come here and you see this with 2,000 people reacting to it, that's, powerful stuff.
Yeah. You saw it, right,
Yes.
Eden?
I did. I saw it. I wasn't at the premiere, but I saw it on the second or third last day of the festival. And I do agree with a lot of what Hunter said. That fourth, like the third act kind of twist at the end,
Yeah. The
mind blowing. I think it's revolutionary what this man, Nicholas Winton, was able to do. He's genuinely the courage by him and so many other heroes during World War II astounds me. It's tough because on one hand, no, from a biopic perspective, it doesn't really, or a historical fiction perspective, it doesn't really stand out until those final moments.
Oh.
But I don't know, these heroes' stories are otherwise never going to be brought to life. So I think it deserves to exist as much as any other movie. And I'm really glad that it's found a calling here at TIFF. And I do hope that people do go out to see it, whether it's in theaters or once it hits streaming, because it is a really powerful story and these stories shouldn't be buried.
So, did anyone else see anything? Is this day 3?
I think so.
Cool.
We went to our after party, Brett, and then me, you, Eden, and then Sunday happened.
Yeah.
Monday.
I saw Quiz Lady
What do you
Saturday
think?
night.
Oh, you
Just
saw
Ooh.
it was nice.
think of the most broad streamer comedy, and that's what this movie is, which was fine. It's fine.
Can't wait to see
I
it
was-
on Hulu.
Exactly. It's a Hulu movie. It's one of those movies where I was halfway through, I was like, why did TIFF program this? Like, this is not a festival
Exactly.
movie. This is, but it's Sandra Oh, who's a hometown hero, and if she was there, allowed to be there, it would have been very cool. And she's having fun in the movie. It's a fine 6 out of 10 comedy, like inoffensive, totally broad, whatever. After a very heavy 2 Holocaust movie day, I was like, you know what? This is fine. I could do this.
I think I was telling Hunter this during the festival, but before I knew what they were, I thought Quiz Lady and Woman of the Hour. I kept getting them confused and like what the movies were. And
Two
and they
game
just
show movies,
They're farther from like different.
but no serial killer aspect to Quiz Lady. The biggest threat is somebody kidnaps her dog. Like, that's it.
Whoa,
It's the most-
spoiler.
Oh, it's in the it'll be in the trailer. Don't
It's in the
worry.
trailer, yeah.
It's very much not a big plot point.
I thought you were gonna say he kidnaps her daughter, like just like yeah,
Oh.
that's the biggest.
Oh
threat.
god.
I was like, what are you?
Yeah.
Um,
No.
day 4.
It's yeah. There you go.
Guys, we only got 7 more days to get through.
If Darren was here, we'd have to go through another.
Yeah.
Well, I saw Dumb Money on Saturday, but you all saw it on Sunday, so we can just go into that, I
Yeah.
guess.
Oh, okay.
Dumb Money's so good.
Yeah, it was.
What? Really?
Yeah.
The more I think about it, the more I really
What?
like it.
Are you serious?
Really?
I had fun with
Why?
it.
My lord.
I don't know. It's just become well. Before I was like really on the Naiad train for like
Yeah,
Oscars,
exactly.
and then
yeah.
like George knows this. And then
Mhm.
Naiad, I skipped to hang out with you guys. So now I'm on the Dumb Money train.
Well, also
Which is
Tristan, the movie got like not good reviews or not great reviews, and also you found out that Naiad, the real Naiad, is a turf. So
and she didn't
Wow.
actually swim like with the shark cage.
yeah,
Right?
yeah, exactly.
Hanging out with us gets great reviews, so don't worry.
Yeah.
Choice.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Naiad
yeah,
is
no,
not
no.
a
100
great
on
movie
Metacritic
either.
for sure.
So,
Dumb Money was good.
oh,
It was fine.
yeah. Do you guys just want to talk about Dumb Money real quick? I mean, we can do
Dude,
that.
I have like nothing
Yeah.
to say because it was just good for me. It's fun.
Yeah.
It's what you get from the trailer. Nothing more, nothing less. I liked it, and that's about it.
I enjoyed it.
Tyler and I are on the same page here.
Yeah. I enjoyed Dumb Money a lot. I feel like I feel like it took a lot of inspiration from The Social Network. Like I feel like it's more like a bro version of that movie, and I loved it for that. I feel like Paul Dano and everyone in the cast was doing their thing really well. Craig Gillespie, I think he did a great job directing it, especially given that he's coming off of his what I feel like to be the most underrated film of 2021, Cruella, which I thought was an absolute blast. And yeah, I enjoyed Dumb Money. It's probably not gonna get a ton of love. I mean, I'm looking at the Letterboxd score right now. It's right now sitting at 3.4. I wish it could be a little bit higher than that, but sometimes you can't have it. You can't always get what you want. If I'm the only lover of Dumb Money lover on Earth, I'm cool with that. If there are no Dumb Money lovers on Earth, it means I'm dead. So
You got me,
This is-
Tyler. I do like
This
it.
is a big defense for this movie. I don't know.
yeah, because I'm looking at everyone who I follow who is on Letterboxd who has seen it and what their rating is, and I'm pretty sure I'm the only person who gave it a 4.5. Everything else is remember between like a 2 and a 4. I give it a 4.5.
Tyler, we
Yeah.
should put all our dumb money towards giving this an Oscar campaign.
$680 worth.
Yes. And
Um,
probably do something for Elemental too, because we're probably the only
Yes.
Yes.
on that
Well,
too.
Put me in
Eden's
for
on board
Elemental
too.
too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Haven't
There you
seen
go.
Dumb Money yet, but I'll get back to y'all on Thursday.
Yeah, so to say I'm gonna
Nice.
see it this weekend, so I have.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Excited
Yeah,
to
good
hear what
stuff.
you guys think.
I
Uh,
think it is a meme of a movie where I was enjoying
Yeah.
myself, but I was like, I don't feel any depth to this. Which is okay, but if you're trying to be a retelling slash of an historical event, historical as in it didn't just happen last year, but I feel like it needed a lot more to it. I think maybe the middle 30 minutes of the movie is just people being told they should sell their stock and then they don't, and that's just it. For about 30 minutes, and I think half the characters you could just cut out and there's no difference. Like half of them are the exact same, even though I like the actors.
Ramos.
So.
Just
Yes, you could cut Anthony Ramos out of this movie and literally zero things affect to it. Even though I like Anthony Ramos and I'm okay with him being in this movie, but it's one of those things where, yeah, So
Jane DeHaan
I
is
think
also in it, and you don't realize until like
Oh,
that was
really?
that was a
until,
great
like,
twist.
that
though.
was it.
Yeah,
I love
until,
that.
until he took his
Yeah, but, like,
mask off.
because he has a
Yeah.
mask on, right? And I had no idea. He had like a ponytail and everything. He takes the mask off. I'm like, holy shit, that's crazy.
Yeah.
He's in the
So, yeah.
movie.
I just need to
Yeah.
know if America Ferrera has a monologue like
Yeah.
like Barbie or
Yes, but
Unfortunately
I
not.
heard
Nah.
the rumor mill was that Dumb Money was going for the People's Choice. I was like, oh god, hopefully not.
I thought it was gonna happen, and then it just
Not that
it
I like
didn't.
hate it, but it was just like there's a lot of better movies out there. I thought, and it seems to me they did.
I thought
It'll be
it
a good
looked.
time capsule movie for the 2020s.
Yeah, that's what I
That-
think. Like,
Yeah,
Yeah,
but then I, don't
think,
like the 2020s. The 2020 sucks. Then if this is the time capsule.
I think it looked absolutely terrible, and like honestly, like from like the trailer, and I guess that's why I ended up because it really surprised me. But like, I feel like up until this point, any movie that tries to tackle COVID and the pandemic and the events that happened during those years, it just feels too soon, and it feels like it's pandering. Whereas this felt more like I don't know, it struck a good balance between kind of like poking fun at the absurdity of this situation while also like being a good recounting of modern history. I thought it was really cool, and I like Craig Gillespie. I like his style. I feel like he's kind of like Adam McKay, but like for the working class. Because Adam McKay feels like, I don't know, like this like rich guy who is like trying to like get on the level of everyone else. But Craig Gillespie's like I don't know, he just feels like one of the people. So I felt like he did a good job directing this, and he was a good choice for it.
Well,
Adam McKay for the working class is the funniest quote ever.
well, in
It's
defense
true,
of
though. It's a
Adam
good
McKay,
comparison.
He is a member of the Democratic Socialists of America, so I don't know.
Who is?
Adam
Yeah.
McKay is.
Oh,
I'm not
yeah.
giving a pass just on that though.
Well, he's a big Bernie guy, so I mean, at least there's
Did
that.
you watch Don't Look Up?
I did watch Don't Look Up, and it's not a good movie, but its
Yeah.
politics are like, you know, pretty progressive, like undoubtedly.
All right. What else did we
So,
watch
okay.
Sunday?
Next goal wins.
Oh
Yes.
yeah.
We
Yeah,
There
did.
we go.
We did.
Okay, so going to this premiere, Next Goal Wins. We watched Taika Waititi break a microphone.
Yeah, what was that?
That was absolutely hilarious. Like he put like too much emphasis on a P or a B, and like it caught up on the mic, and he was just like, and just started just like straight up boxing it.
For like a long time too.
Yeah, for like a minute. He spent like a minute or two just.
And the next thing we
See
hear
that?
is, oh no, it broke. And all of a sudden, Cameron Bailey comes out with a new microphone.
It was cool to see because obviously Taika Waititi has such a personality, and then in person you
Mhm.
think he's not going to be like that, like wild and crazy, and then he actually is, and he does something
Yeah.
even crazier.
No,
Also,
my
can I just
favorite thing was like I made this documentary, and it's not entirely true, but like if it was, you could just like watch the true story. You don't need to watch my movie, I guess, or something like that. Like you're just
Yeah.
all right, man.
shout out to Taika for doing the land acknowledgement though,
Yeah.
and for bringing
Yeah.
up a
That's
whole
pretty
group
cool.
of Indigenous people to give a blessing before the movie. I thought that was fantastic.
Yeah, it was really pretty. It was really cool, and that was really cool because I mean that whole movie was about that culture and that land. That was like a big aspect of that film.
Mhm.
Next Goal Wins is interesting because like right now it is being trashed by critics, and watching the movie, I almost immediately was like, yeah, no, there's people are gonna be very cynical about what this is doing. And I get it to a certain extent because it is very, very formulaic and flimsy and predictable as a movie could potentially get. And I don't think a lot of its arcs are fully fleshed out. Character revelations are kind of made on the whim. That being said, this movie is so entertaining and it's so cute and it's so endearing. And it completely won me over, to be honest. Because like I'm sorry, this is better than the last Thor movie. Like, calm down, guys.
Excuse me.
Oh yeah. It's
Oh,
not even
come on.
close.
It's not even close. This is way better than the last Thor movie.
Yeah.
it's so cute. It has such great representation of culture and this like little tribe. You just like want to see them succeed. What I liked is like how they kind of like flip the trope of the white savior stereotype, because like they literally set up the premise of this guy's going to come and help this team succeed, and then the whole point of the movie is the fact that like they don't need change and they don't want to be changed. They're sending this guy because he's annoying and they want to teach him something, you know. And maybe that sounds a little like cliche on surface, but I thought it was effective and really charming. And Michael Fassbender gives a really great performance in here. I think it's a great comedic performance. And overall, it's just such an endearing little film. And not only that, our audience ate it up. I was not in a more enthusiastic theater all of TIFF. Like people were screaming like it was the end of Avengers Endgame at the soccer team. Like it was so fun.
Yeah.
And it
You
was
would have
like,
thought an actual
warm.
soccer game was going on.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
legitimately, that's how loud it was. Like whenever we watched the movie, I was like, "Oh, this won People's Choice."
And then
like,
it didn't even place.
I'm shocked, and I think it just must be the critic aspect of it.
I think I heard
Greatest
that
beer
the-
whatever syndrome.
I heard the screenings after the premiere weren't as lively.
Yeah. I mean, I think people are getting kind of cynical towards Taika, and I get it to a certain extent, but
I mean, you guys did watch the world premiere. To be fair,
yeah,
the
but
world premiere.
It was the world
is
premiere.
like the world premiere is generally going to be more responsive because it's like the first time anyone is ever actually watching the final version of the film.
Well, I mean, we saw the world premiere of Dream Scenario as well, and people
saw
were
the
into
premiere
that
of
movie.
Old
But it
Yeah.
was like this was a different level of like excitement. Like you had to feel it in the room. You had to be there. It was really cool.
It was one of those where I did see the like critics scores the next day after I posted my review too, and I was like, really that low? I was like, for this movie, like very inoffensive movie too, but I'm not gonna change
like
my opinion of it. It was strange. I was like, huh.
Greatest beer whenever syndrome because people
That
came
too,
out of that
yeah.
movie saying it was fine, but like
Yeah.
they're already on Metacritic, and I'm like, it's like okay, that's interesting.
At least though, like Greatest Beer whenever just went straight to Apple Plus, straight to streaming. At least next couple months will get theatrical release with Searchlight, and that will probably help its chances a little more.
It'll be like, and it's going to be one of those like 95 audience score movies, 100%. Like people are going to eat it up. I think the only reason to get any lower is for bigotry reasons. That's about it, you know. So it's just, yeah.
I mentioned when I came out of it that it was a very Globesy movie, and I still kind of stand by. I was, as one of the people who was very cynical about it going in, because I talked ad nauseum about being kind of over Taika Waititi's whole shtick. Like that being said, I was very surprised by the film. I actually loved it. It was my favorite kind of from the festival at the time. I had a great time with it, as Brett said. I was a sucker just for the entire family aspect. But at the same time, for a sports movie, despite the fact that it is formulaic, I thought the message was very unique, and the fact that it was more kind of like again, it kind of changes the white savior kind of narrative, and the fact that like the team is there to save him almost, even though it's kind of presented at the start, the narrative is to be the opposite. It, you know, it turns on its head a bit. And I also thought it was very refreshing to see a team that's, you know, not all about winning and, you know, championships and you got to do this, you got to do that. It was more so about, you know, the glory in losing, but losing as a team and as a family, which I felt like its heart was in the right place. I thought the performances were great. It was great to see Michael Fassbender back on screen. And I thought I don't know. I was just a sucker for it.
Yeah, for me, Next Goal Wins was definitely a film that I think just got, you know, unnecessary hate on it. Because I couldn't find, you know, I couldn't find too much wrong with it to pinpoint, like, you know, why it's as low as why the score is as low as it is. It's a cute, feel-good film, you know, and like, I think it's further evidence that Taika Waititi should do more movies like that and Jojo Rabbit than, you know, say, you know, the Thor movies he did, like Love and Thunder and Ragnarok. and that says a lot from coming from me because Ragnarok's my favorite movie directed by him. Yeah, Next Goal Wins was a blast, and I'm truly genuinely shocked that it got the reception that it did, despite the crowd feeling like they truly genuinely were in love with it. Like, I think the only other TIFF screen I went to where like a crowd fell in love with the movie was The Fabelmans last year, and I went to the second screening of it, and the crowd ate that movie up. And see the response the Next Goal Wins got, just it basically breaks my heart, because it's that movie is that good and deserves more love than it got.
Yeah, it's really sweet, and I think it has a cool atmosphere, and like Brett was saying, I think the way that it spins the white savior narrative, and also just explores this culture that we don't often see in film, was really cool. And it kind of reminds me of a movie that came out a couple years ago, Eddie the Eagle. It has that same kind of like feel good, like low stakes sports film. It's kind of like a sports movie for people who aren't really into sports. And I liked it a lot. I thought it was really cute. And Taika's not usually someone who, like, a director I usually connect with, but I thought he did a great job with this film.
I'd also give him Best Actor for avoiding the whole Army Hammer thing in the during the pre and post.
I totally
They only
forgot
talk-
about that until now. That's
They not to make light of it, obviously it's a horrible situation, but they were like talking about like, oh, we had COVID and other production issues. I was like, production issues? What were they? And then he totally avoided that. And it's seamless in the movie. You do not know, like, if you, like Alex, you didn't, never notice that he was actually in this movie and they recasted the role or anything. So
yeah,
Wait,
I think
so-
it was. So
Sorry,
I think it was. I was gonna say, I think Army Hammer's role was originally, well, his role was recast by Will Arnett, I think.
yes.
BoJack.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so Will
Which
Arnett's
makes
character
total
was
sense.
originally Army Hammer's.
Yeah. Who's not in the movie that much, but
I
it
was gonna
was
say you reshoot
I was
like
like-
2 scenes.
yes, but I was
Mhm.
just like, that is a part of the movie they had to do, and they never once even came close to mentioning it. But obviously, why would we mention that in this world? We're moving past that. So
I
Yeah,
thought
I
Army
was just
Hammer was Michael Fassbender's role. I'm like,
Oh,
one of
that
those
would be
only-
bad. That'd
You're
be
gonna
just
have
a
to
terrible
reshoot
movie in
The
general.
movie.
Yeah.
That's
all
just
the
that's
money
just,
in the world scenario.
Exactly.
Yeah.
that would just been terrible casting to begin with. Anyway,
Also, I
Yeah.
feel like being in like Oscar talk and whatnot, like we've been predicting this movie maybe coming out the past 2 years, so it feels great. Like, okay, it's this year, it's gonna come out
Yeah,
now,
it's
and it's
finally
gonna
coming
get
out.
Yeah,
it's done.
exactly.
Something's always been off about this movie, like in terms of Oscar prospects, though. Like
Yes.
even like when it was supposed to come out in 2020, I was like, I don't really believe that that's going to be a thing, right? I don't. Just something about it, but we could talk about that tomorrow.
Okay.
I don't know. Does it really need to be an Oscar movie? It's just so
No.
feel good and charming
No.
and lovely.
Yeah,
Yeah.
not
I love
everything like needs
Yeah.
to be an awards contender, right? That's just the way we view things sometimes.
just like Alex said, give Michael Fassbender a Globes nomination. I'll be happy. We're good.
Yeah.
Day in, day
Yeah.
out.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mm.
I think best comedy musical could definitely slide into in that 5. I think that's a pretty easy thing. Yeah.
Although
It's-
Holdovers might be campaigning in comedy musicals, so
Oh, I think it will,
Yeah.
but it'll also make it a
Oh, yeah.
comedy musical. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
But you
absolutely.
have a lot, like Holdovers, Color Purple's a musical.
Barbie.
Barbie.
Barbie,
And
and
American
now
Fiction
American
now,
Fiction. Yeah.
yeah,
So
and
it's
Poor
already
Things.
packed. Hmm.
Poor
Oh,
things.
yeah.
Ooh.
Okay, Next Go Wins might have some competition.
Well, we
Yeah.
could talk about another comedy unintentionally. Is Knox Goes Away, the Michael Keaton movie?
Oh yeah, it's so
Ooh,
good.
okay.
Wait, what?
I'm joking. I'm joking.
No, I think because it's just a bad movie.
Gave me
Yeah, it's
Alzheimer's.
terrible.
I forgot it existed, guys. Oh
Exactly.
no! What will I do?
The only thing
This
I
is
heard
the
about this
movie.
movie was
Oh, yeah.
from Neglia, who said something like it was like directed on sleeping pills or something.
Oh,
This
Yeah.
is a movie that opens with the police investigation. And the first line of the woman's mouth, he's like, "Well, I had a tough mother, so that made me a good cop." And I'm like, And I'm out. We're done. Tapping out. It's like 10:30 at night.
Did Michael
too, so I'm
Keaton
like,
write the script too? I know he
he
directed.
did
Probably.
not. So he is
Oh,
slightly
okay.
exonerated. He did not write the script, but still he directed it and start. I mean, it's okay that he starred and he's actually good in the movie, but I think it is poorly directed.
I think everyone was tired after Next School Wins, honestly, because that
Oh,
was
that too.
so good and fun. And then this movie came up, and it's makes you
It
want to
also
fall
just
asleep.
it has no energy. That is the problem
No.
too. No energy.
I fell asleep multiple times, so that's why I'm like, was it that bad? But then I think about it, and you guys are kind of verifying that.
Promise
Um,
I've stayed awake the whole time.
I somehow did too.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The concept is so good. It's one of those movies where I feel like it needs to be remade in the future. I feel like, or not really needs to, but I'd like to take a crack at it. I think I could do better.
Literally.
I like it's so it could be such an emotional film if it was made the right way. And it could just be almost the father of the action genre, like the fathers in the Anthony Hopkins movie of kind of the action genre. And I think it gives a new spin on the. Obviously, there were a lot of Hitman movies at TIFF, but I feel like it gave such a different spin. So it's unfortunate to see what happened with it because it took more of a comedy route. For a movie about a man with Alzheimer's, which I felt was very irresponsible and downright.
Oh, it's not
Yeah.
comedy at all. It's just comedy
Yeah.
bad. That's what I thought. That was what's keeping me awake, was laughing at it.
Yeah.
Al Pacino's
Yeah, I'm
most
with-
comfortable
Pacino's in it.
performance.
He
Yeah.
didn't
Yeah.
even have to leave his home to do it.
His home or even his chair for half the
He's
time.
literally
Hold on,
in a
hold on,
bubble
hold on.
bath
Al
for half the
Pacino is
movie.
Al Pacino's in this movie?
He's in the
Yeah, so-
bathtub.
Yeah,
He's in the
he's the
bathtub.
one
Said- oh my god. what
It's
the
like he's
fuck?
in his home bathtub, and they were like, "Oh, let's put a camera here. Give me it was like 5 minutes, Al."
It's definitely him and Marcia Gay Harden were like, I'm gonna do a favor for Michael Keaton. And it's like, yeah,
Yeah.
but for this movie though,
Hey, at least they weren't Annette Bening and Danny DeVito though, so
that's
don't worry
true.
about that.
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm with Hunter. I thought Knox Goes Away was just straight up okay. Just very in the middle, mid.
Knox
Yeah,
off.
very bland.
Yes.
Yeah.
Move on. No
Real
need, no
quick,
more.
Yeah.
I'll keep this quick,
Well-
but Daddy-O was on Saturday as well.
Yes, Daddy-O.
Which I was
Yep.
glad to see because it satisfied my TIFF 22 urge of seeing celebrities, which was great. More importantly, I made a joke this would be my favorite of the festival because of its one location setting, and I said that if they ever got out of the taxi, I'd be really mad. And luckily, they don't get out of the taxi. The entire movie is indeed these two talking in a taxi, and it's really good. It has a lot of New York City vibes, but the conversation they're having is really raw and very imperfect and very deep, which I liked about it. It keeps you interested. They talk a lot about kind of a lot of smaller things that in concept are small, but when you think about them, they're actually kind of quite important. And I'm still thinking about the film now. And the ending is maybe the most emotional that, I mean, maybe actually no, the holdovers, but the ending was terrific as well. So if you like one location, it's also shot beautifully.
Sweet.
Yeah, I'm with Alex. I'm on the positive side of Daddy-O. I did think it drags a little bit in the middle because I dozed off for a split second, but it's a movie that I really, really hope I get to see. I wanted to see resurface in the future because I think it was a well-intentioned film. It was made well, acted well, written well, and I hope to see OBS more, resurfaces in the future to everyone, and not just everyone and hope it's just not a just a TIFF thing and that's it. I hope it's more than that.
Yeah. So I while everyone was seeing Knox Goes Away, was helping John film an interview with Ben Wolfhard, so that was pretty cool, saw his
Thank
face.
you.
Yeah.
Oh my God, he's back to talk about himself.
Yeah.
Talk about myself.
I'm joking.
I don't know what your podcast is. I was just trying to help earlier. I'm
Oh
sorry.
no.
You're doing great,
No,
John.
no, no,
Yeah,
no.
you're good. You're good. You're good.
I'm glad he came back.
We saw Hell of a Summer, right? That was the
Yep,
last
Hell of a
movie
Summer.
this day. Fun movie.
Wait, did you talk about Rustin yet?
Not yet.
Not
No,
yet.
yeah.
I didn't know if I missed it.
That's
in, like,
first thing tomorrow
summer.
morning.
Mhm.
Low key homophobic. Just kidding. It's just the most gruesome death is for like the gay theater kid. I was like, okay.
That was a Letterboxd review I sent to Brett. Is like everyone clapped when the gay kid died. He
It was like
no,
a
it
cool
was an
death, but
innovative death. Yeah.
it was randomly the most graphic, unless I'm wrong. Like I feel like that was
Wait,
the one they chose the most
somebody
with.
died in Rustin?
Oh, Hell of a
Hell
Summer.
of
No.
Hell of
Oh,
Summer.
Yeah, Hell of
Oh,
Summer.
okay. I was
Okay.
like, what?
Uh,
I'm like, what?
Yeah, I was with Hunter. I was
thinking
gonna
the
say, how do we
same
get from Hell of a
thing.
Summer to Rustin?
Hunter, I was thinking the same exact thing.
Wait,
Uh,
I
do
was
we
like, I
talk
watched this
spoilers
movie.
here?
Where did this happen?
Some morbing happened.
Are we
We
supposed
try
to
to
talk
say
about?
pretty spoiler free. I believe.
Yeah,
Am I allowed to
it's
say a
gonna be
line?
sure. I
Well,
don't.
I already spoiled it. I didn't realize
Look
it.
here.
He
Let's
comes on the
say
podcast for a minute and see what happens.
Yeah.
No.
we're quoting Hell of a Summer. Go. I
Oh,
warn.
I just thought that was actually a really funny scene. That was well done when like without spoiling, the theater kid is like, "Where do I go? Stage left or stage right?" Because he can't see, and that was just like I don't know why that broke me. And I think that was the funniest
That got-
dialogue I'd heard
That
all
got a
year.
huge laugh. Everybody like went crazy when that scene happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But Hell of Summer, I thought was a lot of fun. It wasn't like anything new or boundary pushing. It was definitely Finn Wolfhard and Billy Brack. Is that his last name?
Burke.
Burke. I know him and Maddie are friends. I just cannot think of his last name. Anyways, it was them definitely being like, oh, we really love Wes Craven and John Carpenter, so let's like make a Wes Craven, John Carpenter-esque film, and then kind of make it more tongue in cheek. And I think it totally works. It has the energy of like a bunch of friends spending a summer together, making a weird, quirky little horror movie, and the main character, the guy from 8th grade who's like the camp counselor or whatever, great protagonist. I love that guy. Like he's great. His energy literally carries that whole movie. And just the whole movie is just fun. It's got a vibrant energy. I enjoyed it. It's again nothing remarkable. It's not like it's gonna change your life or anything like that. Totally makes sense to be like a fun Midnight Madness crowd movie where everyone's just kind of applauding at the weird deaths and the sense and all of that. Also, weird random aside, after the movie we saw Matt Johnson and shouted
Yeah,
out
Director
Blackberry, so
Blackberry.
that was cool. And we saw Sammy Fableman, so that was crazy.
Gabriel Bell.
Yeah,
Gabriel
Gabriel
Bell.
Bell was there. It was wild.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, great night, wild night. That was a lot happening within 24 hours. I am so tired. Anyone else have thoughts on Hell of Summer?
I'll chime in. Yeah, I thought it was this was a last minute decision I threw in. I wasn't planning on seeing it, but then everyone else said they're seeing it, so I thought, you know what? Let's just go see it. And I enjoyed it. I had a blast. It's a campy horror film. Exactly what I expected it to be. And I think in terms of 2023 movies, I think it joins Megan and Cocaine Bear, where I enjoyed it just by turning my brain off. And that's it.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, Hell of Summer was a lot of fun.
But this one was, I think, more charming and entertaining than Cocaine Bear. But that's just me. Anyone else have Hell of Summer thoughts? John.
Oh, guys, I'm sorry if I don't know the rules. Okay, I was just gonna say I thought Hell of a Summer as a movie, it's just like a slightly above average horror comedy, but the real important takeaway is that it's basically a star-making performance for Fred Heschinger. Is that how you say it? Heschinger?
Yeah.
Eckinger.
Anyway, he's great in it, and I don't mean not even great. He's like outstanding in it. I mean, I've only seen him really in The White Lotus, but just seeing him in a lead role and also not in like a pissy mood like he is in The White Lotus, I don't know, it just really shows kind of like the range he is as an actor, and I hope he's given more opportunities after people see this. Maybe I'm
Who
being
was he in The White
biased.
Lotus?
What'd you say?
Who was he in The White Lotus?
He's in season 1. He's like the brother who's like, I want to be boating.
Oh, him. Okay.
He's not like in a pissy mood, but he's
yeah,
just
I
like
see.
they don't like him, and you feel bad for him.
Yeah,
But
okay, I see.
he's not like
Yeah.
some like goofy camp counselor.
No.
You know what I mean? It's like it's a good
Yeah,
time.
yeah. No, yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah.
Tristan's asking what he. Oh, I'm supposed to respond to that. Okay, yeah, go Fred. I'm being biased. He was really nice in the interview, which Brett can attest to.
Yes. He was great. He gave us like a 2-minute interview too. Like some of them were like 30 seconds, so he just talked to us for a while. So that's
Ow.
cool.
I just gave myself like pink eye. Anyway, and the people I've interviewed for anything, celebrity, non-celebrity, journalism in like 5 years, he's literally, I think, one of the best subjects ever. He just was so excited to even be there. So
Yeah,
go Fred.
we love Fred. Alex, what are your thoughts on Hell of a Summer?
Oh, I thought you were gonna skip me.
Yeah.
I didn't like it. I felt like it was one of those movies where I could have written the dialogue. Maybe that comes from a place of envy, but that's what I thought. But yeah, it served its purpose. I was never gonna like this movie going in. I felt like it was one of those movies. But yeah, it had its moments. I agree. The theater kid was the standout.
Yeah. His death scene was funny. It really was. Like, let's be real. Yeah, because the other one was just kind of and his was more creative for sure. Was there only really 2 pivotal death scenes in it? I don't know. I'm foggy at this point. Well, was that the end of our day 4? Is that right?
The other director from Hell of a Summer looks like a combination of me and Gall. A little bit, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Billy Burke.
Now that we're mentioning
Yeah.
I can see
lookalikes,
it.
now that we're mentioning lookalikes, the killer and Woman of the Hour looks exactly like Cunningham.
I kind of hated you, Alex, for telling me that. And then when I watched the movie, I was like, God damn it, now I can't focus because it looks exactly like Jacob. It's a dead ringer. I'm like, oh my god. And then obviously the Midnight Madness guy looks a lot like Brett. Honestly, I remember the dress and everything. I was like, this is just Brett. I know this guy.
No, but I feel like Brett would have done it better. He would have hit the
Wow.
thing with the hat.
Oh yeah,
That's true.
Yeah.
You don't. I'm so uncoordinated. I probably would have missed this more times than him. I love Peter though. I want to take his job someday.
You should both come at the same time.
Yeah.
You would be like Dr. Evil and his Golden's like brother or whatever.
That should be my Halloween costume this year. Is Peter, the Midnight Madness program?
That is so
Please.
unbelievably niche.
You
No
just be
one
dressing
would-
up as you, really. You
no one
already have
would
the
get it.
That's the
costume.
point. That's the
Is he
point.
like a fedora?
Yeah, I'm
He's
just
so
a bit of
lucky he gets
fedora.
to walk the red carpets, so he's like always in the background of like all the videos. I mean, also he gets to walk the red carpet,
He's
obviously. I just meant
always
he's
there
so
after
cool.
the Midnight Madness screening with his like little Indiana Jones satchel, and he still has the hat on. Like he keeps the gimmick after the movie's over,
Oh,
which is
he
hilarious.
Props to
does.
him, though.
So
Props
I
to
did an internship at TIFF, and he wore his like he worked in the same office on the other side, and he'd wear his fedora like to work.
Did
Like,
you work
actually.
with him?
That's fantastic.
Yeah, well, not in the same department. I was in the programming department for like the conversations and stuff. But he was in the same office, just on the other side of the building. I'll
We
do
could
that right
educate
now.
educate the listeners on Rustin right now. We could do that.
Yes, we got a movie star sitting here with us.
Well,
do.
no, I only talk about myself. I just thought I could provide some interesting insight into the production of this cinematic motion picture. That is
Yes,
all.
please do.
Interesting.
At least you stopped at masterpiece. You didn't say that.
So I remember I first received an email that they were going to be filming in DC in like fall 2021. And I feel so bad for whoever had to do casting and filming this because they emailed us like 4 different months. Like they would be like, oh, it's canceled after they went through all the process of like booking the dates and the extras. Me and my mom were booked to like help with this like 4 separate times or three separate times, not 4. So they filmed most of it in Pittsburgh and then they kept canceling and I felt so bad. They kept going through different casting companies and I felt so bad. And then they finally did it in August 2022. And that was the last thing they filmed for the whole movie was all the stuff at the National Mall. And I only went in for 1 day because I was still being a PA on another show. But the day my mom went in, it was like people were passing out from heat exhaustion because they were just working the National Mall in like August in the direct sun. And it was like a really big mess. So they just kind of sat on the bus all day the day my mom was there. But the day I went in, I felt so bad. I was like, sorry, Mom, I had a great time. We were in like one of the tents they had for the March on Washington, and it was really fun to film with Coleman Domingo, and he actually filmed his last scene in front of like 100 extras, and then he like went by all of us and gave us fist bumps. I've only been on like 3 real film sets, but I've never seen anyone else do that before, like acknowledge the existence of like hundreds of extras. So he was super nice. And then it was just a really cool thing to kind of recreate, I guess, because everyone was in 1960s clothes, holding up all these like March on Washington signs and pamphlets. And it was just like one of the coolest things I've ever been a part of. So I'm sorry if that was boring, but I think it was just it was a really interesting production, like since they've kind of experienced so many setbacks that they almost didn't even film that scene like on location because it's very hard to film in DC. It costs a lot of money. That was a long ramble.
And then
Yeah.
Mr. John Barnes had his moment of fame on screen in the actual movie.
I
So
didn't
if you
expect to
watch
make it.
watch the
Yeah,
March on Washington scene, he's right there, front and center,
it's
right behind
during a
Coleman Domingo.
part where they're
Yeah.
like singing some song, like a quartet is singing, and then I honestly didn't expect to make it in, but then there was a shot for a split second where I'm just like fake laughing, and I was like, oh yay. Um, so go Rustin. I actually did like the movie, regardless of me. I liked how it was 90 minutes. I know that's weird. Like it's not that I don't have a short attention span, but I think like for a historical movie to kind of like convey that much information and themes in 90 minutes is like an accomplishment in itself. Like it went in depth, but it didn't feel like it overstayed its welcome. I don't know how you guys felt.
I did not see it,
Oh, well,
unfortunately, but I
Eden and
will
Tristan
see it.
did. Who else
Yeah.
saw it?
I
I think
did.
I
Hunter
did as
also.
well. Yeah.
What
That
did you
was
guys
good.
think?
I feel
I
like
liked
yeah, I feel like Coleman Domingo, he carries that movie on his back. Without him, it's a totally different movie.
Definitely.
Yeah, completely agree. Coleman Domingo is absolutely electric. I liked it. I like biopics. I think it's, a story that is really great to be told, and I think it's going to find a real niche on Netflix this fall. But yeah, the heart and soul of the movie is absolutely Coleman Domingo, and he's phenomenal. I really hope he gets some recognition this award circuit for it.
His voice work
Yeah.
is insane.
Oh
Like
yeah.
in any
Yeah, it's
movie, I'm
insane.
just saying, like the second he said like one word in that movie, I was like, oh my God. Like
And the
just
charisma.
yeah.
Like you're just instantly enthralled by any word he says.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't see the movie, but even just like in the trailer when he's like, "Oh, it's only a Friday, and things could get worse." Like, there's just something that pulls you in. You guys seen Euphoria? He plays kind of a minor role in there, and they did like a special episode with just like him and Zendaya talking in a diner for an entire like hour, I guess. Amazing, spectacular work. I really, really want to see more of him. I know he had another TIFF movie, The Sing Sing, that got great reviews, and I'm just so excited to see his career just like launch like a rocket. So
Yeah,
No
me
one
too.
here saw Sing Sing, right?
I
No.
wanted to. It had so much, but I mean, I wanted to see it because I just like Coleman Domingo due to bias. But I think it must have been scheduled during a lot of other films we all wanted to see.
Yeah, I don't think it had like a big theater. Like I think it just like premiered in Scotiabank and had like 2 screenings, and that's about it. Like, I
Wow.
don't remember it really getting too much buzz until the end.
Don't
And
even
Well,
get
look,
now,
started on
well now
Stop.
A20, well now A24 has it, so
yeah,
Well, the people who
proud.
saw it were like buzzing about it. Like the
yeah,
Oscar expert says that he thinks it'll be like a huge contender next
yeah. He
What's
thinks
the
it's gonna
question?
win SAG Ensemble.
year. Mm-hmm.
I have a
That's
question.
what Justin said, but yeah.
Yeah.
Or brother bro, I guess.
You guys are
Probably.
smart. So explain, like I'm 5. I'm gonna sound uncultured. When people buy these movies at festivals, why do they wait a year when it's already finished to distribute? Just because of Oscars and the end of the year thing? Is that really the only
Well,
reason?
There's so many
No.
movies, especially if you're A24. Look, you have Zone of Interest, you have Past Lives, you have what's in it like
Priscilla.
Iron Claw, Priscilla. That's a lot of movies to campaign right now
Yeah.
for this award season. And especially with the strikes, it might be a good idea to be like, okay, Sing Sing, we'll put you in our back pocket,
Yeah.
pay you for
And
24. Let's say we don't get a single
it,
other movie because nobody's working. We'll focus solely on Sing Sing.
it might also be a better strategy to take Sing Sing, show it at Sundance, maybe try to take it to Berlinale and release it. I wouldn't say release it in the spring, like in May or June, but I would say like release it around the time they released Coda.
Mhm.
and like in August, like September, and just let it play then, and
Yeah,
let
that makes
people
sense
catch
to
on to
me.
it then. Yeah.
I just meant I feel like I see some festival films that are like they come out like a year and a half later. I mean, like
Yeah.
some way
Well, I
worse.
think
But I mean, like popular ones, you know.
Yeah.
So it's
Well,
interesting.
yeah, I do think there are some instances. I know of, like, I think Sound of Metal, when that screened at TIFF in 2019, that was like not the
Okay.
final version. So maybe, and apparently it was like something where like they wanted to see how TIFF audiences felt about that cut, and then they re-edited it and they put it in like AFI the next year.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Thank you for enlightening me. Appreciate it.
Plus every fall is just it gets like weekend after weekend after weekend of just big movies, and so it can be a lot, and it's the holidays, so
Guitar one weekend, Banshees the next, Fableman's the next. Yeah.
yeah.
So day 5, we saw Rustin that day.
Is this Monday?
Yeah, this is the holdovers.
Oh my God.
Okay.
This is one of the full disclosure. This is one of the craziest days I've ever had in my life. And we're like 3 hours into this podcast. So
3 hours? That's one
We've been here a long
Oppenheimer.
time.
Yeah, John, I know.
You guys are the
Madness.
Frederick Wiseman of podcasts, where it's
It's
just
just,
like,
like,
you know
right
what? If it's
like,
not
right
4
around the
hours,
point-
we're not watching it.
This
We're,
only
right around
applies
the
to
point
one.
Edward Yang.
Godfather.
Edward Yang. We're going to Brothers from Bodega.
Alex,
right
don't
down
you
the
have
point.
homework? See, everyone else, you're valid. Me and Alex, what the hell, man?
It's 11 p.m. Pacific for me, so I still have time. I feel bad for you guys.
Yeah, same here. I'm also West
and-
Coast, so
You still haven't. What do you have anything due tomorrow?
I have my internship tomorrow, so I'm going at 9:30 a.m., which honestly, right now, looking like
We're getting close. I do work at 9 a.m. people.
Oh, me too. Work at
I also work early too.
Okay,
Well, I guess that's a hint.
Just
So holdovers.
Inject yourself with
Holdovers.
Adderall. Inject
It's
yourself
like
with
right
Adderall.
around the point in The Godfather in terms of how long this podcast is going. During the baptism scene in The Godfather, and this day was basically like that scene for me. So I don't know. Once
You just kept getting shot in the face, is what you're after?
you guys talked about the critics, so I don't want to make this gonna go on. I saw it, but I don't want to. You guys already talked about it, so. But then the holdovers, so someone else can take it away.
Let Brett take it away because I think he.
Oh, it's his movie.
As he said, I think that was the best movie ever, guys.
That was literally my quote when I saw
Did you
it.
say that
First-
2 months ago, and then 2
first
months
thing,
before, and then 2 months ago?
I was looking on my phone and I just see the Instagram banner across the top of the screen. Brett's like masterpiece, 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 masterpiece 4 times in a row.
Yes. So, number one, what was cool was right before this movie, John and I got to film and interview Alexander Payne. So, already like, yeah,
Oh,
let's
no.
go to this, right? What?
Oh
Yeah.
no, he was nice, but if you've ever, thought how bad could this go, if you ask the director a
did not
question,
go
he
that
goes,
bad.
"Seriously, oy vey."
Yeah.
You
Oh,
don't know.
no.
I just smiled and nodded. I think he was just joking around, but
He was just joking around.
What
was
was
very
your
nice.
question, actually?
I don't want to be. Oh, they told me since we were last, we only had one question, so my outlet. I mean, I would do this too, honestly. My outlet was just like, if you can only ask one question, just like ask about why the director wanted to make the movie and like kind of talk about the plot. So for general audience, so I was basically just like, why'd you think it was important to share this story now? And then he was like, seriously, oy vey, and then he just went into like he was like, I just wanted to make a movie, and I was like, bet, awesome. And then he was like, if you want me to talk about themes, I don't even know what the themes are. He was like nice about it. He was like, I can talk about process maybe another time though. And then he walked away. He was great.
Yeah.
Another time.
He was very nice.
You got to circle back then.
Yeah. Well, I will say he was like, students, I didn't even get this joke because I was so nervous. But in the video, he goes, students, why are you guys at the end? You should be at the front. And I was like, oh, because he likes students. But I was like, no, because the movie's about students. Like, that was the joke. I just thought he was being nice because he was like, you poor young guys are at the end here. But no, he was just like, it's literally a movie about you people. Why are you at the end? So thank you, Alexander Payne, I guess, for the joke. I don't know. How do you guys do this with such confidence?
You know, I'm
It-
trying. It's late.
Yeah.
So the holdovers.
Yes.
I saw the holdovers. Obviously, you know, it's the premiere. And this is like one of my most hyped movies of the festival already. It just like probably outside of Boy and the Heron, it's like my number two because I absolutely love the trailer of this film, and it gave me this like '70s like ordinary people Kramer versus Kramer type of like beat, and I was like, yeah, if they really do commit to that, like this is one of my favorite things. And literally from the opening title scroll, I was like, oh my gosh, this is the coolest thing I've ever seen. Um, and it just it's hard to like talk to someone about it because whenever I explain it, it is a very conventional film. It is literally a connection that is made between a teacher and a student. Um, you know, the entire plot is the fact that like this teacher is kind of forced to save these students over Christmas break, and these are the students that essentially were not picked up from to go home by their parents, and this kid has a whole reasoning to why he had to be held over, and that's kind of what you're discovering as the film continues. But it is an absolutely delightful little movie that is so cute and so warm, and it's depiction. So last year I couldn't go home for Christmas. It was the first time that I couldn't go home for Christmas because of what was going on in my life. So I felt like I was kind of held over here in Florida. And so immediately I just had this like connection to this movie where it was just kind of already getting me. Um and it made me very nostalgic for home as well. Not that I live in Minnesota or anything like that, but just it's like kind of small towny Christmas vibe was resonating with me a lot too. And as the film continued, I just felt like it was this beautiful exploration of it's coming of age in a lot of ways. It really is, but it's also this idea of these two people figuring out aspects of themselves they hadn't realized were there until they made this connection with each other. And same with Divine Joy Randolph, who might be the best character in the film in several ways. And this ends up giving this really big powerhouse performance. But I just setting and aesthetic. Again, I think I read a letterbox review that said that this felt like a Cat Stevens song. This is strangling you for 2 hours. And if anyone knows my connection with Cat Stevens, you already know why this movie really just like wrecked me, because that's exactly what it felt like. It was this nice, warm, homey vibe, but it was stuck up on me how emotional it made me at the very end. And there's one line which I won't spoil where I was just like, oh, here it goes, here it goes. Oh my gosh, there it is. You know, because like I felt like I knew these people, and you know, a lot of like we talked about Woman of the Hour, we talked about these movies already where I was like, I always felt like I was in a movie theater watching this movie and acknowledging what it looked like and what it felt like. And this movie, I felt like a fly on the wall. I really felt like I knew these people and I really cared about these people. And by the time it was like wrapping up, I was also saying goodbye to friends that I had made within the last hour and a half. And I felt like that was such a powerful thing for the movie to convey. And it's gonna be, oh, see you later, John. Have a good night.
Bye,
And
John.
it was just for me, it was such a warm blanket. And I also just think it nails its 70 aesthetic, you know, and it's in a way that it doesn't really feel gimmicky. It just feels so germane to what's going on in the film. And like it's one of those movies where if you told me that it came out in like 1975 and was a renowned classic that had won Best Picture, I would be like, oh yeah, that totally makes sense. Like it doesn't feel like it came out this year, which is a huge testament. And I just, again, loved it, and I just I need more time with it. I need to process it even more so I can like sit down and write all of my thoughts about this movie because it's a jumbled mess still. But I had such a strong emotional reaction to it, and it's one of my favorite movies. Just point blank period. It's one of my favorite movies. It's like when it comes to theaters, I want to see it 10 times when it comes out. Like you'll hear more of me talk about this movie for the rest of my life, but that's what I can give you right now. Maybe more of a jumbled mess, but as than it should be, but you know, yeah. There you go. Oh, anyone
Yeah.
else have thoughts on the Fableman? I'm the Fable.
The Fablemans. Best
It's
movie
this
of
year's
all time.
Fablemans.
This is one of the best movies I've ever seen as well. Thank you, Brett, for introducing us that because it is. I don't think anything would have topped Oppenheimer for my favorite of the year, but this I think has. And on rewatch, I think it has the potential to be of even more meaning to me and several others. I agree from the very opening frame to the very last one. It was a journey. It's one of those movies that makes me geek out over it, but not it's not like a Marvel movie or anything like super action packed but it is like when I think about it and think about several moments, I just get chills and I get giddy. Because it is like a cinema type experience.
Yes.
And you're with these characters, you're confined, but you both feel free at the same time. When they feel free, you feel sad when they feel sad. You feel happy when they feel happy, you know? And so I feel like it's in that sense, it's such an important film. And I think it's also, I feel like if it did come out around the 70s or 80s, people would regard it as one of the best movies ever made. Whether they do that now or not, I doubt it, but we'll see. And
Alex, we can do it.
We'll
be
try,
the biggest
Brett. I'm
supporters
with
of
you.
this
We'll
movie.
campaign.
Yeah,
It'll
let's
be
go.
and everything coming out of Paul Giamatti's mouth. Again, if it was in the 1980s, it would have been literally like it would have been on AFI's best 100 quotes ever.
100%.
A bunch of kids like vulgar Philistines, and it is like the best thing you've ever heard. Some of the shit he says, it's how Alexander Payne wrote this, a guy who has never even come close to this level of quality before. Like I like Election a lot, I like Sideways a lot, but it's not even close. It's like night and day.
Here's the crazy thing: I don't love his filmography outside of this.
Okay, well, yeah, that's even crazy.
So,
yeah, I mean, Divine Joy Randolph. Like now that Lily Gladstone is out of the race, like I'll be damned if she doesn't win. She is so good. She breaks you in this movie. Her storyline or her subplot is so powerful in the imagery in this film. The film talks a lot, right? The screenplay,
the scene at the party, that's all I'll say. The scene at the party.
My god. But also the visual moments, the moments of silence are equally as powerful, if not more so. And it's one of those films that, every little thing, whether it's like a guy talking to a girl, try or like going to Boston or just like random stuff in this film, things that are so small. It feels good to make those small things. Make the stakes are so low, but with a film like this, they're heightened to the maximum like ability, and so it's amazing.
Something I want to add that I just thought about. It might have my favorite production design of the year, which I know is going to be a hot take for a lot of people, but like the way that they're able to capture small town Christmas, which I already mentioned that, but just like I think through a pure aesthetic lens is just breathtaking. I think this movie should be a much bigger player in technical fields than it will be because it's subtle, but it's there.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm just gonna have a big hot take here. I decided I'm gonna announce this on the podcast. So
yeah,
my favorite film of the decade so far. I like this movie more than Everything Everywhere All at Once.
I agree.
I like this movie more than The Fablemans.
Let's go.
I like this movie more than Drive My Car. I like this movie more than The Green Knight.
Oh wow.
Okay.
I
anyways,
agree. Let's go.
Do you like it better than The Rehearsal though?
That's tough. I'll have to think about it. I have to watch it again. It's tough. That's tough. You guys need to watch Rehearsal. It's great. Anyways, Tyler, I'm so sorry to cut you off.
It's Jover. It's Jover.
I could take over for a few seconds. Actually, it wasn't even Alexander Payne who wrote this, which is the funny thing is like, I had to look it up. David Hemmingson, who's done nothing but write, I don't want to be mean to him, crappy television.
Angela Anaconda.
I don't even know what you just said, but sure.
Wait, no, he wrote Angela Anaconda. I grew up on
Yeah,
that show. It's like
I
a
saw that
Canadian
on
classic.
IMDb. I saw that on IMDb.
That is
and I was
crazy.
like, holy
It's a
shit.
terrible show, but yeah.
Oh, well, there you go. But like that, and then this is his first like feature film he's written. I was like, where the fuck was this from? Like, where did you write this like not cult class, like instant classic right here of this just script lying in a desk or something? I don't know. So it is a impeccably well written. I think it is like I have only seen downsizing from Alexander Payne, so obviously I've seen his worst film. Even not even seen the rest of the films, I already know it's his worst film. And it was one of those where I see like this guy's been nominated for Best Director 3 times already. That's kind of weird. And then I watched this movie. I'm like, actually, I get it now because this is a director's movie in terms of just like not showy, but it's just you are in the assured hands of a director, and you are like this is a Christmas classic for adults. Basically, I think of it as, and I think it's just impeccably well done in the service of the story and the characters, which is sometimes I like big productions and elaborate stuff, but when it's just like here's a good story with people you really want to keep, you want to learn more about, and is the best version of that possible.
Yeah, I'd say for me, The Holdovers was definitely best film of the festival, and I knew right from the get go that the 90 was going to be dethroned. And for me, for The Holdovers, Alexander Payne is I have a little more sentimental value towards him because he's from my hometown, and I come from a city that, for those of you who don't know, I'm from Omaha, Nebraska, which is a city that like rarely never ever gets attention. And the fact that Alexander Payne is a director born and raised from there, and he's like as big of a director as he is, means a lot. And I could definitely tell from almost in every single aspect of filmmaking, like there was he sprinkled in some little detail from his his life here in Omaha into it. Like for example, he went to an all boys high school that is called Creighton Prep, and I could tell like from the Holdovers, like from watching the Holdovers, he took some inspiration from he had to take some inspiration from his time at that school into this movie. And of course, there's like I've heard there's a couple of the characters who are references to like Omaha natives that he knows, and I always find that really cool. Yeah, it's just if it definitely feels homey, and I definitely feel like it really felt personal of film, and that's what I love about The Holdovers more than any other another one of Payne's movies. I would even go as far as say it's the best movie, and that comes from someone who has seen all of it. And so yeah, I love The Holdovers. It's a fantastic movie.
Yeah, The Holdovers, just to echo the sentiments of everyone else, this is my favorite film of the festival, hands down. And it's very much the Fablemans of this year. It's traditional, but it just feels it's so masterfully crafted that it doesn't matter what era it comes out in. It's gonna hit. Just because it's like it is familiar, but it's brilliant. And Alexander Payne, like he's one of my favorite filmmakers of all time. If I had to put together a top 5 or even top 3, he'd probably be in there. Sideways and Nebraska and Descendants are some of my favorite movies, but I think The Holdovers actually tops all of them. It's very cozy and it's warm, but it's got a ton of depth. And I love this movie. It's one that I think I'm going to watch over and over and over again. And right now it's like head to head with Oppenheimer as my favorite film of the year. So
I'm sorry, it is so much better than Oppenheimer, Tristan. Are you kidding me here?
Oppenheimer is so good. It's so good.
Let's
So much
hold the
better.
horses a little
Brett, I was
bit.
with you for a long
it
time.
Past Lives, though? Is
I
it
know we
Past Lives, though?
gotta we can't be too extreme with our views, man.
Yes.
No, I like Oppenheimer. It's very good, but it's not The Holdover.
Is it Past Lives though?
Yeah, that's a crazy thing. Past Lives is my number 2 of the year, so there you go.
I mean, it's way better than Past Lives.
Yeah, Past Lives is like 6 for me.
Oh wait, I thought you meant like
I'll
a
be
6
the
out of
judge.
10. And I was like, Tristan, get out of there.
Yeah,
Let's
Tristan.
go.
No, it's a 4.5.
I'm afraid we can't be friends. I'm afraid we can't be friends.
No, I love Past Lives. I just like my top 6. I love. They're all great.
Okay.
Yeah. It's not as good as
Elementals is number
Blackberry,
5.
which is no Elemental is my number 7. I think Blackberry is my number 5.
Well, Elemental's an actual 6 out of 10.
So good.
Randall's so good.
I'm from.
We got way off track.
Anyways,
it's not a good 6 out of 10. Is Pool Man. Take it away.
I thought we were going to Hitman first.
We gotta hit the
Hitman's
pool.
the better man movie.
Are we still not
that's
on the
true.
holdovers though?
Oh, Holdovers is great. I don't know if I can add anything to the
yeah.
conversation. It's 2:15 a.m. and my brain is like exhausted. But cozy is the best adjective to use, and yeah, it's such a comfort movie. Definitely my second favorite of the festival, within my top 5 of the year. I echo what everybody else has said. It's fantastic.
I'm pitching my own version of Mormonism, but it's just handing people DVDs of the holdovers.
Yes, DVDs, cassette tapes, whatever.
Yeah,
That's true. They should have VHS for this.
VHS, yeah.
Oh,
I can't wait
have
to
you
watch
seen-
it. Like I don't know if you. So the soundtrack's actually on Spotify as well. If you want to check it out, that's what I
Oh,
would.
it is.
Thank God,
Yeah, I
because I looked it
haven't.
up. It was on. I was like, my life is saved finally. I can like stay sane until November.
I know, thankfully, like, I'm gonna go AFI Fest, and that same weekend is when it starts its limited release. So I'm like, hey, I'm gonna be in the LA area. Hopefully
I'm
there's
going
a theater.
to, Jared.
Hey, let's meet up.
We're
Meet
gonna
up
get the
there,
Tyler
let's go.
Perry documentary and also
I know. I got
Ah.
the email yesterday. It's like, ooh, new centerpiece. So I'm like, great. Hope it's like a Saltburn or something. Tyler Perry documentary.
Tyler Perry propaganda. That's what the world needs.
Yeah.
Didn't you
So
see
he-
a Jazz Band's Blues last year, Tyler? Or sorry, not
Yo,
Tyler,
Jazz
Tristan.
Fans Blues. Oh
I
my
never
God,
ended up
that
watching
brings me
it.
back.
Oh,
That
okay.
movie does feel like
You
70s.
drafted it in film ball.
I know. I thought it was gonna be a
but-
big deal.
Like that was when I looked at my program last year. I was like, "Holy shit, that feels like it was 2012." We did this. That was so long ago. It was like just last
Yeah.
year. I was like,
You might as
"Oh."
well have just made a Medea Goes to TIFF movie instead.
Medea goes
That would've been
Oh god.
So we can talk about Hitman real quick because
So yeah, Hitman.
Here's the interesting framing of Hitman. We all had to leave the Q&A early for the holdovers, which was so sad to make this movie on time. Oh, I'll never forget like running into the Royal Alexander Theater, finding you guys, and be like, guys, that was the best movie I've ever seen. What's going on right now? And then like running up to the balcony. I was sitting next to John, and for some reason he left halfway through, and I was like concerned for his safety, but he just sat in another seat. It's all good. We're all good. But you saw Hitman.
Kristen got us the most incredible seats. Right in front of us was none other than Ethan Hawke. I may or may not have spent half the runtime like watching Ethan Hawke rather than watching the movie.
I did too.
That was
I
pretty
had to sit
fantastic.
down and watch golf while I was so far less. fun
Oh, you poor
experience.
thing.
I should probably cut. So
Hitman.
Hitman.
To
It's
quote Dave Gonzalez, it was cute. That's all I'm gonna say.
it's a
All
rom-com
right,
in a
and you
trench
can
coat.
leave.
It's fantastic.
Yeah. Oh no, I'm talking. Yeah, I'm talking to Tyler. Come on, man. It's great.
You know that movie Master of Disguise? With
I've heard of it.
oh, who's in it?
Mm-mm.
Dana something?
Dana Carvey.
Yeah, that movie. It's like that but good.
I don't know. Glenn Powell's fantastic in it. Adria Arjona really in a star-making turn. Also, I was really impressed to see that Glenn Powell co-wrote this with Richard Linklater. Really impressed me by his talent. He's unbelievably chameleonic in the role. He pulls off so many different hats. I'm really sad that this is getting a Netflix release. It's a perfect theatrical movie. Our audience was absolutely loving it. But I'm really excited to see, what people think of it because I had so much fun with it.
This movie's gonna kill on Netflix though.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, it's gonna be so
So
it's gonna
well.
do really well.
Because
So,
it's like such a crowd pleaser. It is such just like a nice like, oh, sitting at home, put on Netflix, let's watch Hitman. This is a fun movie. Like this is a really fun, unpretentious movie. Glenn Powell's fantastic. I legit would put him in best actor contention. I'm not gonna lie. I thought he was incredible. Like I think if anything, this movie's proof that he is gonna be a huge star. Because my word, the range is great. It's great.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
insane.
For me, I prefer a more loose Linklater. I like him in Boyhood or Dazed and Confused or Before Mode. This is his most structured film since like School of Rock, probably, which I think is going to make it super successful. But ultimately, like I've connected to his other movies probably more than this one. That being said, this was a great time in the theaters, and I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, like Linklater's my favorite director, and I wouldn't put it on the same level as a lot of those films like the Before trilogy and Boyhood. It's not as emotionally resonant, but it proves that he's such a versatile filmmaker, and he's able to come out of his wheelhouse, because usually he's those like very loose narrative films are his where he really excels. But this is very plot driven, and it's completely different from anything he's ever done before, and it feels like a blockbuster of sorts. And I think it's going to get a huge audience response. So I'm excited to see once it hits Netflix. But I loved it, and it was such a magical moment for me, because like Boyhood's my favorite movie of all time. It's what got me into film. Ethan Hawke's right in front of me, and Richard Linklater's on stage, and like Patricia Arquette's probably on King Street because she was directing Gonzo Girl, which was there too. So it was pretty cool seeing like all the Boyhood people there.
Eller Coltrane was probably working at Tim Hortons next door. I'm sorry, that was so bad.
It's so mean.
I'm so sorry, Edgar.
Amazing.
It was Eller Coltrane, not Edgar.
Oh my
Guys,
god.
it's so late.
Oh, man.
I'm sorry.
I liked it, man. I thought it was good. It's a screwball comedy, which you never see like literally ever. So it was a nice change of pace compared to what a lot of kind of comedies are today. But I kind of
Fuck was that?
it just didn't really emotionally resonate with me. So, but I liked it.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry for people who heard that. Something screeched in my headphone here.
I thought that was me for a second. I was like, oh, oh.
Yeah, I was
He
like, what
must
the
re-
fuck was that?
I must not really be making sense right
Jump,
now.
Wow.
jump
Yeah.
scared. Jump scared.
But
Yeah.
between The Killer and now Hitman, they have cornered the Hitman market, of Netflix has.
Knox goes
really-
away. If it goes to Netflix, I'm gonna like flip out. That's gonna
They
be
can I don't know what they
perfect
who
for
wants-
Father's Day.
what market wants that though? The people who have insomnia want that movie, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, I think Hitman was probably the most fun movie I saw at the festival. I think I greatly enjoy. I think it's so funny. I think, yes, Glenn Powell, this is a star-making performance. I think he's our new Matthew McConaughey, but just better because he can write movies as well and everything. So I greatly enjoyed it. It's one of those movies where I don't like, sure, I could nitpick it. I could definitely identify what's not great, but at the same time, I just had so much fun with it that I kind of was like, it's fine, whatever. So
Yeah, I just wanted to just chime in when I got announced like, hey, it's going to Netflix. A lot of people were like, oh man, I want to see it in theaters. So Glenn Powell's not going to be the movie star that everyone makes out because of this movie, but the man had a pretty big role in Top Gun Maverick. He has a theatrical rom-com coming later this year. His Netflix rom-com he did a couple years ago, Set Up, has a cult following. I think the man's gonna be fine if this movie goes to Netflix. But the article confirming everything did say that part of the deal was a big theatrical release. So I'm hoping it's going to be a Glass Onion type deal that Netflix can do, at least just playing it in theaters for 1 week. But we shall see.
Okay, so aside from The Fox and the Fiddle, what did everybody else do that night?
The Fox and the oh my god, that night was insane.
Honestly, one of the best days of my
Right
life.
back. You guys
Yeah.
can continue. I'll be right back. I gotta take care of something real quick. Thank you.
All right. Well, I guess I have to
take it
go.
away, please.
Oh my gosh. So here we go with Pool Man.
I've been waiting for almost 2 hours now at this point for this.
Yeah, I just realized that I'm wearing the same shirt that I wore to Pool Man, and now I like want to burn it.
But did
Was
you
it
wear that
really
shirt to
that
hold
bad?
over?
I was wearing Tommy Bahamas to Pool Man. I was feeling it.
This man was texting us beforehand. He's like, weeks before, Hitman, Pool Man, double feature. Who's in? Hell yeah.
Look, it's one of the worst movies I've ever seen. It's terrible. It
Damn.
is terrible. I mean, it was one of the worst movie watching experiences in my life for matters other than the movie. that I won't get into. The Q&A before the movie, well, the executive producer introduced it, and it was awful immediately, like the way she was talking about it. And I should have taken that as some sort of sign, but I didn't. And then the movie started, and I was there 40 minutes, and then I left. It was terrible. And I thought I was the only person that thought it was awful. But then people started walking out, and then more people started walking out, and then more people started walking out, and then I walked out. I've never seen anything like it in my life. I think if you take every other movie in my life, like all the other people who've walked out of the theater in any other movie I've seen, it is not even total. It doesn't even total what happened in Pool Man. It's like, I think there were 300 seats in that theater, all sold out, huge rush line. At the end, it was reported by Darren, the Q&A, there were like 20 people left. It's horrible. And people ask me, oh, what's so bad about it? I'm like, everything you can like mention. Is the dialogue bad? Yes. Like it's that. It's like location, cinematography, the direction is awful. Like, if you want to learn about directing, watch this movie. Chris Pine, I don't know what happened. I I don't know. He produced it, he directed it, he wrote it, he starred in it. It's his baby, it's his vision. And I never want to see that ever come to screen again. I'm gonna have a hard time adjusting to seeing him back on screen ever again as well. God, it's terrible. If you make it the entire way through the movie, good on you. And reportedly, it actually gets worse as the movie goes on, and worse things start happening. Tyler can attest, as he stayed the entire way through. We talked to some critics after the movie's over. They were like, yeah, we've never seen anything like this before. And then, sure enough, reports came out afterwards from every major outlet saying worst movie to ever debut at major film festival, disastrous, garbage, like all of this. I wouldn't be surprised if it gets canned and nobody takes it. I mean, that probably won't happen, but I hope it does, because then the only people who have been able to see it are those who were in the audience for its TIFF premiere. Where it went wrong, I don't know. How they made this movie happen, I don't know. It was a 9:30 slot on a Monday. It was like a prime like spot, and yeah, it was a disaster.
And it was funny
so-
because oh, sorry, Tyler.
No, go ahead, Tristan.
Like, out of all of the movies directed by actors, it felt like the big one. Like, everyone was talking about it. It didn't it play on 35 millimeter?
So
Yeah.
they talked to us immediately before. They're like, hey guys, we were gonna be the only TIFF movie since, I think it was like 10 years ago. I think Room, maybe, but I can't recall. The only movie in like 10 years that is played in 35. And then she was so sad. She was like, but it wasn't working, so we're gonna have to give it to you in its regular format. so things were going wrong from the start. It's like they couldn't catch a break, which was well
bad
deserved.
sign.
Yeah, I for my screening Pool Man, I saw it the day after it premiered, and the 35 millimeter worked for me. Yeah, and I actually, and unlike Alex here, I actually saw the whole thing, because I actually follow through when I watch movies. I don't walk out or
Oh, damn.
leave.
Fight.
No. But I too thought Pool Man was a disaster. It's definitely one of the worst movies of the year. No clear direction, no good performance. Writing was terrible. Apparently, Ariana DeBose in this movie, and she never showed up. Spoiler
What?
alert.
She was? I didn't know that.
Yeah, she was on the cast list, and she was never in the movie.
I did not know that. That's so crazy.
But yeah, Pool Man was awful. I don't know if I should have saw Fingernails instead, because I heard that one got some mixed reactions. But yeah, I was not a fan of Pool Man either.
I will say I'm glad I saw it, because now I'm part of the buzz, and I hope you all. I feel like I felt like moments in that movie where I was going crazy. I'm like I had to rethink my passion for movies. I'm like, is this that bad? Like, am I the only one? But then I turned to the people next to me, like Lucky Boy, and it was at a certain point. Like, I don't talk during movies, but every time something happened, we turn to each other and be like, is this the moment we leave? And then Lucky Boy turns to me and he goes, there's going to be a moment in this movie where I can't take it anymore. I'm just going to get up and leave. And then sure enough, that moment happened, and we both were like, yep, we're out.
I will also say Finn Wolfhard and Billy Burke were at my screening. Like, they were sitting in the row in front of me, and they stayed the whole time. They didn't walk out.
Yeah, because that would have been like a thing. They'd be like, Finn Wolfhard walked out of this movie.
They were taking notes.
Him and
They were
Chris Pine.
Yeah,
B.
and I counted like 24 people walked out of my screening, but the first person didn't leave until like 45 minutes into it.
Yeah, for us it was crazier because majority was the premiere, so majority or a lot of people were critics. Yeah, I guess I'll float into aggro drift now.
I just want to say
Aggro
for Pullman,
Okay.
it's gonna also premiere at the London Film Festival as well, so it's gonna be
Aggro drift.
interesting to see that.
Really?
Drift.
Oh, I didn't
Yeah.
know that.
Aggro
Yeah.
premiered in Venice, and like
Gosh.
when it premiered, it just the letterbox curve. I was just like, I have to see this
God.
movie.
Aggro drift was. I was not in a good mood. I yelled at someone on the sidewalk that day. Again, I will not say who, but some will assume, you probably know.
YMS.
And then aggro drift started. I do not like Harmony Korine. I don't like him as a director. I don't like him as a person. I think he's unbearable. Yeah, and so this movie's unbearable too. Makes sense. If you like twerking, you'll like this movie. If you like gang signs, you'll like this movie. If you like colors, you'll like this movie.
I like
That's about it. If you like women twerking in hot tubs, if you like misogyny, you will like this movie. It's awful, but whatever. He has a platform.
Yeah, I'd say my thoughts on Aggro Drift, I was more lenient on it than Alex was. But I give it it's a 2-star movie for me. And I think the infrared cinematography, when I'm watching it, I felt like it's one of those things where if it's done right, it can be cool, but it was not done right in Aggro Drift. And yeah, that's like the main thing. So I know there's a shot where like there's like a demon in the sky, and he looks really cool in the infrared cinematography. But other than that, yeah, Aggro Drift was there wasn't much to it. Like the acting is very, very stale. Travis Scott, who I thought was a big selling point in it, he's barely in it. And even afterwards, I even stayed for the Q&A, and I got called on, and I should have asked like, hey, what was it like working with Travis Scott? Because I was genuinely curious about it. And all Harmony Korine said was he was cool. That was it. And I kind of wish wish he gave us more about it, because I was actually curious what he's like. But Harmony Korine's gotta be a Harmony Korine. So, but yeah, overall, Aggro Drift is definitely his most experimental film since Spring Breakers, and I thought that was very experimental. But yeah, Aggro Drift was, it was what it was. So
Thank God you guys were still on Festival Street by the time I finished, because I like double fisted 2 Aperol spritzes afterwards, and then got 4 more after that to forget about it. And clearly it didn't work. But at the time it was a fun night. So
It's very fun.
what are you gonna do?
Well,
That was right after Eden, Brett, and I saw Pain Hustlers and Hunter.
Pain Hustlers. Pain
Oh, okay.
Hustlers.
Oh
Pain
gosh.
Hustlers.
What a Saturday night. What a night.
Everything I said about the holdovers.
Yeah.
The complete reverse of that, and that's my experience with Pain Hustlers. There was a lot of pain, but there was no hustle for this movie. I was at one point so incredibly bored by this movie that I felt like the theater was like consuming me, and I was like falling into the theater, and like my soul was sinking down into it, and I felt like I was just like a rock, and I just felt like I was in a different plane of existence where I was like, I have to get out of this spot. I have to get out of this space. I can't be here anymore. What am I doing? Why am I wasting my time? And I went through this existential crisis of like, why am I trying to succeed in a platform that can make a movie that is this uninspired?
It's like so competent though. It's like the most harmless, like
Yeah.
there's
I'll
nothing
admit,
wrong with it.
your
I'm
description
right in the middle.
Yeah. Your description was more entertaining than the movie. But at the same time, I don't know how this 6.0 out of 10 boring ass Netflix movie got you to think about this though. I'm so curious.
Yeah, I'm
It's
so
just a
curious as
regular
well.
movie.
Yeah, it's like totally fine. There's nothing wrong with the movie.
It's Brett's projecting. He he went in not wanting to like it at all. He went in like angry to give like a movie a half star. So
I don't know. It's just like I was just
No.
like, this is just a whatever movie.
But
It's
Alex,
fine.
here's what I'll say. The Pool Man aggro drift, at least I would have had something to say about it. What is there to say about Pain Hustlers?
I thought Emily Blunt was great.
Emily
Yeah, I thought she was
Blunt,
really
I thought
good.
I thought she was good.
I guess, but Chris Evans gives a Razzie worthy performance. Can we agree?
Well, that's what was so fun about it too.
Yeah.
Chris Evans
bad.
did not have a good year this year with this and Ghosted. Ghosted
got
sucks.
married, Brett. Last
Well,
week.
Gray Man
starts-
last
That's
year
it.
he had to in
He
Lightyear.
starts talking at the beginning of the movie, and I was like, "Oh, this is a joke. He's doing an accent. He's gonna start talking normally, and it's gonna be like, huh?" And then he continues, like, "No, no, no, oh no, oh no, oh no," and it continues, and I'm like, I can't believe it. It's maybe the worst accent I've ever heard in a film.
It wasn't very good.
Okay, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. It's
so-
bad.
it's so bad. No, it's just there's nothing about it that's interesting. There's nothing about it that's inspired. There's nothing about it that's intriguing to me. There's nothing about it I'll take with me. It was a complete waste of space for 2 hours. I would have much rather been staring at a wall than this movie. That's what I got.
And you took it personally.
I did. I did. Because I'm at a film festival. I want to experience either joy and fun and inspiration or pain like Pool Man or pain like Aggro Drift. I to be honest with you, I think I might have had fun at Aggro Drift. I'm not gonna lie. Pain Hustlers, there's nothing.
Well,
There's nothing.
I'm gonna validate your opinion by saying I have nothing else to say about this movie either. But I thought it was okay. It's fine. It's fine.
I kind of liked it.
Yeah, it's fine.
I don't know. I thought it was kind of fun, and I learned about the opioid crisis.
Woo!
Yeah, it made the opioid crisis kind of fun to watch. Which I guess is not a good thing.
Should you say that? Yeah, should you say
No,
that?
it's-
Yeah, most of the reviews I read for the
Sorry.
movie most of the reviews I
know.
read were like it's playful and like has a fun tone, and then the third act comes and it's a dramatic like turn. So it's like, oh, okay.
According to Brett, it was the first line of the movie. So
Yeah.
I feel like we were sold such a scathing critique of the opioid crisis, and we were given a sanitized version of it. So I definitely see like where it falls into that middling zone. I don't know. I still thought that Emily Blunt completely humanized the narrative, and the whole thing hinges around her. I thought she was really good, and I think the way that I ended my Letterboxd review was that it's palatable in doses, but nowhere near formidable enough to keep you coming back for more. And I'm just going to stand by that.
My favorite line from that entire night, and that was just crazy for all of us. Was when Tyler came in, it was like, I just saw Aggro Drift. I'm buying everyone shots.
bro said,
And that was
I
good.
say, oh, all right, so what are we doing? Vodka or rum? He says, no, we're doing whiskey. I'm like, oh shit, that movie must
Hell
have
yeah.
up.
Hey, that was good. I love that.
Proceeds not to give Tristan a shot.
Oh, no.
Because he liked the movie.
Did he? Oh, okay.
No,
No,
yeah.
it's okay. Don't worry.
It's
No,
okay. It's
It was
okay.
good. It was the fun of it. That was fun. Oh, hey, we can continue the pain for some people. Is the next morning was Evil Does Not Exist.
No. Sorry,
So-
Brett.
Before Evil Does Not Exist.
Oh, okay,
So-
sorry.
I saw Wildcat.
Oh, me too.
Oh, okay, yeah,
Me
okay.
too.
Keep going.
I
keep
love
the
this
pain
villain
rolling,
arc
baby.
for Brett.
Keep the pain
Me
going.
and Brett are just
Continue.
totally going off right now.
So
What was that line that you sent in the chat?
I know
What the
I'll
fuck?
get to it. I'll get to it. So I wasn't planning on seeing Wildcat, but it was like in the morning, woke up, was kind of chilling in the light box, run into me and Tristan's friend Ben Shane. Shout out if he ever listens to this. I don't know how far he would get into
The
this.
Tenant Man.
But yes, Bennett, yes. regardless, I'm like, yo, what's up? When we start talking, he's like, do you want to go see Wildcat with me? I'm gonna go see it right now. I'm like, why not? I got like 2 hours to kill. So I like walk to the theater and I sit there. Number one, Ben proceeds to fall asleep 3 times during the movie, and I was jealous.
Yes. Okay. Sorry to interrupt, Brett, but I just saw your letterbox rating of Wildcat, and I'm so glad we're on the same page.
Yeah. No, this movie's hot trash. And number one, what's so sad about it is it's about Flannery O'Connor, who is like an excellent author. Like it was somewhat on my radar for that reason. I love Flannery O'Connor. Like she's written beautiful works of literature. She has a very interesting perspective on religion that I really appreciate. I think she's a super fascinating figure to have focus on. This movie's a complete structural mess in every regard. It really does feel like Ethan Hawke's trying to do something that's like more experimental in like quotations, but like goodness, there's nothing about it that seems urgent, nothing about it that seems interesting outside of them just trying new narrative things, but none of it really resonates. And the film's just constantly trying to tell you what it's about, and it's not really connecting on any. It's like I was describing up the movie. It's like everyone's speaking like they're at a slam poetry event for the whole movie.
Yep.
It's just like why? Like why was this your take? But it's an interesting sequence. Where this woman has a dream vision of Jesus Christ, telling her that she can be the N-word. And I was just staring at the screen like I don't even know what I'm saying right now. I don't understand. And Ben at this point was asleep and woke up during the scene. And I just whispered to him, it doesn't make much more sense in context.
One of my favorite, one of the moments I laughed hardest was when you texted us during the movie. You were like, Wildcat is so bad. I'm having more fun in the bathroom right now.
It is sure though. The release of P was so much more entertaining than this movie. That was the weirdest thing I've ever said. It's so late.
It's okay. Tristan topped you like 5 minutes ago, so it's all good.
Yeah, I'll copy and paste everything Brett said about Wildcat, and I'm so bummed that this came from Maya and Ethan Hawke, because I admire them both. I think they're a really cool father-daughter duo, but this movie was just not it. And on top of that, apparently Cooper Hoffman was in this movie. I don't remember him at any point in the movie whatsoever.
He's the guy that comes and like tries to date her for a while and takes her away.
I know.
Him.
Like Jacob even told me like, oh, he was this guy, and I'm like, that's how bad this movie was. Like I didn't even notice him in the movie, like, and so, but yeah, Wildcat. I never thought it would be worse than Dix the musical, but here we are.
Yeah. Did anyone else see Wildcat?
Nope.
No, I was going to, and then I didn't.
Same.
You guys saved 2 hours of your life.
Yeah.
So
big time.
Congratulations. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's no reason. There's no reason.
Mm-hmm.
No reason. So yeah, later that day, we saw something else that we've been waiting to talk about. Evil does not exist. So let me address this before everyone lambasts this movie. Earlier, you heard me talk about, oh man, The Holdovers is like my favorite film of the decade. I like it more than Everything Everywhere. I like it more than Drive My Car. That's because Drive My Car is one of my favorite films of the entire decade. It's one of my favorite films ever, and I love it.
Same.
Therefore, I was super excited for the next Hamaguchi joint, and this is what it was. Evil Does Not Exist. This was like probably my third most anticipated of the entire fest. Way up there for me. So I was coming in at an all-time high for this movie. Now, what I'll say about this movie, it is not Drive My Car.
Mm-hmm.
It is
I expected that.
structurally very different, and it is not nearly as emotionally potent as Drive My Car. That being said, have a good night, Tyler. Tyler said that he's we cover all the
See you,
movies. we've
Tyler.
seen, So,
Bye.
all right.
Yeah,
Bye, Tyler.
Alright.
Anyways, so I don't think there's a better director right now who frames and directs than Hamaguchi, and every single shot in this film is a painting. Even the 40-minute conference scene that we will get into is directed with such precision that it's astronomical. And the score, same guy who did the Drive My Car score is coming back for this score, and it is the single best score in a movie I have seen this year. I put it above Oppenheimer. I put it above everything. It is a brilliant score. You know,
It's a
Hunter and
great
I
score,
joked.
but
Hunter and I joked that like the first opening 5-minute shots of this was just like that beautiful music with trees, and we're like, yeah, we're into this.
Oh, I was tempted to pull my phone. I was like, I gotta Shazam this. I'm hoping this is like I need this song right now.
Yeah. And then what precedes is 20 minutes of watching people cut wood and pour water to the most beautiful forest shots and the most lush music. And I'm like, I'm sorry. If it's like if you got Steven Spielberg and John Williams to film a kid playing with toys for 20 minutes, I would love it. I would love it. It's the best director and the best composer probably working right now. Filming footage of forests, and I loved it, and it was beautiful. And after that, we get these courtroom scenes, which I mean, they go on for a long time, guys. I'm not even going to deny that. But I thought it was interesting, and I thought it was cool, and I thought what it was saying about gentrification was like poignant, and I don't know, I was kind of like into it. And then the rest of the movie I just kind of ascended to. I just found it to be a really nice vibe. You know, after the movie, I think I specifically heard Eden, which I know she'll talk about, be like, this movie feels like it crushed me. And I was like, and maybe it's because I just got through Wildcat. Okay. But I did not feel like this movie was a burden to watch. It was so peaceful and so nice that it just felt like it was like a nice warm shower that had gone on. And I was like,
a
Japanese
nice
cinema.
100-minute shower.
A nice hot 100-minute shower.
100-minute shower that feels like it's 1,000.
Oh yeah, it's scalding hot, like the most uncomfortable shower ever.
Bro, this podcast is gonna be flagged for false information, Brett. Like everything you just said.
I'll be honest. This was my second
Fake
favorite
news.
film of the festival. Brett, you are hyping this up way too much for people. I'm honest. I loved it too, but I was like, "What?" And I agree with what you're saying.
I liked it. I didn't even like it. I don't think it's nearly as poignant as Drive My Car. It didn't make me feel the same way that movie did. But what I'm trying to say is when you have a director at the top of his game, he can make anything, and I think he'll make it just so nice to be in. And I don't know, I found it comforting, and I really enjoyed the film. I really did. I don't think it's his best movie by any means, but I think it's interesting, and I think there's stuff there. It's going to be a hard sell for people, I get it, but I liked it. That's what I gotta say.
Okay. Please go off, Alex. I've been waiting now so long for this.
No, it's too late for that.
Damn it. What are we doing here then?
Just no, Brett and I have been on the same side like this entire podcast, so it would break my heart if we were about to agree on an upcoming movie.
Just do it.
It was a fun because it was like 7 of us, right, sitting in the same row. So that I had Tristan on my left. I had Tristan on my left who was like asleep for most of it, and then Brett on my right who was, I kid you not, leaning forward in his chair to see more of the movie, as if he leaned back in his seat. He wouldn't have seen enough of that. Oh my gosh, this movie is so boring and so long. I thought it was 2:30. Thank God it was 1:40, because I was about to go to the bathroom during the climax of the movie. There's a scene for like 20 minutes where they get water from a pond and put it in these jugs and then walk all the way to the van. Like, man, just bring the van to the pond or get a bigger jug for the water. Like, come on, what are we doing here? This is so inefficient. The conference room scene. This is an hour 40. It's like 40 minutes of it is the conference room scene. What the hell? And it's like that scene is all exposition. It's all stuff I know about the movie already because I read the synopsis. Therefore, I was like, all right, I can fall asleep. I fell asleep. I opened my eyes again, and that scene is still on. I'm like, what the hell? This movie is, I don't know. Tristan, Eden, whatever you want to say. I know it's late for you, so.
Oh yeah, I checked out when he was like chopping the logs. I think
It's
that was like
the first
5
time or the
minutes.
second time.
Yeah, no, the first time.
You know, I think Alex, you really hit the nail on the head when you said inefficient. I definitely agree with Brett. There's a lot of beauty in just the shots of nature and especially accompanied by the score. The score is absolutely stunning. I wouldn't say it's better than Oppenheimer. I wouldn't say
No
it's better
way.
than Spider-Verse.
Yeah, yeah.
But it's up there in my top 5 of the year. But yeah, it just gets to a point where the same shots are happening over and over again, and there's absolutely no narrative cohesion. And then when you do get dialogue or exposition, it's either, as Alex said, stuff we already know from the synopsis, or characters talking about things that are brought up once and never referred to again. There was a whole sequence where 2 of the characters were talking about Tinder in a car. Had nothing to do with the plot, was never referenced again in the film at all. And
I'm not
you're
gonna
just
lie, I
kind of
totally
left.
forgot that even happened.
It's the best part of the
Yeah.
movie.
Such a great
It was
Feels
my
like a
favorite part of the
different
movie.
movie.
Just a great scene.
Exactly. It was just like a scene that felt as though there were like questioning, we were all just there questioning its purpose. And then of course you're stuck with this languid, almost excruciating runtime of the same thing happening over and over again until the last 5 minutes when all of a sudden it switches genres. It completely upends what you expect, and it concludes with a slightly open and honestly quite baffling ending. So Tristan looks like he has something to say.
It's so on the nose with I don't want to like explain exactly what happens, but like it's so obvious what Hamaguchi is trying to go for and what he's trying to say with the movie. And it's just like for a director who made a movie like Drive My Car, which is, you know, such a a film that really challenges its audiences and you know, a film that you have to let wash over you. It was disappointing to see him, you know, take this approach where for most of the runtime, it's you know, it is kind of like Drive My Car where you just have to let it wash over you, and then you have this ending which is just beating you over the head with its messages. So I don't know. I thought it was terrible, and I really do love Drive My Car. I think it's one of the best movies of the decade, but I thought this was really bad.
Yeah, I wouldn't quite call it terrible, but it was
Jesus,
definitely
man.
quite a letdown.
I don't know. I mean, I haven't seen the movie, but like bad sounds weird.
I did not like it.
I mean,
good.
Then
It's
again,
really
you
a-
also said like All Dirt Road Takes the Salt was like one of the worst movies you've ever seen.
It is. It's so bad.
I don't understand that. I don't. Like, okay, it's not. I don't think it's a great movie, but
Brett
like,
can
it's
back
not
me up
one
on
of the.
that one,
It's
and
not one
Eden.
of the worst movies ever made.
I don't think it's one of the worst movies ever made, but that movie was so boring. Like what
Yeah.
Ethan says
Yeah.
about this movie is what I felt about All Dirt Roads Taste Like Salt or whatever it was. I was like, I have to get
I'm-
out of here.
I'm supposed to see that in a few weeks. I don't know what to do.
Oh,
now.
no.
Oh, it's so bad.
No,
But I
it's
kinda wanna
not
see
bad.
it.
It's not bad. It's not
Yeah,
bad.
but I like. I'm here saying Evil Does Not Exist was my second favorite of this festival. What do you think I'm gonna like then? You think I'm gonna like it?
Maybe.
I was when the opening shot was 5 minutes of just trees. I was like, okay, I'm thinking Alex is getting really close to killing himself right now because I remember you asked the group chat, do I watch?
It
Evil Does
couldn't
Not
be like a
Exist?
more generic opening to like already turn me off. It's like this is like something you joke about before the movie. Hey Alex, what would be the worst start of the movie? Like probably trees or some
Just
shit.
trees.
At least
'Cause
they were pretty.
It wasn't even like a good shot of a tree. It's looking
No,
up
it was
at the
great
dark.
trees.
You don't even see the leaves.
Because it's winter. There's no leaves in winter, man.
It's when there's no snow.
It's called February. It's like winter but spring-ish, but whatever. No, but I remember we texted. What was the other movie you were supposed to see instead of this? You decided between. I don't remember.
Me?
Yeah, because it was like
Oh,
Darren
it
and
was,
Tyler
it was
were saying-
Rustin. Rustin was the other one.
Oh, this one's more memorable than Rustin.
Yeah, no, like I wasn't really into either. I think I would have liked Rustin more though, but
Well, that's
I didn't hate this movie. I didn't like it, but I didn't hate it.
well, good. Fair
I
enough.
like the ending. I mean, I guess I was just wanted to be entertained at some capacity. So the last part entertained me. I guess that's all I have to say. And the Tinder scene was like quite fun.
Great.
Yeah, sure.
No. Yeah. I really like this movie actually,
At
but I'm
one
not gonna
point,
go
there's
into
a
anymore.
scene- There's a scene where a little girl is playing with a stuffed animal with her dad, and I knew Brett was eating it up. I knew Brett was like, in his mind, he was like, "Oh, this is a masterpiece. I'm going to talk about this on the podcast and just like talk
That
about."
scene was
all-
so cute.
like-
that scene was so good. It really
Uh,
was.
I wanted to go to the bathroom. I was jealous that you did, and I didn't. I was like, "Come on, my bladder has to be exploding right now. Why isn't it?"
Yeah, no. I had to go to the bathroom during that movie, and I was like running. I wanted to get back in the theater. It was not a choice on my part. It was a choice of I had to go, or else I was going to explode in that theater.
But I
yeah.
remember you left and we were all looking, we were like, did Brett run out? Like, is he hating this movie? And then you came back, you were like, I love this movie. And we were all like, oh, not that then.
Yeah, it's good. It's like a 7. I think it has issues, but like I even agree with some of your points about the ending of the film. I think it's a little too on the nose as well, but like ultimately I really liked the movie overall. Thought it was good. You know? I'll defend it. I'm putting my flag in the ground. Good movie.
What George is doing right now is what I was doing during. It's a great imitation of Kristen during the movie.
Should we talk about fingernails? Because that's going to be interesting discussion. Too.
Ugh.
Man, you're just
Yeah,
on a
I'm
bad
excited.
streak right now.
I'm excited for this one. People
I'm
compare it
glad
to
I saw
Eternal
it.
Sunshine, and that's
Yeah,
that's one of my top 10 movies of all time.
Sorry,
what
not I have two.
I'm gonna
George,
warn you
is-
guys right now. I'm gonna warn you guys right now. Do not go in the expectation of this being Eternal Sunshine of Spotless Mind, because that's what I did, and I was solely disappointed. This feels like an episode of Grey's Anatomy.
No, it doesn't.
That's literally what it feels like.
It looks like an episode of Grey's Anatomy. It's not the most
it's so flat.
visually-
I mean, it was shot on
Not-
film.
Not
It
to
looks
bury the
better
lead,
than that. It looks good.
Not to bury the lead, but I
Yeah, it
hate
was
this
shot on
movie a
film.
lot.
I didn't think it looked good.
I didn't think it looked good at all.
It looks
I like the
fine.
movie a lot, and I didn't think it
Yeah.
looked that good.
Yeah.
I agree with what Brett said. I felt nothing during this movie. It was just 2 hours of nothingness. Jeremy Allen White is literally doing the same thing over and over and over. And it makes you think why he would take a feature film role like this. Like, I mean, the Iron Claw is coming up, so I reckon that'll like bolster his career a lot. So it doesn't really matter too much. But it's basically him going like the entire movie. Hunter and I were talking about this. Is Jesse Buckley being like, "Hey, you want to do this?" He's like, "No." It's that.
That's
like,
it.
times.
That's it.
It's just it's like a Black Mirror episode, but not even a good one. I guess the only scenes that it got a reaction were the ones where they actually took the fingernails off. That was about it. I've seen movies talk about relationships better, such as The Lobster, which was like 10 years ago, and it was by the same guy who mentored. I forgot his name. The director.
Lanthimos?
No, the guy who directed Fingernails.
Oh,
Christos Nikos.
Yeah, and
Yeah, but Lanthimos was like apparently his I don't know.
Mentor.
no, he's
Yeah.
just mentor. It makes sense, but you're making this like a movie about the same exact thing, like 10 years later. So the movie almost feels late in the sense that dating apps have been around for a while now. The 21st century, like dating culture, has been like done before in film multiple times, so it didn't really say anything new for me. And the tone was just it's like not even like Lanthimos' tone has always been like very kind of melatonin, but it always has the fun like dialogue and almost the way the characters talk to each other. It's very unique. In this film, it's almost like a Lanthimos film, but if the dialogue was like nothing.
Yeah, I 100% agree.
Yeah, the weirdest thing about this movie is how like normal it is outside of like yanking fingernails off, which I kind of liked. It plays itself so straight, and then you have like scenes where they're like yanking people's fingernails off, and I was on the ground, like I was on in the orchestra, and everyone around me was screaming every time that happened. It was awesome.
And then for days after, Tristan was coming up to me and being like, "How would you feel if I took my fingernails off?" I was like, "Dude, no." I'm also on the side of I liked it. I don't know. I studied psychology. I studied relationship psychology for a while. I studied positive psychology, and I don't know, any sort of attempt to demystify or explain love is inherently bound to be fascinating. So I thought that this quantified it in a really interesting way. I liked the world building. I liked the device that they created. I thought Jesse Buckley and Riz Ahmed had a lot of chemistry. I do agree, Brett, that and Alex, that Jeremy Allen White was definitely the weak link. I don't entirely understand why his character was so prominently necessary. I mean, aside from, of course, being the catalyst for the events of the film. But yeah, I don't know. I would have loved to see a firmer conclusion for Jesse Buckley's character, but aside from that, the rest of the film is genuinely hypnotic. I really enjoyed what it had to say, and I think it's going to be one of the stronger streaming originals that comes out this year for sure.
Yeah, it feels like this year's swan song. It's
Yeah.
very low key, and it's not necessarily new in terms of what it's exploring, but like I don't know, I tend to really be drawn to these like lower budget science fiction films that focus more on like the human angle, and I really liked the way they explore the relationship, and I thought Jesse Buckley was pretty great. It's nothing new, but it's I liked it a lot. It definitely feels like a made for TV Eternal Sunshine. Like it doesn't have the depth that Eternal Sunshine has, and it doesn't it's not as creative in the way it's directed. Like visually, Eternal Sunshine is something else, whereas this is pretty flat. But I liked it. I thought it was really good.
Yeah, so this was an anticipated one for the fest for me because once again, I heard it was like the protege of Lanthimos. The concept made me think it could be an Eternal Sunshine, Her type of thing, which if you know me and my taste, my list, you know, those movies are way up there for me. This movie did absolutely nothing for me, and it was such a bummer because I was just waiting for it to grab me the whole movie. I was like, come on, please, I want to like this. I want to like this. And it was just, there was some fun things at the beginning when they set up the world. I was like, oh, that could be cute. And they just, it's like they took an interesting concept and made it the most mundane thing they could potentially make it. And if it had been grounded in some sort of humanity, I think maybe they could have bought that. But I didn't buy any of these characters. I didn't really buy the world they were in. And so at a point, it was just boring people saying boring things to one another for about an hour and 40 minutes until it ended and had absolutely no emotional impact on me whatsoever. I don't think Jesse Buckley or Riz Ahmed, which are two incredible actors, no chemistry whatsoever. Like none. Like they could be looking at a brick wall. And I was like, how on earth did you even miss that? Again, the Alan White, just a very flat, very mundane character. Overall, it's just, I think what it has to say is very straightforward, very predictable. I think any sort of emotional impact it has is pretty much diluted from a very boring script and a very flat direction. And I hate to say it as bluntly as that, but I just don't think, I just didn't work for me at all. Wasn't vibing with it whatsoever. So yeah, it was a lukewarm way to end a fantastic festival.
The Q&A was good though.
Yes, it was.
Okay, yeah, we'll get into that. Yeah.
Best Q&A ever.
So one guy asked why there wasn't more sex in the movie, which was interesting.
To be fair though, the question was better than that. The way the presenter, like I was right there. The question did make sense if you were like listen to what it actually was. But go ahead, my bad.
No, you're good. But Tristan, can you please explain what the woman next to you said? Because it went on for a while.
I don't even know exactly. I can't do it justice. But she said something like, I'm a 20-year-old little girl, and I think I've fallen in love. And I think she was just basically asking about, like, I don't even know, like talking about the film's exploration in love, but the way that she presented the question was just so cringe.
It took her like 5 minutes to say, which was the
Yeah.
worst part.
But
But I thought the
the
question was
problem
about
was
like why he chose like a female lead to lead the movie. But then it turned
Oh
into,
yeah, it was.
I think that but that's a very like long destination compared to the beginning, which was I've never experienced love.
well, the problem with even us in the dress circle, I could not hear her at all. So it was just silence for like 40 seconds. I was like, what are we doing? Are we just sitting
Yeah, I
here?
wish I was up there. It was bad for us
I
down on
literally
the floor.
I had no idea what was going on.
Wait, Hunter, did you see
Yeah.
your thoughts on this?
Yeah, just that I've watched like the TIFF Q&As on YouTube that they post. I don't know if it's just something that I don't know about. I would love if they would invest like mics for the audience or have someone, because depending on the Q&A that I watch, some of the hosts, I guess, will repeat the question and then sometimes they won't. And it's hard for even me to hear like just watching on YouTube. And so like I don't know, it's rough. I wish they could at least have some like volunteer for microphone or something, or a stand that they can line up and walk to. I don't know.
Yeah, I kind of agree. It's hard to hear a lot. But Hunter, did you see fingernails?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was sitting right in front of you. No.
Oh yeah,
I
that's right.
think I'm right in the middle. I think it's okay. I think I liked it when I came out of it, and I've liked it slightly less since then, mostly because I just haven't thought about it since. But I think it's fine. I think I like the direction of it. I think it's actually a pretty well made movie, especially in like in terms of the craft of it. It's kind of like this retro-ish, future-ish world with like one thing here and there that stands it out from a regular world. I was kind of interested in that. I do think Jessie Buckley and Riz Ahmed do have a little bit of chemistry. I think her and Jeremy Allen Wright have literally negative chemistry, and I know that's kind of ish the point of the movie, but it's also just makes it really boring, their scenes together. And it is repetitive to a point where it is a 2 hour long movie, and I think it could easily be 90 minutes or 100. So yeah, I think it's fine.
Also, one more fun fact: apparently, according to Wikipedia, Carey Mulligan was supposed to be Jessie Buckley's character, but then had to drop out. So
yeah.
Eden and Tristan.
I got two more. Tristan, do you want to go first?
I can't even remember what else I saw.
Well, next, I believe for both of us was Origin.
Yeah.
We walked Brett to Union and then
yeah.
went straight there.
And Hunter saw that too.
And Hunter,
Yes, that was the very last one.
Okay. I'm still trying to I don't know, figure out my thoughts on that one. All that I know is that I absolutely loved it and it was my favorite of the festival. I don't really know what more to say than that. Maybe it's elevated because I interviewed Ava DuVernay on the Monday on the day of the premiere. And she was absolutely the sweetest, most stand-up celebrity I've ever come close to. But I don't know, just what she had to say about caste and the origins of inequality blew my mind, and I thought she delivered in such a remarkable way. The way in which she transformed a nonfiction book into a nonlinear narrative just absolutely blew my mind, and I already can't wait to see it again.
Yeah, it was interesting. I didn't know how they were going to possibly adapt this book, but the way she interweaves it with like the story of the author crafting the novel and then interviewing people for the book, I thought was really powerful, and I think it gets the point across of the book really well, while also exploring her own story and why she was inspired to write it in the first place. So it was an interesting kind of blend of nonfiction and fiction that I really didn't expect. And I like Ava DuVernay a lot. I thought, I I think her best work is often when she goes more into that nonfiction territory, like 13th. So it was cool to see her kind of blend her two styles together. But yeah, I liked Ingenue Ellis a lot in it too. I thought she was great.
Also, sorry, Hunter.
Oh, go ahead.
If you want to go first. I was just gonna say shout out to Chris Bowers for the score. He's one of my
Oh,
absolute
yes.
favorite composers. The Origin score is beautiful, and all of his work, Bridgerton, Chevalier, he's just a completely standout composer. So if you haven't heard his work, definitely check him out.
It was the weirdest movie where it's like top 3. I think it's number 3 for me at the festival. And yet half the time I was watching it, I was like, I actually don't even know if this is good, but I'm really liking it. Where this movie is like a thesis statement. Movies have thesis statements, but the movie, like the thesis statement is the movie. And there's times where I think it's a little clumsy. There's literally moments where she has a whiteboard and she's speaking to the audience. I'm like, it's weird, but it's really powerful and like very well crafted. So I'm like,
yes,
okay. And it was very complicated, but I came out really loving it. So, and it's definitely a movie I would like to see again. And I really admired like the craft of it all, like how she brought all these time periods together, these scenes together, these just little vignettes basically, and it makes a whole story. And I was like, it's like definitely like a lecture in cinematic form that isn't, it's not boring at all, never boring, but like it was so weird watching it. It's something I had not seen before, which I really gave it a lot of points for. So, in a movie that like I didn't even know was coming out until like a week before they announced it for TIFF, and then I was like, oh, now it's one of my favorites of the year. How did that happen? I didn't even know it existed 2 weeks ago, basically. So yeah.
Yeah, it's really moving. I'm really excited for a wider audience to see this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Hunter, was that the end of the fest for you, or did you see anything else after that?
That was my final movie. There was a few others. So I saw, I'll be very quick. What is like Seven Veils, the Adam Goyan movie was okay. It's probably his best movie in decades, but yeah. It's got some good opera scenes. I'm a sucker for opera and stuff, so I liked it.
I wouldn't have walked out of it, but I had to run to Alexander Payne, so that was pretty important.
There you go.
Yeah.
I saw The Beast, the Bertrand Bonello film, which I actually really liked, which is like Cloud Atlas, but much darker and not weirder, but just more audacious, I think, which is saying something. It's just George McKay and Léa Seydoux in like 3 different time periods, and in one they're in love, and one they're killing each other, and one they're also kind of in love, and it's very audacious, and it doesn't really work, but it's really fun to watch. So I really liked it. Naiad was pretty damn boring. I don't really have anything else to say about that. And then it ran from Evil Does Not Exist to Memory, the Jessica Chastain movie, which I really liked actually. I've not seen a Michel Franco film, but I know they're very kind of misanthropic and kind of just misery, and that's what I was expecting with this. And this one's kind of got a quote unquote happy ending ish, more upbeat ending, but a realistically upbeat ending, which was really nice. And I think it's just a well acted movie. So
this is Peter Sarsgaard won the Bet Factor prize at Venice for this,
which I will say is very strange given the movie. I was like, really? They didn't, not obviously didn't see it, but I was like, really? And like Bradley Cooper wasn't a bigger one because like this is not a showcase role. I would think.
I don't know this for sure. Obviously, I do, but I have a theory. It's because they knew Peter Sarsgaard was going to be able to accept the award.
Maybe because he's great in the movie, but it's just one of those I watched. I was like, really? It's just because they go for American actors and bigger roles, and this is just a very small chamber, like character drama. So good on them, I guess. I don't know.
Venice also loves Michel Franco. Like, just putting that out there. Like, his films have won 3 different prizes at Venice.
Yeah, it's a good movie. I really enjoyed it. So it was one of those going from Evil Does Not Exist to literally running because there was a 10-minute difference between the 2 movies, which is I made in time, but it's going from a very, I'll say, heavy, Japanese environmentally focused film and be like, okay, I got to get that out of my head. I got to go watch the next one, to another very heavy movie about people who are very struggling with their demons in life. It's just like, oof, it's quite the day.
And Did you guys see any other movies or?
That was all
I
27
guess-
right there.
Yeah, I guess for Eden and Tristan because they
saw,
days.
You
I
got
saw
two more.
Wicked.
I got one more.
You got two more too.
I think I only have one because I talked about Gonzo Girl earlier.
Oh, true, yeah.
You.
I have Wicked Little Letters, which is pretty good. I liked it. It's a cute little like kind of, I mean, I wouldn't call it cute, but it's kind of similar to the Banshees of Inisherin, where it's this small town and you have these two women, and basically Olivia Colman plays this very religious woman who lives with her parents, and Jessie Buckley is this like foul-mouthed single mother, and Olivia Colman is receiving these really like foul, profanity-filled letters and pins it on Jessie Buckley, and it's like this mystery, like did she send the letters? And it's the small town. It feels a little Edgar Wright at times. Like I'm like, oh, I feel like flashes of Hot Fuzz, but it's definitely a lot more smaller scale. But it's fun. It's cute. It's an interesting story, and I had fun with it. But it's not one I'd recommend anyone like rush to go see. And then I guess the final one we have is Mother Couch. What a way to end the festival.
Quite the movie. I don't even know if you could call it that. It's really half baked.
Yeah, it's weird. How do you even explain it?
I like the way Eden wrote in her review, kind of, if I'm paraphrasing correctly, of like it feels like someone like half wrote like a sentence on a post-it note or something like that, which I think is really interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's an interesting movie in there. Like it's this woman who basically won't leave her a couch in a furniture store. And it could have been this interesting like family drama, but it's really outlandish, and I think it tries to go into more surreal territory, and it just does not work. It's that the director does not know what they're doing at all. And yeah, it just feels like a bunch of half-baked ideas. And it could have been interesting if in the hands of someone who was able to experiment a little more, but like this is just a mess.
Yeah, I think what Jared is describing is, I wrote in my letterbox review for it, I said that Mother Couch is analogous to a jot-noted scrap of paper or the fragments someone could recall after waking from a nightmare. And that's really what it is. It's kind of like little pieces, like as if the writer or the director came up with all these little ideas and said, how do I fit these all into this one movie without connecting the dots? There's also a lot of lines of dialogue that almost feel like people are just exclaiming to each other, like, what? Oh, okay. Like they're having a full conversation out of single words that really don't make sense in context with one another.
Yeah.
So it's really difficult to follow what's being said, and you know what the characters are experiencing, because you're kind of shown these half stories, and then you're told these half lines of dialogue, and you have to try and extrapolate from it what's actually going on, and it's never really possible to do so in a complete way. Yeah, quite the way to end off the fest, but
yeah,
you know, glad we saw it.
Yeah. So to wrap everything up for this entire huge podcast,
Damn, we've
it's
been
been
on
an
for a while.
experience. Let's do everyone's personal people's choice, and then their two runners up. So my people's choice is the holdovers. I didn't know if you guys knew that. And then
Wait, Brett, did you like the holdovers?
Yeah, I did. It's crazy. My first runner up is The Boy and the Heron, and my second runner up is Perfect Days. Eden, what about you?
Okay, my personal people's choice would be Origin. My first runner up would be The Holdovers, and my second runner up would probably be Next Goal Wins.
All right,
Okay. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Alex. Yeah, go
Oh,
for it. Go for it,
oh,
Alex.
okay, thank you. So my winner is The Holdovers. My runner up is Next Goal Wins, and then my third is Dream Scenario.
Oh, Tristan.
My winner is The Holdovers. My runner-up would be Hitman, and my second runner-up would be The Royal Hotel.
Nice. Hunter, how about you?
My winner's The Holdovers as well. I think runner-up is Evil Does Not Exist, and then second runner-up I think is actually I'm going to change it to The Beast right now. So there you go.
No, not my fellow Origin fan.
Sorry, it's the third runner-up.
You had us with the
Gotta change it.
holdovers at the start, and
Interesting.
then you dwindled down.
Yeah, no, don't worry. You said, I think you put in your predictions that Evil Does Not Exist would be my favorite of the festival, and you know what? I
No,
like
no,
to
no. The holdovers love I appreciate more than anything. It makes up for any other.
Okay, good. Good. Again, I said I like pretentious crap. I love it.
Also, just for me and Jared, who didn't get to go to the festival.
I was just going to say this, yeah.
Well, do your most anticipated.
My
based on
three
what
most.
now.
I'll do the three, like just like you guys are doing. So my most anticipated from the festival is The Boy and the Heron. Then after that, it's probably Anatomy of the Fall. And then I think Perfect Days after that.
Where's The Holdovers, though?
It
We all
doesn't
put
matter
it.
where
There's
it's gonna get your
here's the thing. Here's the thing. When I saw the trailer for The Holdovers, I'm gonna say this. There's a lot of like people who want The Holdovers to fail. The trailer for the movie looked like a solid 7 or 8 out of 10 for me. The reactions made me think like I might like this more than what the trailer suggested.
Yeah.
But it's still like not one of my I'm not anticipating it as much as those other three.
I think a lot of people expect this to be kind of like a Belfast type situation, or like, but that's not what this is at all.
Well, Belfast was bad, so
I think this is much more similar to The Fabelmans in that, sure, it is familiar in some ways, but it's so masterfully crafted, and it's so emotionally poignant that I think people are going to really love it.
Jared,
Yeah.
what are you anticipating?
So most anticipated, I'll go holdovers because as soon as you guys walked out, you're like, there's no way you're not gonna not love this, not 5-star A, and if so, then we're sending you to a mental health prison. No. I'm gonna go Boy and the Heron second most anticipated, and then for my third, I'm gonna go with a movie called Unicorns, which is kind of not a whole lot of people saw, but it's this cross-cultural romance between between this like nightclub owner and then like a single dad mechanic played by Ben Hardy, who's been like a couple movies here and there, Bohemian Rhapsody and all that jazz. That the few reviews I saw were very good, so kind of just a little unique take. And what I thought George was gonna say, but I don't know if he saw us at Sundance. Fair Play was at Sundance. I saw it there, and it technically played at TIFF. So technically, if I technically Fair Play will be my people's choice.
I will say this: I have seen one movie that played at TIFF. This movie called Youth Spring.
Why did you watch that? I mean, I know it's good.
Because it leaked
6 hours.
Yeah.
It's 4.
Oh, only 4. We could have watched it during this podcast. What the fuck?
It was in Cannes competition. It was one of 2 documentaries in competition at Cannes, along with Four Daughters, which also played at TIFF. I thought it was actually very good. Just I mean, it's not an enjoyable watch per se, but it's an interesting one, and I'm glad that it exists because it's actually showcasing some of the really horrible conditions in Chinese sweatshops, and it's from the perspective of a filmmaker who actually is Chinese himself. So I think that is a very interesting perspective, and I am glad that the film exists for that reason.
I'll say asterisk for me is Zone of Interest would be my people's choice, but I already saw it, so doesn't count. Didn't see it at TIFF.
Yeah, fair. And I think that wraps up our epic podcast for TIFF 2023. Thank you all for tuning in and listening. I gotta go to bed. And we'll see you next video.
We all do. Yeah.
Yes, yes. Oh my god.
Peace out, everybody.